Amid the raging seas, when the roaring waves seemed ready to swallow the sky, a legend was reborn. Not in the pages of history, but in a new soul, someone who suddenly transmigrated into the body of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. From the moment he opened his eyes, the ocean stirred and the heavens trembled. A single punch from him could split the seas in half, and one step was enough to make the entire new world tremble before the power of a Yonko. But that power was not meant for domination. It existed to protect his family, to protect those who called him father. And this is the journey that rewrites the entire legend of Whitebeard. A man standing in the vastness of the great sea declared, "If you wish to lay a hand on my family, defeat me first." Oh my God, a terrifying thunder dragon. Seeing the thunder dragon appear in the blink of an eye, countless people were filled with admiration. That's enough for now. It was deeply shocking. An incredibly huge, terrifyingly powerful thunder dragon surrounded by a sea of electricity. Even those far away on the ocean could clearly feel the terrifying pressure and the threatening power of its lightning after its appearance. It can't be stopped. At this moment, countless people cried out like that. I don't know how many people were a little scared. Who exactly is this person? Where on earth did he come from? In this world, there's still such a powerful being. The lightning fruit, truly an invincible ability, can he fight against Whitebeard? I don't know how many people are now terrified after having started anticipating this battle. Air combat. This world is at the height of war. It's absolutely possible to meet someone, but impossible to ask for such a major event. Very fast. The Thunder Fruit's shocking display of power in the high-altitude battle spread throughout the world. The whole world began to pay attention to this battle. There were even people below the surface of the sea, using high-quality projection phones to capture all these battle images, doing their best to transmit them to the new world via radio waves. They acted very quickly, especially when it came to news related to Whitebeard's battle, which caused the news to spread tenfold, almost in an extremely short period of time. Countless people around the world began to take notice of this battle. Can Whitebeard win this fight? There were also doubts raised. There's no doubt about Whitebeard's abilities. The whole world knows he's incredibly powerful. After all, he's the legendary user of the Thunderclap fruit. This mysterious and invincible ability is truly appearing before the eyes of the world for the first time. In particular, everyone associates it with the way the Thunder Fruit user enters the arena, descending from the sky, bringing about a bizarre spectacle in the heavens and earth, a force of 10,000 Thunder users. Thinking about this, people are even more moved. Enel's movements were incredibly powerful. The moment he made his move, a pillar of lightning would tilt and fall. Every single action was undeniably shocking. But following the appearance of the terrifying Thunder Dragon, Whitebeard's incredibly confident and domineering words, almost simultaneously, echoed from the heavens, reaching the ears of all who heard them. Welcome to the Whitebeard era. How annoying is it when someone is so moved by words? All of these things, though described at great length, actually happened within an extremely short period of time. As Whitebeard's incredibly domineering words rang out, the gigantic Thunder Dragon, carrying terrifying power, charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavens and earth, thunder rumbled, everything seemed dim and faded, leaving only the dazzling silver lightning, so blinding that it was impossible to look directly at its brilliance. The fire dragon roars. This time, Whitebeard didn't use his Tremor Fruit ability. Instead, he raised his hand and with a sudden throw, he conjured a gigantic sword over 10 meters long. An incredibly powerful sword, thrown and then unleashed in the blink of an eye. There was a loud bang. The sword's hilt erupted with an incredibly crimson divine flame. Once the divine flame appeared, even the air was burned and distorted, reaching an extremely terrifying temperature. This is the ultimate attack of the burning fruit. Whitebeard used his sword as a medium to develop the most powerful technique against the blazing fire fruit. Its power far surpassing Ace's original use of the Great Flame Emperor technique by countless times. Fire Dragon. Roar. Roar! In the blink of an eye, a gigantic creature, its entire body engulfed in blazing red divine flames, suddenly appeared. A terrifying fire dragon that rivals the thunder dragon in strength. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sky seemed to crack, the air churning, energy scattering, as if the sky itself would never be stable again. Roar! Roar! The thunder dragon and the fire dragon instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying air currents, like exploding bombs, relentlessly surged backward. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson divine flames and the silver lightning collided in an instant, causing continuous explosions. Red and silver hues compete in the splendor of the sky. The raging flames and lightning mingled incessantly, constantly exploding with immense force, creating a dense, intertwined barrage of deafening sonic booms. This is the 200 million volt thunder dragon. The divine flame dragon roared, yet it put up complete resistance. Hissing sounds, accompanied by dazzling, beautiful explosions, the clash between silver electric arcs and crimson divine flames, each chaotic energy surged and vibrated violently, creating utter chaos. As if the heavens and earth were in turmoil, possessing a terrifying destructive force capable of tearing everything apart. Even Zhaoha's sky shattered into countless fragments. Each sharp, incredibly violent sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Oh my God, absolutely terrifying. The burning fruit, it can be developed to this level. Back then, Ace was incredibly powerful with the blazing fruit in his hands. Now that the blazing fruit and his sword have merged, and with Whitebeard's further development, it's naturally going to be even more powerful. This is a battle between gods. A battle between gods and immortals in the heavens. Countless viewers, that's enough. The dazzling, brilliant, and blinding explosion, accompanied by thunder and divine flames, left every witness utterly astonished. A fire dragon and a thunder dragon, vying for brilliance in midair, shone like the sun and moon competing for light, incredibly dazzling. This scene shocked countless people. Logia-type demons truly possess top-tier combat abilities. Those fortunate enough to witness such a battle firsthand were all incredibly excited. This was, firstly, an unprecedented, peak-level aerial battle. The burning fruit and the thunder fruit clashed, a true battle of the highest caliber Logia-type Pokemon. Countless people were filled with admiration. With terrifying sonic booms and immense energy during the explosion, the two colossal, terrifying dragons shattered into countless chaotic energy fragments, forming to vast, silvery energy storms in the air. The cloud layer soon broke apart. The heavens themselves seemed to be cracking. This type of energy fluctuation is incredibly intense, truly terrifying to hear, reaching unimaginable limits. The terrifying sound waves traveling downwards shook the hearts of every single person watching the battle. The thunder dragon shattered, transforming into countless fragments of lightning, which swept outwards, creating a terrifying storm mixed with lightning and thunder blessings. The fire dragon shattered, countless fragments of flames swirling outwards, followed by an incredibly dark, abyss-like blade that flew back into Whitebeard's hand. These fragments of flames then formed a high-temperature flame storm. A surging, silvery energy formed to whirlwinds that swept down from the sky, racing to massive waves across the vast ocean. Countless amounts of seawater evaporated. White mist enveloped the sky and earth, an infinitely terrible form. Even unlucky onlookers watching the battle were caught in the whirlwind. Driven by a curious crowd, these people, without even the strength to resist, were swept away by the storm, carried off to some unknown place. This scene left countless people utterly astonished. This only further terrified countless people. This incident, one could say, is a classic example of an unlucky bystander. Especially those extremely curious pirates, sailing their pirate ships beneath the sea where the battle was taking place, chasing after the spectators. The more responsibility they bear, the more important it is to be at the forefront. What a tremendous energy storm! Countless people felt their scalps tingle. Those unlucky, powerful onlookers will all die. Those who survived still felt fear in their hearts. Scared. Is it possible to be afraid or not? Driven by curiosity, the crowd gathered below, only to be unfortunately left with the aftermath of the battle affecting their lives. A battle between gods and immortals. It cannot be viewed up close. It can only be seen from afar. Countless people said in fear. This tells us never ever be curious enough to get too close to powerful opponents watching a battle. Otherwise, the next unlucky one will be you. Someone knows this, and it serves as a warning to those around them. Numbness. This made quite a few people gasp in shock. Favor? Even with a 200 million volt Thunder Dragon attack, the result was still the same. It was blocked and stopped. This left Enel stunned once again. If he had previously used the Divine Sanction as a means of attack, and after it was destroyed, he didn't care at all, but instead wanted to use 200 million volts of Thunder Dragon to attack, only to have it destroyed and neutralized again. It completely astonished Enel. Could it be that even the strongest in this world are so powerful? Even someone as arrogant and self-important as Enel, who considered himself a god, couldn't help but become more cautious at this moment. He's not stupid. Conversely, extraordinarily intelligent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to increase observation hockey to such a powerful level. The process of cultivating the Thunder Fruit's power is similarly extraordinarily profound. However, despite the surprise, Enel remained extremely confident in his own strength. He simply took it more seriously. At first, he didn't dare to show any more of that petty, mocking attitude towards his weak opponent. 500 million volts, thunder roaring. Enel kept tapping the back of his neck with both hands without stopping. Terrifying bolts of lightning, erupting wildly from within the ancient void, surged forth, stabbed the flax. Hissing sounds. Terrifying lightning then appeared, continuously overlapping, forming a series of interconnected lightning bolts. Not only that, but in an extremely short time, it formed a terrifying area of lightning, Thunder God, domain. This is Enel using 500 million volts of the most powerful lightning to develop his strongest technique. In these 2 years, he has gained a brand new understanding of the thunderclap fruit. Beneath the lightning domain, everything was buried. And Enel himself, enveloped in shimmering, lightning-like energy, transformed into the god of thunder, immersing himself in the realm of lightning. Countless dense, intertwined silver lightning bolts descended from the sky, forming a large area that enveloped Enel. This entire domain belongs to Enel, the Lord. Is that all the ability you have? Whitebeard's generous and refreshing voice shook the heavens, reverberating throughout the entire world. Ooh ha ha ha, it's not just this point. Enel heard Whitebeard's voice, and instead of getting angry, he laughed at Nobunaga. Don't joke around. This is the Thunder God's domain. How could a mortal possibly understand it? Ha 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 ha. You're such an arrogant fool. Whitebeard's unrestrained laughter shook the heavens, echoing throughout the land. Your lightning is only enough to tickle me. The new world. Countless people looked up at the sky, watching the silver lightning flashing incessantly, along with the terrifying flames. Flames blazed like a sea of fire in the sky, and thunder seemed capable of burying everything in its path. Following that, terrifying red flames and silver lightning exploded, the sky seemingly torn apart as divine fire and thunder wreaked havoc. That terrifying explosion could still be heard even from the distant Grand Line in the New World. Boom, boom, boom. This struck fear into the hearts of countless pirates. I heard there's a battle being live-streamed on an island nearby. Is it real or fake? Let's go. We're rushing over. This is the world's top-tier character competition. We absolutely can't miss it. At this moment, as the news spread, each pirate frantically searched for an island where they could watch the live broadcast. The New World. 20 years have passed since I lost half a cake on the island. It's the father fighting alongside you. What terrifying lightning power is this? The power of the lightning fruit. It's undeniably beyond imagination. He can even fight his father to a draw. That's really impressive. At this time, the island was covered in pastries, and the Whitebeard pirates were taking refuge under their banner following the pirate crew. Not only was the island covered by pastries, but in fact, after the Blackbeard pirates were annihilated, the island that originally belonged to Blackbeard and his crew became a force under the banner of the Whitebeard pirates. All the nations were brought under the banner of the Whitebeard pirates. The New World. Originally the new naval headquarters island, now the Whitebeard pirates base. Liu Xiaodao, the ice demoness, was also watching the live broadcast via his phone's projection screen. Unfortunately, because the battle was taking place at such a high altitude, and after an unfortunate incident involving a crowd of onlookers, no one dared to film the live broadcast from a close distance. As a result, the images projected by his phone's projection screen were blurry and unclear. Although it's not very clear, it's evident that this enemy is very difficult to deal with. That's how the ice witch was judged. Who exactly is the enemy? Look, Father seems to know him. A user of the Thunderclap fruit ability. I've never heard of such a person. I've only heard about it in ancient books. That such an invincible fruit as the Thunderclap fruit exists. Inside the base, there was no shortage of Whitebeard pirates sighing and talking amongst themselves. Speaking of the champion of the Thunder Fruit, no one in the Whitebeard pirates crew could help but worrying about the safety of their father, Whitebeard. The New World. Grand Line. Spanning vast stretches of yellow sand and scattered rocks, the island is an unusually desolate expanse of white soil. Captain, after the Whitebeard pirates flattened the New World Marine headquarters. On their way to the Calm Belt, they encountered a mysterious, powerful being. Ivankov, with his unusually serious expression, said, so-called, the invincible devil fruit user, the Thunderclap fruit user, has found Whitebeard. It collapsed. Before Dragon, dressed in a military green coat, could speak, Robin, who was elegantly sipping tea, instantly dropped her teacup upon hearing the words Thunderbolt fruit and shattered on the ground. Never before had Robin been so flustered. For the first time, she ignored the broken teacup and instead, startled, questioned Ivankov. You just said a Thunderbolt fruit user. Robin knows. Initially, in Skypia, I encountered Enel, who was a user of the lightning fruit ability. Enel is the strongest enemy the Straw Hat Pirates have ever encountered. That's right, I heard it's a powerful expert piloting a massive spaceship, who came all the way from the horizon. Ivankov's gaze shifted to Robin, and he nodded. Ba ba ba. A group of Revolutionary Army officers, all in a flurry, turned their heads and looked towards Robin, a user of the lightning fruit ability. We've met. It happened almost 2 years ago. Robin briefly recounted his encounter with Enel and how, by chance, he sent Enel flying. Listening to a group of Revolutionary Army officers, they were constantly terrified. I never thought it would be Enel. Robin was finally terrified beyond belief. Ivankov frowned and finally said, there's a message. Should we go and see? Many 410 Lapjay nodded. Let's go take a look. The first Robin stood up. Very quickly, many Revolutionary Army officers approached a projector screen displaying images transmitted from a remaining island in the New World. Hiss! Because the transmission was delayed, and they happened to witness the scene of the Thunder Dragon and Fire Dragon exploding. Many officials gasped in shock. Enel, he's become this powerful. Robin was utterly terrified. Known for her usual composure and calmness, she couldn't remain composed at this sight. 2 years. I never imagined Enel had become so incredibly powerful. Luffy, he's probably no match for him. If Enel wants revenge on Luffy, Luffy is in serious danger. The subsequent battle scenes once again terrified Robin. Below a screen, even the usually composed leader of the Revolutionary Army Long couldn't help but feel moved. Unbelievable. Observe Whitebeard and Enel's aerial battle of communication. A group of Revolutionary Army officers were all slightly frightened. Of all the people terrified, besides Robin, there could be no one else. She was someone who had fought against Enel before, personally experiencing his invincible abilities and now seeing Enel display his lightning power. Far surpassing what she had seen when they first met in Skypiea, she was even more shocked. The Logia-type lightning fruit ability can be called an invincible ability. It's not just about saying things, that's all. Lightning is, in fact, one of the most powerful and destructive energies in nature. Moreover, Enel possesses an extremely profound level of observation hockey. The current Enel is no longer the same Enel he once was. Robin's heart raced, a look of worrying for the future appearing on her delicate face. This world is already chaotic enough, now that Enel has descended. With Enel's ambition, I fear he will stir up countless storms throughout the Grand Line. Robin's worrying was justified. Even the dragon itself nodded in agreement, indicating its concern. This world is already full of chaos. Especially after Magellan, the Mad General of Impel Down, released the prisoners, the world became even more ruthless. Starting with the first half of the Grand Line, every island in the world was plunged into various forms of war. Whitebeard, can he defeat a user of the Thunderfruit ability? Ivankov, with a huge, mountain-like expression on his face, also showed a look of panic. The appearance of a Thunderclap fruit user was simply unexpected. Legend has it that in history, there had been Thunderclap fruit users who once stirred up countless waves on this vast ocean. That Thunderclap fruit user was at the peak of their power from the very beginning, appearing on the ocean for about 2 years before becoming invincible in the world. Of course, at that time, the age of great navigation hadn't begun yet. The powerful beings on the ocean probably didn't realize how complex and numerous they were. According to ancient records, a user of the Thunderfruit ability once appeared in the vast ocean, single-handedly sweeping across the entire boundless sea. From then on, he was called the champion of ability. Robin had also read this ancient text, which is how he learned about the terrifying power of the Thunderclap fruit. This battle, I'm afraid, won't be as simple as it seems. Long spoke up at this moment. He looked far ahead to everyone present, and as he thought about the distant future, Long said in a low voice, this time, for the world government, it's also a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. A world of government. Many Revolutionary Army officers were astonished and bewildered by this. Robin, with her beautiful eyes suddenly flashing with a bright light, frowned and said, the world government? Wouldn't want to get involved in this fight, would they? Based on the consistent style of governments around the world, they probably know how to use the smallest possible cost to participate in this fight. Ivankov, being one of the highest-ranking officers in the Revolutionary Army, knew more about the secrets of the world government. To be able to stand firmly at the pinnacle of the world, controlling the supreme power of the world government and its representatives, the 5 elders, is not something to be envious of. The Thunderfruit's fierce battle caused a shockwave. There was a supreme expert who fought a battle with Whitebeard. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. How could world governments possibly miss it? At the same time, on the red line, the land is stained red with the fresh blood of enslaved humanity. The world of nobility lived in what was known as the Holy City of Mariadua, an extremely expensive and prestigious building within the palace. The 5 white-haired, elderly figures of the world's highest government power, the 5 elder stars, were all intently watching the live broadcast without blinking. They have the most accurate projection phone clones. It's clear that the average person can't see the details. Considered a high-definition projection phone, this type of phone can capture ultra-detailed images. It lives on a deserted island in the New World, a place incredibly difficult to catch. Capturing each of these high-definition projection phone devices requires a large amount of manpower and resources, and many Marines have even sacrificed their lives to capture one. Moreover, after being captured, even more careful nurturing and training are needed. This type of phone projector is exceptionally luxurious and valuable. Only then will they be worthy of the power and status of the 5 elder stars. Ultrasonic images reveal Whitebeard and Enel amidst a furious battle. In the sky, countless fiery fox-like lightning bolts erupted violently. Enel transformed into the god of thunder, countless dazzling electric arcs leaping around his body, his entire being radiating a terrifying aura of thunder, millions of thunder. On the other side, Whitebeard stood there, fearless and arrogant, giving off an aura of unwavering composure, as if the world were to collapse without him flinching. This was Whitebeard. Seeing this, the 5 elder stars couldn't help but feel a surge of shock and disbelief. However, while they were surprised, what they felt most was joy. That's correct. Seeing the powerful Enel appear and fight Whitebeard, the 5 elders all rushed over excitedly. It would be best to butcher Whitebeard. The 5 elders were astonished, but also extremely pleased to see someone fighting against Whitebeard. Excellent! It seems even heaven is helping us. One of the 5 elder stars, beaming with joy, spoke up. He was the lowest ranking among the 5 elder stars, his bald head appearing somewhat theatrical. But his constant exposure to power and the subtle aura of authority he exuded made him someone no longer dared to underestimate. Enel's strength was such that the 5 elders were overjoyed and extremely happy. From their perspective, Whitebeard will surely have a hard time dealing with this user of the lightning fruit ability. Of course, although they just said they were hoping Enel could kill Whitebeard. The 5 elders were naive enough to think that this newly appeared user of the Thunderclap fruit ability could actually kill Whitebeard. According to rumors, those who possess the abilities of the Thunder Fruit are said to be almost immortal. Such people are undoubtedly arrogant and conceited. The 5 elders, having wielded immense power for countless years, could spot Enel's weaknesses at a glance. According to the 5 elder stars, this powerful figure is the best free thug. It's free to help them, the world government, deal with Whitebeard. Even if they couldn't kill Whitebeard, the mere existence of such a powerful pirate was enough to give Whitebeard and the entire Whitebeard pirates a headache. Currently, this user of the lightning fruit ability is an enemy of Whitebeard. Therefore, in the future, there will definitely be a deep-seated hatred between them. And they will absolutely not let Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates off easily. This is one point we want to make good use of. Take advantage of others. This is the world where the supreme government is accustomed to using underhanded tactics. Really? The analysis by the 5 elders was quite accurate. According to the 5 elders, even with Enel's abilities, he couldn't possibly defeat Whitebeard, and similarly, Whitebeard couldn't easily defeat Enel. But Enel could arbitrarily slaughter the remaining pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. It only takes 2 sides to become deeply entrenched enemies. Things didn't go too well for the Whitebeard pirates in the future. A Logia-type lightning fruit user, with incredibly high speed, could easily chase and kill other members of the Whitebeard pirates. We can, at the right time, add fuel to the fire, making their conflict even more intense. From our perspective, the best outcome would be a draw between Whitebeard and the user of the Thunder Fruit ability. In this way, Whitebeard will be completely elevated by Enel. Since Enel wasn't dealing with Whitebeard at the time, he also wouldn't have time to bother the world government. In that way, Enel essentially became a long-term, thuggish opponent to deal with Whitebeard. The deeper the hatred between them, the more we can sit back and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits like a fisherman watching from the mountain. Finally, the other man, with both hands embracing the great demon and cutting off the 5 elder stars, said with certainty, in their eyes, a user of the lightning fruit ability could never be defeated by Whitebeard. Then send someone to secretly wait for an opportunity. If this battle temporarily ends, and both sides cease hostilities, then someone disguised as Whitebeard's pirate crew will go to that place where the user of the Thunderfruit ability is on the spaceship and kill their comrades. If both sides suffer heavy casualties in this battle, we can then deploy more forces and take the opportunity to eliminate both of them. Whatever the outcome, it will be extremely beneficial to us. That's good. Let's decide on that then. The 5 elder stars have once again secretly taken action. This one time. For them, it truly was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. They probably won't easily let this opportunity pass them by. The New World. Grand Line. Spanning vast stretches of yellow sand and scattered rocks, the island is an unusually desolate expanse of white soil. Leader, should we also secretly send out personnel? A Revolutionary Army officer, as this proposal suggests. They knew that, given the government's petty nature, they would definitely secretly send agents to take action. The most important thing for us right now isn't to help Whitebeard. Long's thoughts were always far more complex and far-reaching than those of ordinary people. He said in a low voice, right now, for us, it's also a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The world government's attention has completely shifted to Whitebeard. We can take this opportunity to attack several kingdoms. From Long's perspective, it seemed unnecessary for them to assist Whitebeard at this time in dealing with the world government's hidden forces. Let me tell you again, Long may not realize that helping Whitebeard could bring him many benefits. Prior to the cat-crocodile incident, Whitebeard owed the Revolutionary Army a favor. In comparison, for the Revolutionary Army, taking advantage of the world government's distracted attention to overthrow all the kingdoms that had long planned to be overthrown was far more important. The leader is absolutely right. On one side, Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, nodded and then, with immense confidence, said, I'm going to the North Sea for a trip. Leave those two kingdoms to me. Well then, get ready to take action. Hopefully, Whitebeard can resolve this crisis once and for all. Hissing sounds. In the heavens and earth, terrifying lightning and silver electrical arcs constantly leapt, resembling brilliant, beautiful fireworks, dazzling yet dangerous. Terrifyingly powerful energy fluctuations. Below, countless people were constantly expressing their admiration. These people were completely unaware of the clandestine actions of the government and the Revolutionary Army. Their only concern was the fierce battle unfolding before them. A once-in-a-thousand-years event. Controlling the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth is truly terrifying and makes one tremble with fear. The sky. Enel immersed himself in the thunderous zone with every movement of his hands and feet. Silver electric arcs leapt forth. Vibrant electric currents directed towards the destructive power of 2 years of nothingness. Enel hovered in the air as if controlling the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth like a god, looking down from above with arrogant and imposing aura. Expand the field. According to Enel, the voice faded away. In the middle of the high sky, above the mountain peak, a terrifying, pitch-black layer of thunderclouds suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Dense, intertwined thunderclouds appeared in an instant, and terrifying thunder roared forth. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled. Even those watching the battle from far below on the sea were suffering from eardrums aching from the impact. Follow me. A terrifying bolt of lightning, guided down from the sky, completely fell upon Enel within his domain. At the same time, Enel's lightning domain is constantly expanding. Terrifying lightning bolts falling from the sky converged around Enel, forming a constantly expanding and terrifying area of thunder. Each bolt of lightning was completely under Enel's guidance. At this moment, Enel can be fully called the god of thunder. Controlling the power of the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, its terrifying destructive force completely overwhelms all things in heaven and earth. This also reveals the protagonist Luffy's glorious defeat and the painful realization that Enel's strength increased significantly afterward, giving him almost superhuman and terrifying abilities. This is divine power. Enel seemed to thoroughly enjoy the feeling of controlling lightning, that exhilarating joy. As Enel raised his hand, a series of sharp, crackling sounds rang out, and then silver electric arcs danced between Enel's hands. Let you feel it for yourself how irresistible and unstoppable divine power is. Boom, boom, boom. Raise your hand, Enel. In Enel's four-sided lightning field, a series of earth-shattering, terrifying thunderclaps suddenly erupted, then swept towards Whitebeard. The lightning field moved at an extremely fast speed, sweeping towards Whitebeard's retreating figure. Wherever this lightning field passed, It was so terrifying that even the air ceased to exist, creating a vacuum. Divine power. Whitebeard tilted his head back and laughed loudly, his eyes like lightning, staring at Enel, then suddenly roared, "Just a little bit of lightning, and you dare to call yourself a god, ha ha ha. Enel, you're so arrogant, you really haven't changed at all. Divine power, how can you track me?" Enel, after his elemental transformation, unleashed a terrifyingly massive lightning field, charging straight forward and launching a surprise attack on Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder and lightning relentlessly bury everything. The heavens themselves seem to tremble. Then let me show you the reality. Whitebeard's two fists suddenly swept across, unleashing a terrifying shockwave of power in an instant. Ken ket ket. A terrifying shattering sound, a sudden, powerful explosion. This happened in the blink of an eye, with Whitebeard's two fists as the center point. The air, like shattered glass, suddenly, in fragments of air, vibrated violently. The air around Whitebeard was like shattered pieces of glass. At this moment, Whitebeard was surrounded by countless dense, tangled fragments of air, looking as if the sky itself had become a rift. The void-shattering oscillation is in the middle. Around Whitebeard's body, in an instant, a massive void-shattering field formed in the center of the area. One side of this field is entirely made up of shards of glass snow. In the middle, broken, shard, fear of human nature. That's terrible. That's not all. This space-shattering domain, centered around Whitebeard, is constantly expanding. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Regardless of whether Enel naturally harnessed the power of lightning or constructed a lightning domain. Or perhaps Whitebeard's two fists shattered the void, creating a void-shattering field. They've all surpassed 3.1. Everyone understands. This, even the 4 emperors of the New World have never seen such a terrifying level of power. That's terrible. The domain, oh my god. Countless pirates, countless people were shaken, filled with admiration, agitated, and gasped in awe. All of these things, though described at great length, actually happened within an incredibly short period of time. Don't just say it's the power of lightning. Whitebeard, his imposing presence shaking the heavens, roared, "Even if a true god were here, my two fists would shatter you completely." Divine power not to be trifled with. Enel's body transformed into lightning, carrying a domain of thunder that spanned the horizon, bringing with it a violent storm as it charged forward. Vast swaths of space were ravaged by lightning. A terrible uproar. At this moment, the whole world is in an uproar. A dazzling silver lightning bolt, accompanied by a terrifying thunderous roar, struck Whitebeard along with Enel. Hong, hong, hong. The two factions of space collided in an instant. The destructive lightning, like a terrifying silver dragon, wreaked havoc in space, tearing apart the very fabric of existence and obliterating everything in its path. Maybe those who possess the silver dragon of destruction power, upon first contact with Whitebeard's spatial shattered domain, all trembled simultaneously. Follow me. A terrifying scene unfolded. All that could be seen was Enel unleashing a torrent of lightning from his domain, each silver dragon carrying the destructive power of 18. Piercing through space and instantly shattering into fragments of lightning as it entered Whitebeard's shattered domain. It's possible to enter Whitebeard's realm, but in the very next instant, it all shattered. The spatial fragments possessed immense power, far surpassing the destructive force of lightning. It's possible to shatter everything that enters the realm of objects. Regardless of whether you are material or a weapon, you can still have a quantity. Everything will instantly enter this realm and be shattered by the extreme vibrations of the shockwave. This, Whitebeard, was the most cunning of all. The Paramecia system unleashes a shocking surge of awakened abilities. No. In the middle. Break, break, break. Area. Impossible. The power of the gods is invincible. Enel let out a long scream. Boom, boom, boom. This one time, Instead of using the Silver Dragon Lightning to attack Whitebeard, Enel directly countered Whitebeard's space-shattering domain with his Lightning Domain. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying explosion reverberating through the earth-shattering, utterly catastrophic, filled with silver electric arcs and fragments of space that exploded violently. It shot upwards in an instant. Thump, bang. Loud explosions continued to ring out. A world-shattering event. Even the void itself shattered in Skypiea, countless bolts of lightning accompanied by fragments of space swirling backward like a raging storm, lifting the sky upwards. No, no, no. Enel's inner world was on the verge of collapse. He simply couldn't believe it. Even with my own divine power, I am unable to break through the domain of the person before me. This is fake. This is a scam. I am a god. God's power is invincible. Enel went berserk, lightning flashing within him, his eyes blazing with light as he glared at Whitebeard. I want to defeat you. Cluck, cluck, ha, ha, ha. You want to defeat me? Then come on. Whitebeard laughed heartily, standing firmly at the very edge of the B10, surrounded by spatial domains, with countless fragments of space swirling around him. And Enel, with lightning speed, launched a furious attack on Whitebeard from one direction. Thump. Bang. Even the most impenetrable ship deck, crafted by the divine tree atom, was shattered into fragments by this lightning energy, countless pieces flying outwards in all directions. God is incapable of failure. Enel, as before, furiously clashed his lightning domain against Whitebeard's spatial domain. That's right. The more he touched, the more he moved. I was even more terrified. The more I see, the more unbelievable it becomes. The more I saw, the more terrified I became. The more I feel it, the more my scalp tingles. This is fake. This isn't real. Enel was utterly disbelieving. He wasn't wearing Whitebeard's domain. I'm bored playing, then let me smash it. Whitebeard used his shockwave ability, constantly fluctuating the void-shattering technique to maintain this domain, deflecting the endless lightning strikes from the outside. As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard's two fists suddenly struck out once again. Direct bombardment towards Enel. Ken ket ket. Within the shattered space, Whitebeard unleashed two terrifying black holes with his fists, charging straight into Enel's domain. Own. Almost instantly. Enel barely reacted at all before Whitebeard's two powerful, swirling hockey punches pierced through his body, instantly shattering Enel's lightning-infused physique. Are not. Enel spat out fresh blood. He was truly severely wounded. With armament hockey in hand, the true power of a Logia-type demon has nowhere to hide. Especially Whitebeard, who is so powerful, a true champion of armament hockey. Furthermore, Whitebeard possessed a godlike physique and incredibly powerful strength. When he threw two punches, they exploded with force in an instant, sending Enel flying away. Ken ket. Enel heard the sound of his body being shattered by a terrifying surge of energy. Whitebeard struck in an instant, not only integrating armament hockey and unleashing the explosive power of his god-demon body, but also firing the shockwave energy fruit. Own. Enel's body continuously spewed blood, exploding in midair into an incredibly vibrant and beautiful blood-red trajectory as he was sent flying outwards. Why? Another complete failure for him. Why is it that my heart and mind can't predict his moves at all? Enel's body was almost shattered, his spirit was on the verge of collapse, and a million whys flooded his mind. He simply couldn't believe that he had completely failed in reality. With the shockwave of his power, coupled with the terrifying strength of his god-demon body and the invincible hockey enhancement, Whitebeard's punch instantly shattered the void, nearly killing Enel on the spot. At this very moment, Enel's body was nearly shattered and a million questions ran through his mind. He couldn't understand why he had been defeated by Whitebeard. It wasn't just Enel himself who was terrified. Seeing such a scene of pirates and witnessing it through photos taken with their phones and projected images from their phones, everyone gasped in shock. The whole world is in an uproar. Vibrate. The vibration reached its peak. Despite no one ever expecting it, the user who could be called the champion of the Thunderfruit ability was defeated by Whitebeard in an instant. That Whitebeard completely shattered both of his powerful punches. It was terrifying. Champion of Two Fists, smashing everything to pieces. Even someone like Enel, capable of orchestrating bizarre phenomena in the heavens and earth and controlling the most powerful force of lightning, is no match for Whitebeard. Absolutely unbelievable. On the Sabati archipelago, countless pirates were struck with fear, especially those who had previously prepared to challenge Whitebeard. The new Super Saiyan pirate were now witnessing firsthand Whitebeard's immense power. Be strong enough to make them lose their motivation to challenge you? Whitebeard was incredibly powerful, far beyond anyone's imagination. Right now, life is in turmoil. The whole world was abuzz because of it. The first half of the Grand Line, Kurigana Island. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, was watching Whitebeard's fight with Zoro and Perona via a projected image on a mobile phone. Seeing the terrifying Whitebeard unleash such powerful punches, instantly shattering Enel's image. Even the usually calm and composed Mihawk, known for his hawk-like eyes, couldn't help but gasp in shock. The world's greatest swordsman. The world's greatest Iron Fist. The world's greatest warrior. Whitebeard has too many world-leading titles. What absolutely no one could have imagined was that such a statement came from Mihawk, the former world's greatest swordsman. The world's greatest swordsman, in that golden city, during a supreme sword duel. Whitebeard defeated Hawkeye Mihawk solely through his swordsmanship. From then on, Mihawk, the hawk-eyed man, often paid close attention to major events involving Whitebeard. Upon seeing the Thunderfruit user appear afterward, even the hawk-eyed man couldn't help but be astonished. Zoro then recounted his encounter with Enel in Skypiea. Initially, Zoro, along with Sanji and Robin, teamed up with the others, but in the end, they were all instantly annihilated by Enel with a wave of his hand. You can see just how incredible Enel's abilities are. Fortunately, Zoro's body was incredibly strong, and he managed to withstand the lightning, ultimately defeating a high priest using the technique of 3,000 worlds. When Zoro saw Enel again later, he was even more terrified. That guy's heart was truly strong, and it was completely stimulated and activated. Maybe. When Zoro witnessed Enel and Whitebeard finally using their abilities in a chaotic manner, it made everything completely clear to him. Current stage. He absolutely has no way of defeating an existence of this caliber. Even the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Luffy, with his full aura unleashed, couldn't possibly reach this level. That's terrifying. Enel, that guy can actually manipulate lightning to create a space entirely composed of lightning. And Whitebeard, even more incredibly powerful, shattered an entire area of space into countless fragments. Even the lightning couldn't penetrate inside. Perona stuck out her tongue, speaking in a terrified tone. The princess's dress wrinkled slightly, but she didn't pay attention to it. Normally, she would have tittied herself up properly, but at the moment, she was so shaken by the image of Whitebeard fighting that she forgot about these things. Fresh Flower Bridge. In a space that forms an independent, externally repulsive area, this belongs to the inherent power of the space itself. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, suddenly shot out a blinding glare. At that moment, he was like a novice swordsman who had suddenly attained supernatural mastery of swordsmanship. His whole being trembled uncontrollably. Mihawk, the hawk-eyed man, wants to discover a new continent. This means always striving to be better. For a superhuman like Mihawk, even a slight increase in power would be an incredibly rare and exceptional feat. Maybe. Just watching Whitebeard and Enel fight, Mihawk's keen eyes caught a glimpse of some kind of rule. One must break through their limits and always strive to be better. Thinkable. The battle between Whitebeard and Enel was truly awe-inspiring and terrifying. A great battle that could strike fear into the entire world. This might just be Logia-type and Paramecia-type Devil Fruit abilities awakening. Perona didn't dare disturb Mihawk's hawk-like eyes, but instead whispered to Zoro, suddenly sticking out her tongue, her expression of shock transforming into one of liveliness. "Zoro, you idiot. When will you be able to defeat a powerful warrior like Whitebeard?" "You're the idiot." Zoro turned and walked away, seemingly spurred on by some impulse, wanting to go practice his swordsmanship. "They're all ignoring me. How boring. I'd rather go find Whitebeard. That's definitely more fun." Purana giggled like she'd seen a doll, her face beaming with laughter. He's. Whitebeard displayed unparalleled power, shattering the void, his forceful attack striking fear into the entire world. The first half of the Grand Line. Calm Belt. A vast expanse of blue sea stretched across the ocean, a kingdom entirely constructed from pirate ships, resembling a gigantic island, lay at the heart of the Calm Belt. These enormous pirate ships, lined up neatly together, formed a gigantic structure resembling an island. This is the same underworld with countless connections to the Germa Six Kingdoms. Known as expert warfare, defensive warfare, evil army, as a powerful military organization in the North Sea, a scientific combat unit led by Vince, the leader of the Forlorn Swords clan, and also a representative of the Germa Kingdom. The current leader is Sanji's biological father, Vince Smoke Judge. Germa belongs to a subgroup of the Overseas Illegal Research Team and has previously collaborated with Vegapunk in researching and manufacturing weapons. At that time, Vegapunk had achieved a significant milestone in his career, the discovery of the bloodline factor, which meant he was just one step away from reaching the level of a divine being. It was also the discovery of life design that could bring life into existence from nothingness. What a terrible, infuriating use of science and technology. The world government considered this dangerous, captured Vegapunk, and then, to put it another way, acquired Vegapunk's scientific research team. But my father escaped from the government, and a person here called Germa conducted research, modifying and studying life forms and clones. And that's how this underground research project was born. In the Germa Kingdom's laboratory, it's possible to endlessly replicate soldiers. Restoring a 20-year-old adult soldier took only 5 years. 5 years passed, and the enemy was defeated, leaving the country to remain for a full 20 years. What a terrifying scientific trick! It could give the Kingdom of Germa an incredibly vast and fearless military force. That's right. That's exactly what a terrorist organization is. Today is unusually quiet. Incorrect. It's not quiet. Instead, it was so quiet that no one dared to make a sound. That's correct. They watched Whitebeard's fight live on stream, just like that. Similarly, they were shaken by Whitebeard's immense power. Each of them was utterly astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape. It felt like having a bucket of ice-cold water poured over your head, chilling you from head to toe. In an instant, it brought the entire Kingdom of Germa back to its senses. This is exactly what we'll have to deal with, Whitebeard. Is it worth taking action against the world government's promised enemy? At this moment, the highest-ranking officials of the Germa Kingdom were frantically questioning the situation. Even the reigning king, Vince Smoke Judge, was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that Whitebeard could manipulate the void, creating what he called a domain. Vegapunk and I once studied the divine realm together. Life forms made of paper are a branch of the divine realm. It was precisely because he had once come close to entering the realm of gods that Vince Smoke Judge understood even more clearly just how terrifying it would be to create a realm like Whitebeard's. A realm as mythical as that of a god. The danger is too great. As he was about to face Whitebeard in the near future, Vince Smoke Judge couldn't help but feel an immense, invisible pressure, making it difficult for him to breathe. Dealing with the dangerous Whitebeard is, to put it mildly, like reaching the heavens. Perhaps the world government is setting conditions our Germa Kingdom simply cannot refuse. Originally, the Germa Kingdom's intervention not only involves connections to the underworld, but also to the world government. The Germa Kingdom is the United Kingdom recognized by the world government. You can join the World of the Kingdom Conference. This action, once aimed at Whitebeard, also suggests the world government's shadow lurking behind the scenes. The world government promised the Germa kingdom enormous benefits, so great that they simply couldn't refuse. Damn it, if Dr. Vegapunk hadn't been captured, the world government wouldn't have been able to obtain such a treasure. Vince McJudge recalled many years ago when he and Vegapunk studied imaging technology together, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. Just thinking about that doctor, Vince McJudge, who was 500 years ahead of the rest of the world in intellect, sent a shiver down his spine. Dr. Vegapunk, he might not be a good person at all, damn it. The entire kingdom of Germo was enveloped in a profound, pervasive silence. They suddenly felt that the calm belt had become incredibly cold, chilling to the bone, to give them a feeling like falling into a freezing ice cellar. Whitebeard. All of this is because of one name. Simply because it's a name, a person, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. This immediately caused the entire kingdom of Germa to fall into a deathly silence. This time, going to war with Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates, is it really worth it? Do we still have a chance of winning? We have no way out either. Whitebeard's two powerful punches shattered the void, his iron fists breaking Enel, causing a global uproar. The whole world is in utter shock, especially those original prisoners who escaped from Impel Down. Some of them plotted to cause trouble on the island under the Whitebeard pirates' flag, wanting to challenge Whitebeard's authority. By now, they're all terrified and pale-faced. Before the pirate crew was executed, they were brutally crushed by Whitebeard's powerful attack. Up until now, this person, who could be called the champion of Logia-type lightning fruit abilities, was shattered by Whitebeard's two punches. This era is called the Whitebeard era. Up to this point, countless pirates were utterly shocked. Many pirate groups who had emerged from Impel Down, scattered across the chaotic islands, were now forced to reconsider whether their actions had offended Whitebeard. In the worst-case scenario, their actions annoyed Whitebeard, who said, "I'm afraid that their days won't be any better until they're 18. Right now, the world, which had been unbearably chaotic, suddenly became quiet and peaceful. Those audacious thugs were now terrified, fearing that their every move might inadvertently offend Whitebeard and bring about their own demise. The upper half. The harmonious myriad of phenomena remains in its original position, continuing its flight. In reality, Whitebeard's seemingly simple punches actually contained a great deal of meaning. From the very beginning, Whitebeard unleashed his powerful shockwave abilities, shattering everything and creating a fragmented spatial field that blocked all attempts to enter. Regardless of whether it's matter or quantity, anything that requires the use of spatial transmission cannot enter the domain. Lightning cannot penetrate this area. This type of observation hockey is a unique wave developed by the human body itself, and it's impossible to penetrate its own domain. Enel's natural observation hockey was also rendered ineffective. There's no way to predict Whitebeard's moves. Whitebeard's two fists, however, contained several kinds of abilities. The power of his god-demon body exploded like primordial force. His armament hockey was further strengthened. The fluctuating shockwave created an irresistible impact, and his observation hockey tracked Enel's dodging movements, preventing Enel from quickly evading. This is a true powerhouse. Simplify all complex forces. Simply throw a punch. It's possible to actually hit a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Even though Enel had transformed into a lightning being after the elemental change, he still couldn't dodge in time. It's as if Enel is as fast as lightning. Just like before, there was no way to dodge Whitebeard's punch in the blink of an eye, because from the very beginning of the spatial domain, Whitebeard had already controlled everything. A colossal spectacle. Harmonious harmony on the spaceship. King Rayleigh was utterly terrified. He had never imagined that someone could shatter space itself. Rayleigh's throat constricted, and he said in a disbelieving voice, "Is this a domain?" When immense power reaches its absolute limit, he could immediately break through to the God realm. Space breakthrough, forming a star field. Rayleigh took a deep breath. He never thought he would one day witness such a battle scene. Even though he was the type of person who looked like an old skeleton, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling with excitement. "Father, you are indeed the strongest." At this moment, the squad leader, who had just appeared on the ship's deck, was present. Each of them excitedly revealed a look of joy. Initially, Enel appeared, the squad leader, requesting to go into battle, but was stopped by Whitebeard. Firstly, Enel possesses immense power, judging from the original Whitebeard story. That's clearly evident. Considering the original storyline of the Four Emperors arc, Enel is still the strongest boss Luffy encounters in front of everyone, being subjected to what is called a true counter ability. The ability that Luffy sent flying was only activated on the spaceship. Luffy was just lucky. The lightning fruit is known as the most powerful and invincible Logia-type devil fruit ability. Even as the team leader, there's number 100% guarantee of victory. Secondly, Whitebeard himself was a battle-crazed individual, a former soldier. If anyone challenged him to a fight, he naturally wouldn't let it slide. Needless to say, he was incredibly frustrated during his time as an undercover agent. Therefore, after transmigrating and becoming Whitebeard, he no longer had any secrets left to hide. Modest. Don't joke around. That's just a weak person making excuses. Reborn as Whitebeard, he is destined to never work humbly. He must stir up a storm of bloodshed on this vast ocean. Cluck cluck, ha ha ha, you guys are so good at flattering. Get ready for the next battle. Whitebeard's hand flicked swiftly, scaring the group of squad leaders into quickly shrinking back. "Dad, you can be more careful. Don't accidentally send us flying. Ha ha ha. Father, we may not be able to withstand your power. A bunch of brats. Are you itching for a beating? Want to pick a fight?" Marco asked, "Father, that lightning fruit user. Should we go and kill him?" Whitebeard waved his hand. Even if he's seriously injured, he can still escape with lightning speed. "We might not be able to catch him. Let's not worry about his spaceship for now. Right now, there's no time to kill Enel either. If Enel wanted to escape alone, it would be impossible to catch him. Even with the help of the Moo fruit user, Ivor, you wouldn't be able to surpass Enel in terms of speed. Of course, that's assuming Enel doesn't have the eyes to speak. Whitebeard would kill him at the early evening banquet. Enel, this guy, can only appear at noon." Whitebeard chuckled, thinking back to a short skit from his previous life. Why? No one knew why, and everyone, out of curiosity, asked about it. Because he died at the party too soon, cluck cluck, ha ha ha. The Whitebeard pirates, feeling incredibly warm inside, once again started their spaceship and flew towards the comm belt. There, another battle awaits them. After Whitebeard left, Enel, severely wounded and with his physical strength almost completely depleted, was flying backward. He struggled to regain his strength, once again transforming his elemental abilities, and flew back towards his spaceship. "Captain, you must be the fattest one. How did you fail?" A small group of robotic figures instantly rushed forward, surrounding Enel, each one gazing at the utterly pathetic Enel, their eyes glistening with tears. "This is a group of sympathetic little helmeted robots. HMPH, HMPH. Enel groaned in pain, looking at the group of little people in front of him. He really had no other choice. "Remember, I'm not fat at all. I need to heal you. You'd better stay far away from me, or I'll electrocute you. A bunch of little brats. They definitely want to see me made a fool of." Enel's personality has indeed changed a great deal since his time in Skypiea. A large part of the reason is because of the tiny robots in front of this group of people. However, there is one thing Enel is certain of, and it has never changed: the pursuit of boundless territory. He has now conquered the moon. Heading to the Grand Line, Enel must definitely embark on a journey to the Grand Line. He's healing. I'm afraid we won't be able to give you this opportunity. Just then, a group of people wearing long white robes suddenly appeared on the deck of Enel's spaceship. It's unclear what methods this group used to profit, but they managed to get onto the spaceship in the sky. This group of people, clad in long white robes that covered their entire bodies, even their faces concealed by masks, stood opposite Enel. Each of them exuded the aura of a powerful expert. A group of powerful individuals. Land the spaceship. We'll begin our journey from the island. Enel didn't even glance at the group of people who appeared before him, directly giving orders to the small, helmeted man beside him. Right. A small group of robotic figures quickly bowed and nodded in greeting. Yes, Captain, where are they? As the small-statured engineer bowed in greeting, he couldn't help but glance nervously towards the other end of the deck, where several strange figures in white robes had appeared. A small group of machine-like figures couldn't help but nervously pick up their weapons. Their captain, Enel, was seriously injured at the moment. A group of people had somehow managed to get onto the deck, clearly with ill intentions. Are you prepared for battle or not? The little robots regarded Enel as the one who had avenged their benefactor, Dr. Bright Moon, and therefore felt immense gratitude and reverence for him. Seeing that Enel completely disregarded them, the group of people in white robes secretly decided they had to teach Enel a lesson. As a user of the lightning fruit ability, we acknowledge the strength you've displayed. It's very powerful. To be able to fight against Whitebeard, you can already be considered a strong fighter. It's just that. You are now severely injured, and with your current abilities, I'm afraid you're no match for us. If you don't cooperate, we can kill you anytime. Let's show some respect. These people, who were uninvited guests, spoke to Enel without any politeness whatsoever. The atmosphere at the scene was tense, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Captain! A group of small, robotic figures all raised their weapons, aiming them at the group of uninvited guests opposite them. Enel calmly looked towards the group of uninvited guests, saying nonchalantly, they're just a bunch of weak, low-class people. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Lightning flashed at Enel's fingertips, a lucky omen, a silver electric arc, incredibly dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at it. Even if I am injured, you bunch of rats are no match for me. As Enel's voice faded, a terrifying divine judgment swept out from his hand. The divine sanction can not only unleash overwhelming, linear attacks, but also deliver equally devastating surprise strikes. Impossible! A group of uninvited guests in white robes instantly sent shivers down my spine and made my hair stand on end. Maybe. The divine punishment lightning was incredibly fast. They had no chance of dodging it. Boom, boom, boom. The divine judgment strikes equally. A terrifying pillar of lightning, bursting forth with dazzling light and carrying immense, terrifying power, struck a group of people in white robes. With just one move, a group of uninvited guests in white robes were all sent flying by the divine punishment, plummeting out of the spaceship. They were all critically injured, spitting blood everywhere, and plummeting from a great height. Obviously, for this group of people who provoked him like a rat, Enel would kill them. Oh my God, those people who were blown away by the lightning fruit ability users are from the world government's CP organization. At this moment, down on the island, seeing many people in white robes still scattered about, they cried out in astonishment. The world's governments are secretly plotting again. Seeing the woman in the white dress cough up blood and fall to the ground. At this moment, countless people were terrified. While horrified by the world's clandestine government schemes, many more than 010 people admire Enel's strength. Even in such a severely injured state, he remains just as powerful. What a terrifying Logia-type ability. No wonder he's a true champion of the devil fruit. Countless people are exclaiming in astonishment. Dong, dong, dong. Those figures, clad in white robes, came from the CP organization. Black smoke rose, a trail of sparks and lightning flashed, and glittering boules fell, crashing down with a thunderous roar, shattering some island of stone mountain. They're all dead. This group of people, who were incredibly unlucky, were utterly doomed to die when they crashed into a rocky mountain during their fall. After being bombarded by Enel's divine punishment, these guys' bodies were in a paralyzed state, and falling from such a height onto the rocky mountain, it's no surprise they died. The world was shocked. The CP organization's powerful figures died just like that. Incredible! At that moment, Enel's spaceship descended from the sky. This colossal object, which had attracted worldwide attention, fell directly down, landing on the surface of the sea. Become a colossal pirate ship that will strike fear into the hearts of all. In this world, I fear only Whitebeard is truly unparalleled. Can Harmony and Harmony possibly stand alongside him on equal footing? Everyone was full of admiration, because stopping at midair requires energy consumption, and Enel had almost completely depleted his energy during his battle with Whitebeard. He naturally couldn't afford to let the spaceship stop at midair again and consume energy. Therefore, they finally landed. The user of the Lightning Fruit ability. He's seriously injured and in critical condition. At this moment, there was no shortage of pirates with the audacity to cause trouble, seemingly tempted to do so. Move. That's right, he went through a great battle with Whitebeard. Then he exhausted his energy, killing members of the world government's spy network. He can't possibly have any fighting ability left. Otherwise, his spaceship wouldn't have crashed. It must be to facilitate his healing. This is our good opportunity. Seeing Enel below the cargo ship, several powerful pirates stirred, believing that Enel had lost the ability to fight again. We're the ones who've offended Whitebeard. We've caused trouble on the island under Whitebeard's banner. We become Whitebeard's enemies. Once Whitebeard is free, he'll definitely attack us. At that time, we'll be in utter disaster. Originally, these pirates were also death row prisoners from Impel Down, a gang of extremely vicious and evil people. Having once been Whitebeard's men in the New World, they committed atrocities in the first half of the Grand Line, having burned, murdered, and plundered under Whitebeard's pirate banner. It's important to know that Whitebeard absolutely forbade anyone under his banner from committing evil. This is a ban. Absolutely not. These villains, these dead prisoners, are incredibly audacious, challenging Whitebeard's prestige. How about we kill this user of the Thunderfruit ability? We'll offer him as a sacrifice to the conquering world. With this demand, the world government will protect us. This will prevent the Whitebeard pirates from attacking us. There is someone who would suggest this. On this side, they were secretly plotting their initial plans. When they saw the CP organization taking action, they knew that the world government must be interested in the users of the Thunderfruit ability. In short, the world of governments has failed again. If they succeed in capturing Enel and offering him to the world government, they will certainly receive protection from the world government. Just like that, what if we offend Whitebeard? Ha ha ha, what a perfect plan. These individuals were extremely vicious and cruel, and they decided to take a desperate gamble because they sensed fear emanating from Whitebeard. Whitebeard's immense power made them feel the imminent threat of death. If they could gain the protection of the world government, then they would be safe. They don't need to worry or be on guard against Whitebeard either. From their perspective, even if they had once provoked Whitebeard, as long as they had the protection of the world government, what could Whitebeard possibly do to them? Moreover, with the strength of the few of us, we're certainly not weaker than that guy who possesses the Thunder Fruit. Since that's the case, then it's time to move. This group comes from Impel Down's 6th floor, the evil, dead prisoners. The first half of the Grand Line. Ahead lay an island, the deep blue sea lapping against the shore, producing a soothing, pleasant sound of waves. Perhaps at this very moment, there was simply no one in the mood or interest to listen to the sound waves, because it's on the coast not far from there. A gigantic object floating on the surface of the sea stirred up countless waves, creating a powerful and imposing spectacle. This is a gigantic object. It came from Enel's spaceship. As soon as Enel went to sea, he attracted the attention of countless pirates. This Logia-type lightning fruit user's battle with Whitebeard in the sky was truly astonishing. Hearing the news of 75-3 caused worldwide attention and created a sensation among countless people. On the beach, countless people rushed to gather and watch. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 a pirate ship heading towards Enel's pirate ship. A loud, violent bang echoed from the east. Two pirate ships collided. TSK. Seeing that scene, many people gasped in shock. Unexpectedly, at this time, someone still dared to cause trouble. That Thunderfruit expert had just slaughtered a group of CP organization members, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. There are actually people with such audacity. Oh my god, that's a pirate ship from the West Sea. Are they tired of living? No, the entire West Sea pirate crew has been slaughtered by those dead prisoners from Impel Down. The people sitting on that pirate ship right now. They must be those who slaughtered the dead prisoners from the West Sea pirate crew. I heard those people are terrifying figures from the 6th level of Impel Down. It's so noisy. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted in an instant. Who the hell is this pirate ship that stopped right in front of us, old pirates? You've damaged our pirate ship. Now get down here and pay up. Otherwise, we'll probably have to come aboard and butcher you. This was a deliberate attack on Enel's pirate spaceship. A preemptive strike, the villain making the first accusation. This is the person intentionally faked being hit. Upon hearing these words, the sea on the shore was once again instantly thrown into a commotion. Indeed, they are a bunch of extremely vicious and evil people daring to commit such a heinous act of rebellion. However, Enel was on the boat, and not a sound was coming from him. It seems the tycoons didn't give you any points for your looks. You don't know how powerful they are. The group of dead prisoners exchanged glances, burst into a fit of laughter, and leapt onto Enel's pirate ship, sailing forward. Ken Ket Ket. Greeting them was a group of adorable, cute little robot-like figures wearing helmets, each one armed and aiming directly at the climbing pirates. Ha ha ha, do you think that with just a few guns, you can stand against us? Hehes, it seems you, Captain, are about to die. Are you about to die? Ha ha ha, little ones, your captain. Are you all right now? We were so scared. You had weapons in your hands. We were so scared, a gang of wicked pirates, haphazardly mocking and jeering. They concluded, Enel is nowhere to be seen. He must be too severely injured. In this way, they became even more determined in their hearts. If Enel is sent to seek protection from the world government, then there's no need to worry about Whitebeard. The pirates became more and more excited the more they thought about it. You guys, you'd better not provoke our captain. Our captain is practically invincible. The tiny, weak robot head uttered a single sentence. Ha ha ha, your captain is invincible. Are you almost beaten to death by Whitebeard? Hurry up and get your captain out here. You're obstructing our pirates, causing our pirate ship to be damaged. So get your captain out here and compensate us. The villains showed no fear whatsoever. They had already determined that Enel was incapable of fighting again. Clearly, you deliberately bumped into me. This is intentional deception. The tiny robot, its face full of indignation, criticized Zero. These pirates, about 5 meters tall, had fierce, brutal, and vicious expressions on their faces. They completely ignored these tiny robots and proceeded to wreak havoc indiscriminately. A bunch of little rats. How dare they act so arrogantly in front of me? Just then, Enel emerged from the ship's cabin. He didn't look very well. His gait was unsteady, and his speech was slurred. He was seriously injured. Seeing this situation, those extremely vicious pirates laughed even more wildly. So young, but he's grown up a bit strange. Pretty boy. You damaged our pirate ship. How do you plan to compensate us? As soon as he finished speaking, those villainous pirates, in a frenzy, rushed towards Enel, attacking him from all directions. Suddenly, they made things difficult for the pirates. almost in an instant. Enel has also arrived. Just moments away from capturing Enel, a major incident occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, in the middle of the room, next to Enel, streaks of silver lightning instantly erupted, the silver lightning resembling silver snakes, possessing terrifying destructive power. Several pirates who had charged forward were instantly blown away by the lightning. Dong, dong, dong. Every single pirate was sent flying, their heads completely shattered. Only headless corpses were left, scattered everywhere. Lightning flashed, and these powerful and ferocious pirates were all killed instantly, their heads smashed open. It's noisy. Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. Along the entire coastline, the sound of people gasping for air echoed incessantly. Terrifying. Everyone was utterly terrified. Oh my God, what a terrible trick. So many powerful and vicious pirates were instantly killed by having their heads smashed open. Is this just a severely injured user of the Thunderfruit ability? Then, how terrifying would he be in his peak state? Screams of fear echoed across the entire coastline. By now, everyone is in the open. Enel was severely wounded. 15 of the powerful CP organization members were killed from behind, and in an instant, the heads of several great pirates were smashed. What a terrible and infuriating tactic. Right now, everyone is transparent. To send Enel flying in his ultimate form, what kind of power would that require? News spread for the time being. The whole world was shocked. I never imagined Enel would be this powerful. Even though Enel was severely injured and in danger, he was still incredibly powerful and unbeatable. But right now, the whole world is once again terrified. Whitebeard and Enel, in their peak form, fought a battle and defeated him. How terrifying was Whitebeard's power, really? Whitebeard, this is terrifying. He actually sent a powerful expert of the level of the Thunderfruit user flying. Everyone involuntarily recalled this scene from before, when Whitebeard's two powerful punches instantly sent Enel flying, spitting blood and scattering him high in the sky. Only now did everyone understand. How terrifying were those iron fists of Whitebeard? This is beyond the capabilities of humankind. We have reached the divine realm. At this moment, countless people were inwardly terrified and shocked by Whitebeard's invincible demeanor and abilities. In this world, Whitebeard is the most terrifying character. Countless people with such inner fears and thoughts. Whitebeard. 3 words. Enough to threaten the entire Grand Line. A tremendous shockwave across this vast ocean. Captain, there are a few more people on that boat. The tiny robot observed that those people had just been there, and now there was a group of friends below. Hissing sounds, Enel once again underwent an elemental transformation, his body enveloped in dazzling, shimmering silver electric arcs, giving him an air of profound mystery. All we saw was a flash of lightning. Enel appeared on that pirate ship. Dong, dong, dong. Those men were completely terrified of the pirates, and they hastily knelt down. Seeing their comrade's head instantly smashed open, they were terrified, their faces turning pale, chills running down their spines, their scalps tingling, their whole bodies trembling. We beg you, please spare us. A pirate began to beg for forgiveness. These things come from the prisoners of Impel Down, and there will be a day when they beg for forgiveness. Just now, when we went up to find Enel, the troublesome pirates, some were from the 6th level of Impel Down, some were from the 5th level, and the rest, judging by the ships, were all from the 4th level or below. These people, in their daily lives, are extremely cruel and wicked, committing atrocities, arson, murder, and robbery. But I was completely terrified. You insignificant ant, yet you dare to presume to be dignified before me, the supreme god. Enel didn't even glance at them. He currently had no interest in toying with weaker opponents. Lightning flashed in Enel's palm, a dazzling silver light, a terrifying bolt of lightning with destructive power. No, no, no. Those wicked pirates, I threaten you to quickly bow down. They had all long forgotten the grandeur they displayed upon their arrival. Please let us off the hook. I beg you. Yes, 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 yes. We have a common enemy. We are all Whitebeard's enemy. That's right. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. If you spare us, we can even recommend you to the world government. These are all Whitebeard's enemies. If you spare us, we can go up against Whitebeard. As the pirates begged for forgiveness, they suddenly thought of Whitebeard. They seemed to be grasping at a last lifeline, shouting frantically, 673 Whitebeard. So that guy's name is Whitebeard. Enel looked up towards the horizon, but unfortunately, the harmonious aura had long since vanished. Enel couldn't help but recall that scene of Whitebeard in his crescent moon form. Suddenly, Enel lowered his head, observing the pirates kneeling below. What are you? How dare you oppose him? He is my opponent, you. You don't even have the qualifications to be his enemies. What exactly is the world of government? Only I, the god, can defeat him. You worthless pieces of trash. You're not worthy to call yourselves his enemies. From the beginning, a silver light suddenly appeared, and lightning instantly erupted from Enel's middle finger. Silver snakes instantly shot into the heads of several pirates. The pirates' hair stood on end for a moment. They heard Enel say in the blink of an eye, and they knew they were doomed, but they simply couldn't avoid it. Bang, bang, bang. These pirates, all of them instantly, smashed their heads open and died. Seeing this scene, the entire coastline was in an uproar. Each gasp of cold air echoed outwards, especially Enel's last few sentences, which concerned Whitebeard, caused everyone to become even more terrified. It's truly a battle between gods. What a terrifying tactic, even with serious injuries. He's still so powerful. Just imagine how terrifying the battle between Whitebeard and him must have been. Is this the ultimate tactic? What will this world become in the future? The world is already in chaos, and now there are visitors from the heavens. Is this world about to descend into complete chaos? While everyone was focused on this major event, countless others were also distressed and began to lament. This is a time of great chaos. The naval headquarters is lost. The world is being ignored and overlooked by governments. Impel Down was also opened by Magellan. Extremely brutal criminals, starting chaos all over the world 870. May the powerful Whitebeard pirates take action and wipe out the Death Squad. Otherwise, this world will become even more uncontrollable, even more chaotic and unbearable. Countless people admired him and simultaneously began to hope, wondering how wonderful it would be if Whitebeard could step forward, quell the chaos, and restore order to the world. This world is in utter chaos. Everywhere there was burning, killing, and looting. The people were left homeless. Only Whitebeard, under the island's banner, could live in peace and quiet, seemingly without power struggles. No one dared to cause trouble in Whitebeard's territory. Even those extremely vicious and ruthless individuals who escaped from Impel Down after this earth-shattering battle dared not harbor any further rebellious intentions. Join the Whitebeard pirates under the island's flag and you'll find peace. More and more people are fleeing under Whitebeard's flag on the island. For the time being, under Whitebeard's banner mast, the island became increasingly prosperous. Even individual kingdoms declared their allegiance to Whitebeard, becoming under his rule and protected by him. This started to scare the world's governments. If things continue to unfold in that way, in the future, the position of world governments will be relentlessly eroded. Of course, these are all things that happened later. After instantly eliminating several pirates, Enel flew back to the spaceship and began his healing journey. If I hadn't launched the spaceship to chase you earlier, how could I have consumed so much energy? HMPH. Enel was extremely resentful of his defeat in this battle. He felt that the main reason for his loss to Whitebeard was that he had used up a massive amount of energy to power his enormous spaceship, leaving him to rely entirely on the energy stored in his ancient artifact to fight during their duel. His own energy was almost completely depleted by the moment he started the spaceship. How hateful! Enel was furious. He had just come down from the moon and had already been knocked flying. I wonder what Enel would feel if he knew that his defeat at the hands of Whitebeard had spread throughout the world. Whitebeard, sooner or later, I will return to avenge this humiliation. Enel returned to the ship's cabin and continued to heal himself using the ionized lightning. He was seen with his entire body enveloped in leaping ions, his skin shimmering and flashing, his whole being electrified, appearing mystical and unpredictable. And then there's that Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Damn that Straw Hat Kid. Across, the news that Enel had killed all the members of the CP faction reached the Red Line and the Five Elders. For the time being, the Five Elder Stars became increasingly irritated. It almost resulted in vaginal discharge. They originally thought they could seize the opportunity, a huge advantage. Who knows, the lady of the house might be defeated again. From the beginning, they believed that no matter the outcome of Whitebeard and Enel's battle, their world government would ultimately benefit. Who knows? The final result was that he instantly transformed into Whitebeard and sent Enel flying. This came as a surprise to the Five Elders. Ultimately, the only option was to surrender the newly arrived CP organization members to capture Enel, ideally making him a tool for the world government, a pawn of the world government. Little did they know that Enel was arrogant and conceited, fundamentally disregarding the world government, the highest power in the world, and the Five Elders. He immediately ordered all the men sent by the Five Elders to be slaughtered. To put it bluntly, what is the world of governments anyway? This caused the Five Elders to lose face completely and feel extremely uncomfortable. What started as a calculated move to watch the Tigers fight from the sidelines, ultimately leading to a situation where one reaps the benefits like a fisherman reaping the rewards, ended up causing the wife to suffer a defeat. Are you angry or not? Of course it's gas. Even though the Five Elder Stars have lived for countless years, they have never been so frustrated. Perhaps following along would also lessen the anger and resentment that was being conveyed. There is a coalition of kingdoms that has declared its departure from the world government under its banner, seeking to join Whitebeard's forces, accepting Whitebeard's rule, declaring its territory to become Whitebeard's domain, and pledging to offer a vast fortune to the Whitebeard pirates. They only seek the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. This news reached the ears of the Five Elders, and in an instant, it enraged all five of them to the point of blindness. Escape from the world of government. Will he join Whitebeard's ranks? He willingly offered a sacrifice far exceeding the heavenly gold standard, solely for the sake of seeking Whitebeard's protection. This world-shattering news not only reached the ears of the Five Elders, but spread across the globe in an instant, attracting the attention of countless people. Simultaneously, many of the original United Kingdom governments were also very concerned about this one point. Similarly, there were those who were worried and wanted to join Whitebeard's ranks under his command. All it takes is someone to set a precedent. Some people have only one head. More and more kingdoms will join Whitebeard's ranks. That's so annoying. The great demon, who had severed the Five Elder Stars, was filled with immense rage. He had always been calm and composed, maintaining a cold demeanor, but unexpectedly, at this moment, he was furious. The kingdom actively sought to break free from the world of government. He proactively asked to join Whitebeard's ranks. What does this mean? This is a slap in the face. Aggressively slapping the faces of the world government, slapping the faces of those few supreme power holders in the world government. I'm so angry I could die. The bald-headed Five Elder Stars were furious. Even when they witnessed the naval headquarters being trampled to the ground, they had never felt such intense anger. The United Kingdom proactively declared its departure from the world government's leadership, seeking to join Whitebeard's ranks, which shook the very foundations of the world government. Once this kind of thing spreads widely, once it takes root, it will completely shake the power of the world's top governments. Let the world government be dissolved. Injustice must be destroyed. Even the Five Elder Stars couldn't sit still any longer. Damn Whitebeard, so that's it. He's playing a huge game of chess. A game of earth-shattering chess. A man in a black suit and leather shoes, one of the 5 elder stars, was so enraged that even his white goatee trembled. So that's how it is. The reason Whitebeard initiated all those major events was for this day. Right now, the 5 elder stars could no longer maintain stability. They could no longer peacefully sit behind the scenes toying with power and political maneuvering. Right now, they were all panicking. In their eyes, Whitebeard had laid down a massive heavenly banner. It's just that. Only at this moment did the 5 elders realize Satori had arrived, and that they were now openly confronting him. It's too late now. Damn Whitebeard, we should have used the strongest means to kill Whitebeard from the start. Then this chaotic situation wouldn't have arisen. The United Kingdom's escape completely overwhelmed the 5 elders, giving them a sense of danger, an unprecedented danger, an unparalleled feeling of fear. It's been so many years since I felt this way. These 5 individuals, who control the highest echelons of power in the world's governments, haven't felt such a sense of danger in years. Having never felt any sense of danger before, the 5 elder stars became wary. It's just that. The 5 elder stars never imagined that their exorbitant taxes, their enormous tax payments, and their demand for monstrous offerings of heavenly gold and wealth from the kingdom's banner had long since alienated the people and chilled the hearts of those under their banner, especially the arrogant and domineering celestial dragon nobility, who used their status and position to oppress the kingdom in various ways. The world has had enough. Escape the world of government and join Whitebeard's ranks. That was the right choice for them. As figures wielding supreme power in the world, the 5 elders will never see this point. What they want is absolute domination, not so-called democracy. How would that be any different from the Revolutionary Army? The reason the world government considers Monkey D. Long of the Revolutionary Army the most dangerous figure in the world is precisely because the Revolutionary Army has the potential to shake the very foundations of their world government. Fresh Flower Bridge Zero? It's only possible. Immediately, Longy became the world government's #1 enemy. The Revolutionary Army risked their lives to rescue the Central Kingdom from disaster, acting secretly, yielding numerous independent kingdoms, freeing them from the world's governing power, and liberating their kingdoms. It could be under the ice. While the 5 elders were terrified, more and more people learned the news afterward, and almost immediately, a storm erupted across the globe. Damn it, the whole world is talking about this. This isn't a good thing at all. Whitebeard, I never imagined he would have such ambition. The 5 elder stars were extremely annoyed, angry, and even frightened. I've been completely shocked. Before Whitebeard and his crew, none of them had ever felt such terror. Because, in their view, having ruled this world for hundreds of years, they obviously couldn't be disturbed by the obvious 553 chaos. It's just that. I absolutely never expected that. Whitebeard once brought about a world-shattering event, a tsunami-like upheaval. Not only that, but news also came along. Whitebeard directly allowed that kingdom to join his rule. The Whitebeard pirates suddenly became capable of challenging the world government and the Second Empire. With a leader leading the way, more and more kingdoms will declare their departure from the world government under his banner, seeking to join Whitebeard's side. East Sea, West Sea, North Sea, South China Sea, Grand Line First Half, New World. Each sea region was in utter turmoil because each region had a kingdom that had declared to the whole world its official departure from the world government and its request to join Whitebeard's ranks. Right now, the world is shaken. The 4 seas southeast, west, north, south, the first half of the Grand Line, the New World, everything is in turmoil. The world government, which has ruled this world for hundreds of years, has received an unprecedented challenge. That's Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. Within the world, each kingdom declared its departure from the world's ruling government, but they weren't declaring independence. Instead, They publicly appealed to the entire world to join Whitebeard's ranks. But Whitebeard seemed to accept no one who came to him. As long as you are sincere in your devotion to the kingdom, everyone is allowed to join. In the meantime, the whole world began calling the Whitebeard pirates the Whitebeard Empire. And these news stories emerged in an incredibly short period of time. Within an extremely short period of time, no fewer than 20 kingdoms, 20 powerful kingdoms, 20 prosperous kingdoms, declared their departure from the world government and sought to join Whitebeard's ranks. We've taken control of Whitebeard. Accept Whitebeard's leadership. The whole world was shaken, chaos reigned, and the entire world erupted in turmoil. When this news reached them, the 5 elder stars were utterly enraged. They all seemed to be stomping on the old man's feet, their faces turning purple with anger. Spread the news. Anyone attempting to escape the world government's control over the kingdom will become an enemy of the world government and will be attacked by the world government. Own. This news originated from the highest echelons of government, from the red line emanating from the sacred land of Mariedua. In an instant, the whole world was in uproar. The 5 elders are trying to forcefully intimidate those kingdoms that have escaped the world government. We want to use this to intimidate the remaining restless kingdoms. It's just that. To everyone's surprise, those who had actively broken free from the world government not only showed no fear of the world government, but also proactively spoke out, declaring their intention to fight for Whitebeard and conquer the world government's heinous crimes. A heinous crime. This word has once again pushed the world government to the brink of disaster. The world government protecting the celestial dragon nobility is the real heinous crime and evildoer of this world. The world government disregards the rise and fall of kingdoms and their people, forcibly collecting exorbitant taxes collectively known as the heavenly gold tax, which is the sweat, blood, and lives of the people of the great kingdoms. What exactly does the world government, protecting the celestial dragons, do with these unjust gains? Slave of humanity. Waste. They treat human life like dirt. They killed countless lives. In the North Sea, news of indignant rebellion spread from every kingdom. Our kingdom once had hundreds of beautiful young women abducted by the aristocratic world. They all became slaves and prisoners of the celestial dragons, ultimately meeting a tragic end in the holy land of Mariedua, without even a grave, their bodies dumped on the red line. The soil of the red line is stained red with the fresh blood of humanity under the rule of the world government. In the West Sea, similarly, the voices of various kingdoms echoed, rebelling against the world government. Absolutely no regrets. Each celestial dragon has countless bloodstains on their hands. They have taken countless innocent lives. The world's governments may be covering for them, but they're doing it this way. The whole world has begun its conquest of the world government. The world's governments are in panic. The 5 elder stars were completely panicked. Whitebeard did absolutely nothing, yet he still let the world government and the 5 elders be unable to resist. All measures have been used. We must get rid of Whitebeard. One of the 5 elder stars was furious. Put a bounty on his head. Increase Whitebeard's bounty to the maximum. 3 billion is up for grabs. Another of the 5 elders was so angry he stomped his foot. Their power was being threatened in an unprecedented way in history, and this was driving them mad. No, 10 billion berries. A bounty on Whitebeard's head. 10 billion dong reward offered. 10 billion berries reward for losing your mind. Unprecedented in history. Looking back at the entire history of pirates, over 2,000 years, there has never been a bounty exceeding 10 billion berries. This is enough to prove that the world's 5 elders government harbors hatred, apprehension, and fear towards Whitebeard. Once this news broke, it immediately caused a global sensation. Oh my God, a 10 billion berries reward for Edward Newgate. That's outrageous. Throughout history, there has never been a bounty of 10 billion berries. The highest bounty ever offered before was from the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a dragon. But now it's Whitebeard, a 10 billion berries bounty. How many times greater is that than a dragon? 10 billion berries as a reward. Are the world's governments crazy? The New World, an island, a group of pirates, and a bounty poster. 160. This is an extraordinary and unique reward order. Never before in history has there been such a huge reward notice. This reward offer is 5 times the normal amount. Above the bounty poster was Whitebeard, wielding a massive, domineering sword with a handle over 10 meters long, his entire body enveloped in purple conqueror's haki, exuding an awe-inspiring, boundless aura of a true overlord. That scene of Whitebeard in his crescent moon form seemed to exude an even more powerful and domineering aura. A truly regal and dignified demeanor. Beneath the local photograph, there was a dense, intricate mass of small text. The page was filled with rows of small print stories related to Whitebeard. It seems even a simple bounty poster wouldn't be enough to tell the whole story of Whitebeard. Bounty offered. Name, Edward Newgate. Introduction. A former New World pirate who initiated a heinous war of attrition, then died in battle, but somehow came back to life upon his return. He murdered Marine Headquarters Admiral Borsellino, Marine Headquarters Chief Inspector Sengoku, Marine Headquarters Admiral Fujitora Isho, Marine Headquarters Hero Vice Admiral Garp, Marine Headquarters Marshal Sakazuki, and Marine Headquarters Supreme Commander No. 1. He destroyed the independent kingdom of Grand Tesoro Golden City, annihilated the naval headquarters, and seized it for himself. His crimes are heinous. Edward Newgate is a man of unparalleled power, a truly shocking ability user, possessing terrifying physical strength, invincible conqueror's haki, observation haki, armament haki, ferocious and brutal, domineering beyond measure, extremely ruthless. Nickname: clearly chaos, death. When people read the 3 words Whitebeard, they couldn't help but be shaken to their core. Whitebeard. Those 3 words, seemingly possessing an ancient, intimidating power, would cause even the weakest pirates to feel their minds shaken, unable to harbor any thoughts of rebelling against Whitebeard. It was as if a force had dispelled all the thoughts of those inferior pirates, crushing their hopes. We wouldn't dare let the pirate group harbor any illusions about offering a high bounty. 10 billion berries bounty. The original version could drive the whole world crazy. Just getting Whitebeard's head would yield a colossal fortune of 10 billion berries BFBC. That's right. Right now. The whole world was in an uproar, yet not many dared to act, and countless others didn't even dare to think about it. Don't joke around. This is Whitebeard. It's not someone else. It's not the old man's tomb. The fighting force isn't just made up of 5 pieces of trash. But it is, clearly, chaos, death. Just those 3 words alone are enough to strike fear into countless people around the world. You should know that those who once harbored ambitions of opposing Whitebeard no longer exist. That's how the Golden Emperor was. That's the kind of Navy Admiral he is. The 4 Emperors' aunt is the same. Consider him to be called the King of Beasts, Kadu, or something like that. Kadu, having fallen from grace and become a subordinate of Whitebeard, a formidable zombie king, was serving Whitebeard. What an outrageous and world-shattering tactic! Who would dare to tease? New World, Revolutionary Army Base. The vast expanse of the Paracel Islands swept across the sky, engulfing the island within the base. The officials stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the reward announcement laid out on the table. Edward Newgate has issued a bounty. 10 billion berries are up for grabs. Unprecedented in history. Leader, a reward of 10 billion berries. That's many times more than you'd like. The official spoke with unceasing fear. Upon learning of Whitebeard's bounty offer, the entire Revolutionary Army was shaken, utterly terrified and utterly bewildered. At this time, Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, had left to carry out a mission on an island. Another special officer of the Revolutionary Army, Queen Okama Ivankov, was also absent. She had returned to her Cherry Blossom Kingdom to continue training Sanji. This is the world of government. At this moment, even the seemingly all-seeing, all-controlling dragon couldn't help but frown. He was somewhat unable to predict the current state of affairs in the world. We must move quickly, liberate more kingdoms. We can't wait any longer. Whitebeard. 10 billion berries are up for grabs. Even a dragon couldn't help but feel terrified. Are the world governments crazy? They're offering a reward of 10 billion berries. Gemini, the original owner of the newspaper, accompanied by his elderly, sighted old man, kept muttering to himself incessantly. He was none other than Crocus, the ship's doctor who had once been a formidable figure alongside Roger on the high seas. 10 billion berries was the bounty even he had never imagined it. His captain, Roger, wasn't even a fraction of Whitebeard's bounty when he was here. Even in the legendary pirate era, such a massive bounty has never been offered. For pirates, having a bounty on their head, whether high or low, is a kind of honor. That's right. It's a kind of honor. Maybe 10 billion berries as a bounty in this world. No one has ever received the honor of being the supreme pirate. Crocus, his face wrinkled with fear, his forehead furrowed with shock, exclaimed, "A 10 billion berries bounty. Whitebeard, Whitebeard, have you become this powerful? How can you make the world government so wary of you?" This man, who had once fought alongside Whitebeard as a powerful ship's doctor, was now experiencing a level of emotional turmoil that was second to none in the entire world. Clearly, he's already getting old. Well, Whitebeard has once again returned to the peak. And not only has he reached the peak, but Whitebeard has reached the divine realm. Divine domain, what is that? Vibrate. These were powerful figures from a previous generation, legendary characters who once reigned supreme across this vast ocean, but now they are utterly terrified by Whitebeard's bounty. This is truly an unbelievable event. Things that could even slightly shock legendary figures like them, who have witnessed the treacherous upheavals of the entire Grand Line, are incredibly rare. So rare it's infuriating. It's safe to say that almost nothing in this world could even slightly frighten characters like them. If so, that's Whitebeard's bounty order. 10 billion berries are up for grabs. New World, Whitebeard Pirates Base. When the Whitebeard Pirates saw their father's order to put a bounty on the island, the entire crew erupted in cheers, shaking the entire island. My dad has a 10 billion berries bounty on his head. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Little Horse Jr., speaking with fear, said, "As a giant, I was so shocked that my whole body trembled. It's too exaggerated. My dad is offering a reward of 10 billion berries. Terrifying." Known as the Ice Demoness, she was equally terrified. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unparalleled shock. The world's biggest bounty has been offered. 10 billion berries are up for reward. This is an honorary father. This is an honor for all of us, the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Right now, the entire Whitebeard Pirates base is in a frenzy of celebration. For pirates, the higher the bounty, the greater the honor. Since Whitebeard's father returned, he has repeatedly revolutionized the world, repeatedly challenged global themes, and repeatedly become the focus of worldwide attention. One by one, we crush one powerful enemy after another. Keep your eyes on the world. Or not. Take a look at the entire history of pirates. These are all unprecedented honors. Every single thing Whitebeard did could be considered a major event in history. Each time it caused a global upheaval. Every time he takes action, he strikes fear into the hearts of the world. Fresh Flower Bridge Zero? This time, my father didn't even lift a finger, yet he caused the whole world to erupt in chaos, the whole world to be shaken, the whole world to fear. That's right. Whitebeard didn't make a single move this time. It was the United Kingdom that proactively offered, declared their departure from the world government, and willingly offered enormous tributes, requesting to join Whitebeard's ranks. From that moment on, it sent shivers down his entire body. What has happened cannot be stopped. This led to kingdoms all over the world imitating it. Everyone wanted to join Whitebeard's ranks. This completely shook the fundamental government world. Let the world's governments falter and be on the verge of collapse. To surrender the world government is to put it in infinite danger. Whitebeard didn't even move a fingertip. He did it. No pirate in the whole world, not even in the entire history of pirates, has ever accomplished such a monumental feat. World government power is in turmoil. This instilled in the world's governments a sense of boundless fear. The world's governments are now at a state of panic and disarray. Whitebeard, simply because of his name, Whitebeard, was enough for the world government to put a bounty of 10 billion berries on his head. This is a world-shattering decision. This is my father, reborn. I must stir up a world-shattering storm. Right now. The entire Whitebeard Pirates base was erupting in cheers. They took Whitebeard as their father, feeling immense pride and reverence. This great era is called Whitebeard of the modern era, belongs to the father of the era. Whitebeard offered a bounty of 10 billion berries. This news spread across the globe with unimaginable speed. The whole world is a little scared. The world is in turmoil. Everyone was shaken beyond belief. With the harmonious aura of all things above, Whitebeard also received this news. Father, you've raised the reward to 10 billion berries. Marco held a bounty poster in his hand, roughly the same size as the bounty posters of many top university students in his 5th year. He felt the poster in his palm was exceptionally heavy and substantial. George, this honest man, was also terrified and exclaimed, Father, a 10 billion berries reward. This truly is unbelievable. 6 years 7, for the time being. George Diamond was so shocked he didn't know what to say to describe his feelings at that moment. So touching. 10 billion, 10 billion. Shiki, wielding 2 swords, stood to the side, his eyes blazing with intense golden light as he stared at the bounty poster. His heart was in turmoil. This, from the early days of the pirate era to the great pirate era, and even now, is the most coveted bounty on this vast ocean. Even a legendary pirate like Shiki, the Golden Lion, couldn't help but be utterly shocked. Consider Shiki, the Golden Lion, a legendary pirate who has weathered many storms and faced great challenges. When they learned that Whitebeard had offered a bounty of 10 billion berries at the time, I couldn't help but feel terrified. Even Shiki, the Golden Lion, felt a pang of nostalgia. He felt as if he had returned to his peak years, when he and Whitebeard roamed the vast ocean of the Grand Line, dominating the entire ocean. In this vast ocean, a storm of conflict rages. Since following you, I feel like I've returned to my peak years. Shiki, the Lion King, looked at Whitebeard with a seriousness he had never shown before, his voice even tinged with excitement. That's correct. It's a powerful emotion. He followed Whitebeard precisely to fulfill his dream. Overthrow the world's ruling governments. Conquer the world. This isn't just Shiki the Lion King's lifelong ambition. The more a Leo dreams of their entire life, the more it's a dream. Joining Whitebeard's pirate crew, venturing into the world of conquest, and becoming the ruler of the entire world that is the fulfillment of his dream. Present. We're so close to our dream. Even in his twilight years, Shiki, the Lion King, still has the chance to follow Whitebeard and fulfill their dreams together. This should have seemed achievable, but in reality, it's very difficult to accomplish. But it has to be done. Coming soon? This excited Shiki the Golden Lion. 10 billion berries, not just honorary delegates. The more delegates they are, the more the world governments fear them immensely. Dressed in women's jewelry, Sir Crocodile stood tall and proud, and spoke. At this moment, she, dressed in leather, had a curvaceous figure, a beautiful physique, especially in leather pants, which further accentuated her talent, and her skin appeared incredibly fair. Back when she was still one of the 7 warlords of the sea, no one suspected that she was actually a girl. She was screaming and seeking revenge against Whitebeard, and was nearly beaten to death by him when she was suddenly transformed back into a woman. Sand Beauty. Crocodile. It truly is a thrilling and captivating story of twists and turns. At this moment, Sir Crocodile was equally terrified. 10 billion berries as a reward, what an insane amount of money. This is absolutely unprecedented, something that has never happened before. There was no one before, and there will be no one after. Seeing the terrified expressions of his sons and daughters beside him, Whitebeard maintained his usual cheerful smile. It's just a bounty, 10 billion berries. It's not that much. 10 billion berries as a reward. That's not a lot. Everyone who heard Whitebeard's words nearly fainted. This was unprecedented. No one before or after had ever offered such a huge reward. Looking across the world, across all of history, all are peaks of existence, heights that no one can reach. Maybe, according to Whitebeard, it was simply not that much. This is simply too dismissive of offering reward. It seemed that this kind of bounty, which would shake the whole world, was worthless in Whitebeard's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moonlight. Moria took a deep breath. When he heard about the 10 billion berries bounty, he was so excited he almost jumped up. A 10 billion berries bounty, it was too bizarre, too unbelievable. Yet, his father described it so casually. Moria couldn't help but click his tongue. Dad, you really underestimate the world government's 10 billion berries bounty. You should know, when this bounty was announced, the whole world was shaken. To say that I wasn't scared would be a lie. Among Whitebeard's subordinates, even the most powerful were of the 7 warlords of the sea rank. At the very top is the legendary pirate, a legendary figure who was once on par with Roger. Everyone was terrified at 5.3 points, but Whitebeard himself was unusually nonchalant. How could it not inspire admiration? Hey, it's just a 10 billion berries bounty. Whitebeard laughed. He truly didn't care about that. I spent a lot of energy fighting Enel earlier and need to recuperate. Don't disturb me. That's all. While everyone watched in admiration, Whitebeard entered the ship's cabin. System. The sky. A vast and boundless universe. Harmonious and magnificent, yet leisurely in flight. On the deck of the ship, the Whitebeard pirates were all still in shock. The news of Whitebeard's father's 10 billion berries bounty was truly terrifying, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. And that large, independent cabin belonged to Whitebeard. Whitebeard was now seated upright on a large, dignified chair. System, how much emotional value do I have left now? Before Whitebeard, he had collected almost 4 million worth of emotional energy. The first time it is used to restore the body to its peak condition, healthy state, and strength state. For the second time, 1 million mental energy points were used to obtain the divine demon body, elevating the person to an invincible level. For the third time, 1 million points of emotional value were used to seize the tremor fruit. Of course, this 1 million points of emotional value wasn't just for simply seizing the tremor fruit. It was also to combine Whitebeard's prior understanding of the tremor fruit's power to completely control it. For the fourth time, Whitebeard used millions of emotional value to awaken his tremor fruit ability. Originally, Whitebeard thought he would gradually lay a solid foundation, slowly developing and awakening his true abilities. In other words, the advantage is that the management capacity is extremely small, or even, one could say, a kind of microscopic control. But the downside is that it takes a rather long time, a considerable amount of time, to fully develop the ability to unleash the power of the shockwave. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was 10 times more confident that he could bring the tremor fruit ability to its awakening. The Paramecia-type demons truly possess the ability to awaken their powers. This is a one-of-a-kind phenomenon. Whitebeard himself was extraordinarily looking forward to this day. However, until Whitebeard at Fishman Island once again accumulated 1 million sentimental value. The system suggests that you can directly awaken your power of the shockwave fruit. Furthermore, there will be no lingering after effects or other inconveniences. Awakening through time also only requires a very short period of time. Final. Whitebeard inquired thoroughly about everything related to the awakening of the Tremor fruit ability before deciding to have it awakened on the spaceship. Kia for a while. Just as Enel descended from the moon, it triggered a bizarre spectacle in the heavens and on Earth, accompanied by thunder and lightning. And Whitebeard, with his magnificent and harmonious aura, had just emerged from Fishman Island. Whitebeard was perfectly suited to awakening the time-trapping fruit ability. From the moment he emerged from Fishman Island until Enel's three-way pursuit of the harmonious phenomenon, Whitebeard was in a state of independent exploration and development of his abilities. Therefore, the new Whitebeard pirates will not be the first to confront Enel. The first time they were pursued by Enel's spaceship, Marco and his group, prioritizing the greater good, did not want to jeopardize their father's awakened devil fruit abilities. Many squad leaders did not engage Enel in battle, but instead helped Ivoire and her Mormo fruit abilities accelerate the spaceship's flight speed. Who knows? Enel, using the power of the thunder fruit, accelerated his spaceship and forcefully pursued the weaker Wangxian Harmony ship. Follow me. He was caught up to once, then accelerated again. He was chased once, then sped up again. In the end, helping Ivoire gain 10 times the acceleration power, almost to the point of collapsing from exhaustion, resulted in her leaving Enel's spaceship behind. Even then, Enel, whose lighting energy was almost completely depleted, was still unable to catch up with the harmonious Harmony. After Enel, the elemental transformation lightning user, and his group chased after and killed the myriad manifestations Harmony. This also indirectly led to Enel being able to utilize the ancient energy reserves within himself, while his own abilities were largely depleted during the pursuit. At the moment Enel used the divine judgment to unleash his power against the harmonious forces of all things. Whitebeard then completed the shockwave of his awakened abilities. Just as he stepped out of the boat's cabin, Whitebeard himself wanted to test the power of his awakened abilities to see just how terrifying they were, and wanted to conduct a personal experiment. Coincidentally, he ran into Enel, who had attacked him. This delighted Whitebeard. A powerful test subject was a rare and excellent opportunity. 50 later, Whitebeard raised his hand and shattered Enel's divine punishment lightning. At the same time, he also instructed everyone not to get involved with the Whitebeard pirates. The fighting only started later. This time, the world government's 10 billion berries reward order must be helping me. Whitebeard thought so, and couldn't help but laugh. The world's governments are dealing with him, practically using every means possible, issuing an unprecedented 10 billion berries bounty. In the blink of an eye, the world erupted in turmoil. The world was shaken. This allowed Whitebeard to gain a large amount of emotional value. He shouldn't have been so overjoyed. If the 5 elders of the world government knew about their actions, that their attempt to counter Whitebeard had instead aided him, even the 5 elders, with their cunning and calculating nature, would be furious enough to explode. Host, now you have. The host now possesses 1.5 million emotional value points. The system responded, and Whitebeard let out a chuckle. As expected, the 5 Elder Stars exerted themselves relentlessly, instantly increasing their emotional value by 1.5 million. That's great. If the 5 Elders knew what Whitebeard was thinking at this moment, they would definitely scold them for their idiotic behavior. 1.5 million in sentimental value. That's an incredibly huge amount. Host, how do you need to use it? The system is asking for it. Whitebeard thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, not needed for now, keep it. It has even better uses. After confirming the numerical value of his mental state, Whitebeard began to adjust his own aura. Before his battle with Enel, it was the very first time he had used the Tremor fruit, which awakened his power. Competency domain space. Even then, Whitebeard was still unable to fully control nature, relying entirely on his own observation hockey to forcibly control it. Mister! A sound like a vibration stirred the air, a wave of sounds spreading out. All that could be seen was Whitebeard raising his 2 fists, each man conjuring a void rift within their respective domains. There was only a small, square-sized space, appearing completely white. Within this space, countless tiny fragments of space were densely intertwined. These fragments were all created by the vibrations of the shockwave force, shattering the space between them. Each fragment contained terrifying power, like a spatial rift. An ordinary person who enters will only face death. But Whitebeard himself was able to move around freely and effortlessly within it. Domain space. This has touched upon what is called the divine realm in this world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying energy emanating from Whitebeard's two fists in the void rift, even in the air, caused ripples, as if the entire space would shatter with the slightest movement of Whitebeard. Control the space of creation and destruction of power. At any given time, it can shatter into fragments of space. This side is after awakening the shockwave ability. Whitebeard's capable assistant then fired his bow, working from all sides. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying shockwaves emanated from the two small areas within the domain, yet they failed to shatter the space. It's not as if there were no shattering forces either, but it was Whitebeard who was in control. Perfect control. The shockwave force can be manipulated at will. It can shatter any area it desires. However, I'm still using my observation hockey right now. Whitebeard understood clearly that once his observation hockey was neutralized, he would no longer be able to control his field of ability with such precision. However, that's irrelevant. Combining it with observation hockey is actually beneficial for improving observation hockey. Whitebeard thought to himself, if it weren't for his awakened shockwave ability, combined with his precise control of his domain, using observation hockey simultaneously would have allowed him to push himself to a bottleneck in his observation hockey, constantly striving to improve. A significant increase was achieved. Noisy, noisy. Two fists in the spatial domain following Whitebeard's movements moved with incredible precision to each specific location. Ho ho! Collect! Whitebeard retracted his power, completely withdrawing the shockwave of the earth. In an instant, the two spatial domains within his fist, like a receding tide, completely disappeared and retreated back into Whitebeard's body. Shoot! Whitebeard quickly released it. Once again, unleashed the domain. Shockwave force. As expected, it was released with extreme precision, without the slightest delay. Two small fields instantly formed, and terrifying vibrations of shock force energy were surging. Very good. This is exactly the effect Whitebeard wanted. With precise control, a blend of roughness and subtlety, and possessing exceptional abilities, Whitebeard would absolutely not allow any unexpected incidents to occur. Retreat. Whitebeard, the regional commander, retracted his grip, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Armament hockey. Mister. In the blink of an eye, the ink-black hockey, like a tidal wave, instantly enveloped Whitebeard's entire body, from head to toe, including his clothing, completely. As armament hockey appeared in an instant, a terrifying aura spread rapidly. Unrivaled, incredibly powerful armament hockey. Whitebeard himself was enhanced to a terrifying degree. Whether it's defensive or offensive power, both are greatly enhanced under the hockey armament enhancement. Observation hockey. Without a sound, tiny white dots representing life appeared in Whitebeard's mind, and the entire spaceship was enveloped by Whitebeard's observation hockey. This is a different type of observation hockey pre-million. Enel, who was waiting for the Skypea people, claimed to possess the Mind Network observation hockey. Observation hockey can be categorized into two types. Firstly, the ability to see, to hear other people's inner thoughts, what they are thinking. To hear the white spot in other people's lives, this is exactly the kind of ability Enel Skypea possesses. The second type is hearing, meaning this hearing is not that hearing, which implies predicting. It allows one to predict other people's actions in advance, to predict the trajectory and path of their attacks, and even to predict the future. But in front of Whitebeard, the original observation hockey, which originated from his second body, has now been extracted both types. Observation hockey has indeed increased tremendously. So this is Conqueror's hockey. Kia, a worldwide bounty poster that shook the world. A $10 billion reward was offered for Whitebeard, whose entire body was surrounded by terrifying dark purple Conqueror's hockey. This picture was actually taken when Whitebeard and Blackbeard clashed, at a specific moment when someone captured the moment. Whitebeard's use of Conqueror's hockey was relatively limited. Even when he flattened the Marine headquarters, Whitebeard never used Conqueror's hockey. Because the amount of Conqueror's hockey consumed was incredibly astonishing. If not properly controlled, it will cause the user to briefly faint. Of course, if used unconsciously or actively, although it can be controlled within a certain range, the energy consumption will become even more exaggerated. Before using Conqueror's hockey in a battle, it can be used excessively, potentially putting the opponent at a disadvantage later on due to excessive energy expenditure. Conqueror's hockey. This is the only type of hockey that Whitebeard doesn't understand. Conqueror's hockey, a power possessed by countless beings, is a kingly aura that only those born with it can awaken under certain circumstances. There is no way to increase one's spiritual level through practice. Only through personal experience and deeper understanding of Conqueror's hockey can one achieve improvement. Compared to armament hockey and observation hockey, this one is far more complex. Mr. As Whitebeard unleashed his Conqueror's hockey, a series of dark purple, spiraling energy streams suddenly appeared in front of him. Each one resembled a large, dark purple, growing long-used Conqueror's hockey energy dancing beside Whitebeard. Even though I've now reached this level of understanding, I still can't fully comprehend it. Whitebeard belonged to that type, born with incredibly powerful Conqueror's hockey. But that was later in the battle. That gives him a little bit of an explanation. The profound Conqueror's hockey, when analyzed in a certain way, requires a little enhanced understanding, resulting in considerable improvement. Currently, Whitebeard possesses Conqueror's hockey, and it's safe to say he's not inferior to Shanks in any way. It's just that. In terms of practical application, Whitebeard still didn't have much to be proud of. Armament hockey can enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even with observation hockey, Whitebeard could still combine it with the subtle vibrations of the shockwave force field for simultaneous use. With Conqueror's hockey, the only option now is to simply battle. Similarly, releasing, recalling, and waiting are simply crude and brutal methods. This method, while not necessarily lacking in power or destructive force, is characterized by excessively high energy consumption and an extremely low utilization rate, making it unworthy of consideration. There's no better way. Let's just not bother with that damn monkey for now. Whitebeard wasn't going to get bogged down in this one point. In an instant, Conqueror's hockey receded like a tide, completely withdrawing back into Whitebeard's body. Before fighting alongside Enel, my body suffered quite a few shocks and injuries. Whitebeard calmed down. Begin by taking a close look at yourself. This is a method he practices on his own. Examine your own weaknesses, identify your shortcomings, and strive to improve yourself continuously. After each battle, Whitebeard not only used his body's damage repair system, but also used his own methods to carefully examine his weaknesses, then gradually strengthen them, constantly improving himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such widespread growth in such a short period of time. They're recovering from the shockwave, and they have long-range attack capabilities. Whitebeard currently has two major tricks up his sleeve. Number 1, with a godlike physique and armament hockey, he possesses unparalleled close combat skills. Secondly, the shockwave, combined with observation hockey, allows for precise, long-range attacks. Their fighting techniques, whether close combat or long-range, were almost perfect. Next, Whitebeard began his own ascetic practice. Silence began to fall. The outside world. The Whitebeard pirates, with their numerous captains and crew members, were still excitedly jumping around. Even Rayleigh, this old geezer, was equally shocked at this moment. At 10 billion berries bounty, it's truly terrifying. Rayleigh's throat twitched, and he muttered, 10 billion, 10 billion. That's so high there's no one else offering a reward. Seeing Rayleigh's appearance, everyone burst into laughter. Even someone like you, Rayleigh, would be surprised, right? Ha ha. Shiki, the Lion King, still looks like he's in his teens. He follows Whitebeard, constantly striving towards his dreams. His youthful spirit and even his physical condition are improving day by day. That's right, how could I not be terrified? Rayleigh shook his silver hair, the platinum strands making a rustling sound. 10 billion berries, that could buy a lot of fine wine? Bah! Everyone expected Rayleigh to sigh and say something like, what? Conclusion 3. 3 fruits waiting for Rayleigh to say how much fine wine could be sold. In an instant, everyone's heads were filled with dark lines. Indeed, this old man Rayleigh is incredibly unreliable at times. Rumor has it he's a drunkard, capable of selling himself out. There really wasn't anyone there. Ready? Everyone burst into laughter. Marco said calmly. This man, who had always appeared very humble as the first squad leader, remained consistently calm and possessed a strong leadership demeanor. Of course, everything is ready. Let us, following our Father, bring peace to the whole world. The vast, boundless expanse of the deep blue sea. Not even a gentle sea breeze could calm the surface of the sea, which appeared eerily still, giving off a sense of unease and panic. In fact, beneath this vast ocean lies countless unknown dangers. This place is the pirate world, the first half of the Grand Line, the most dangerous sea area, the Calm Belt. The entire Calm Belt is teeming with countless sea king species, colossal sea king species, ferocious predatory sea king species, and brutal, bloodthirsty sea king species. The Calm Belt is a Neptune-type paradise. But, according to common sense, every stretch of the ocean is teeming with countless dangerous sea king species in the Calm Belt. Yet, there is one place that is unusually quiet, so quiet that not even a single sea king dares to approach. This place. Right now, we have arrived from the former overlord of the North Sea, the Germa Kingdom. From each and every pirate ship that formed the mobile kingdom on the sea. The world government under the banner of the United Kingdom is one. This generation's king comes from the Vinsmoke family, Judge, a colossal structure moved across 18 kingdoms, with a castle situated in the center of a massive pirate ship-shaped structure. This is also the royal palace. Wearing a metal helmet, sporting a small mustache and long golden hair, and a tall, imposing figure, Judge, clad in an orange jacket and black German blazoned combat uniform, complete with a belt and Vinsmoke combat boots, was receiving a phone call from the highest echelons of the world government, the 5 elders. This man is arrogant, respects power, always looks down on the weak, doesn't value the lives of his subordinates, and is ruthless and heartless. He's somewhat similar to Morong Fu, but he's also the self-serving king of Germa, Vinsmoke Judge, who at this moment is recounting this with a face full of surprise into the phone. Having once conducted illegal scientific research alongside Vegapunk, this scientist, after escaping the control of the world government, gradually rose to become the supreme ruler of the North Sea. The story here is legendary, as one can imagine. After a brief exchange of words, Vinsmoke Judge appeared extraordinarily energetic. Even the anxiety he had felt about the upcoming duel with the Whitebeard pirates had almost completely vanished from his face. Instead, his face was full of excitement. All of these things. It's all because of that phone call from the world government. Father. Vinsmoke's eldest son, Ichiji, walked up, his shoes clicking as he approached. What's making you so happy? From then on, he and Whitebeard declared war head-on. Vinsmoke Judge hadn't appeared so cheerful in a long time. You should know. They were competing, possibly against someone who stood at the very pinnacle of this world. Whitebeard. Just the name Whitebeard alone was enough to intimidate an entire sea region, a legendary pirate. The 4 emperors and Kado, the king of beasts, both died at his hands. This character is undeniably incredibly powerful. It's possible that the Germa kingdom will once again find itself at war with the Whitebeard pirates because their government's hesitation is a soft spot. With the underworld is a tangled web of relationships, and ceding the Germa kingdom this time means they have no choice but to take a desperate gamble. We are going head-on and declaring war on the Whitebeard pirates. This is a word I'm using out of necessity. Of course. Vinsmoke Judge, naturally unable to open his heart, perhaps saw in his father's eyes that smile that radiated from his father's face. A faint glimmer. We're sure to win. Correct. This is exactly the kind of feeling. Just received a call from the world's highest-ranking government. Vinsmoke Judge's eyes blazed with intense determination and unwavering confidence. He looked down at Ichiji with an arrogant air, laughing. The 5 elders have dispatched high-tech products from Vegapunk, and they're on their way here. They should arrive soon. Let's talk a little about Dr. Vegapunk. Vinsmoke Judge's voice became agitated. There was still a slight tremor. This is the greatest achievement of his life, the greatest scientist in the world, a scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world in terms of intellect. It's safe to say that without Vegapunk, there would be no Germa 66, the so-called evil army or war experts. Because Vinsmoke Judge learned all the advanced scientific and technological knowledge from Vegapunk. It was only from Vegapunk that they learned science and technology, which enabled the Germa kingdom to become the dominant power in the North Sea for generations. As you can imagine, science possesses immense power. The science of force is terrifying. 967, similarly, one can imagine how incredibly powerful this high-tech device, developed by Dr. Vegapunk himself after decades of research, would be. Is this really from Vegapunk's hands? The world government? How dare they invest money like that? Ichiji said, terrified. Ha ha ha, you should know, to deal with Whitebeard, the 5 elders issued the biggest bounty in history, worth 10 billion berries. Vinsmoke Judge laughed loudly, his face full of anticipation and excitement. This time, not only can we kill Whitebeard, we might even be able to stop Dr. Vegapunk's advanced technology. Our military strength can be greatly increased. Don't even talk about dominating the North Sea, even dominating the whole world. That's entirely possible. Whitebeard pirates, just come here on horseback. The Crimson Red Line, according to folklore and legend, is a vast continent stained red by a cataclysmic battle many years ago. A century of history has vanished. One of the clan members has disappeared. The other kingdom disappeared. Here, on this vast continent, a lost and forgotten history unfolds. This brutal period of history is carved into the unique, indelible stone of Wano, marking this era and known to modern people as the historical text. The Red Line, this land steeped in crime, is home to the Celestial Dragons, the noble world's sacred city and holy land of Mariadua. Even though the chaotic era of pirates has ended, this extravagant city remains utterly depraved. Within the city, arrogant and self-important celestial dragons who consider themselves superior to others still ride on humanity, shamelessly enjoying the world's wealth and glory, treating human life as worthless. Those girls who were captured and subjected to cruel enslavement were displeased by the celestial dragons who conveniently used brutal methods to kill the slaves. The number of human deaths caused by celestial dragons is probably too many to count on 10 fingers. And the source of all these crimes, covering up for everyone, lies in the most expensive castle in the city center, the palace where the culprits reside. The world of government, the highest echelons of power, the 5 elder stars. We have reached an agreement with the Vinsmoke family. He was dressed in a black suit with a black butterfly tie tied around his neck and spoke with an unchanging expression. They were vaguely mentioning an event that had nothing to do with them. If Vinsmoke Judge had witnessed such a scene, wouldn't his previous excitement have instantly vanished, replaced by boundless rage? A small family like the Vinsmoke clan, daring to even think about negotiating cooperation terms with us. If it weren't for Whitebeard's recent rampage, how could Germa have possibly had the chance to stand a chance? With both hands embracing the great demon slayer of the five elders, his expression was cold and indifferent as he spoke. Their power was immense. With just a word, a single command, they could annihilate the Vinsmoke family, or even replace them. That year, Judge Su-wen was still alive, simply wanting to see what kind of scientific and technological achievements would emerge from the illegal research conducted in the underworld. They were all under our control, weren't they? Yet they dared to rebel and try to break free from our control. That year, under the orders of the five elders, the world government dispatched personnel, using the threat to the survival of humanity as a pretext, to arrest Vegapunk and his entire research team. They did this under the guise of preventing Vegapunk from developing the blueprints for life forms. In reality, for several years, with the support of the world government, Vegapunk had continued researching life forms, but all of this was in the service of the world government. That year, the only person from Vegapunk's research team who escaped was Vinsmoke Judge. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was secretly permitted by the five Elder Stars. They were simply exploiting Vinsmoke Judge and the Underworld's alliance for their own benefit, because the entire world was in the hands of the five Elders. Even though Vinsmoke Judge researched and developed powerful humanoid weapons, ultimately, they would still be used by the five Elders. But this time, we'll have to send the wrong scientific troops to take action. Holding his goatee, the five elders stroked his beard and said coldly, "These are the first batch of weapons, still considered experimental subjects within experiments. Let them go deal with Whitebeard, and while they're at it, gather some useful information." After a very long period of isolation, Vegapunk finally produced his ultimate achievement yesterday. The demon truly possesses the ability to combine humanoid weapons. Afraid of seawater and afraid of sea prism stone, its exterior is crafted from a combination of sea prism stone. It has advanced equipment, laser equipment, and flight equipment. Whether it's speed, strength, ability, or attack range, it's all comprehensive. This ability can perfectly counter any fake ability, whether on land, in the sea, or even in the air, and can perfectly develop combat. This is Vegapunk's most groundbreaking technological achievement, surpassing the world's greatest scientist by 500 years in terms of intellect. Since Whitebeard's resurrection, he has been relentlessly pursuing this research. At that time, Whitebeard had just been resurrected and appeared in Punk Hazard, defeating Caesar. Watching Vegapunk's live broadcast, I was deeply shocked. Then, he immediately developed a strong interest in Whitebeard's ability to resurrect the dead. The world government has repeatedly tried to take action against Whitebeard, and it's highly possible that Vegapunk was secretly plotting against him. He wanted to obtain Whitebeard's secret of resurrection. However, to Vegapunk's disappointment, even a Marine headquarters admiral was still no match for Whitebeard. Therefore, he had just gone into seclusion, frantically researching, and he had put aside an experiment for many years. The second form of the humanoid weapon, its combat power far surpasses that of the Pachifista in countless ways. To this day, the experiment has finally been successfully completed. However, this is the first batch, the test subjects. There is a certain degree of danger. This is Vegapunk's exact wording to the five elders. These weapons, once defeated, will instantly explode, and the explosive power can easily destroy any island. Such terrifying power from this humanoid weapon makes it an absolutely horrific weapon of mass destruction. It was precisely by revealing this news to Vinsmoke Judge that he became so excited and confident. Because, being both scientists, Vinsmoke Judge could be said to have an absolute and complete admiration for Vegapunk. Every weapon crafted by Vegapunk is terrifying, enough to send shivers down one's spine, possessing a destructive power that strikes fear into the very fabric of the world. When Pachifista first emerged, it shook the entire world. But only once. What's particularly remarkable is that Whitebeard created this humanoid weapon not only encompassing all the Pachifista abilities, but also incorporating devil fruit power. Because it's neither human, nor animal, nor even a living being, it has no heart, No blood, it completely eliminates the biggest weakness of devil fruit users, the Great Sea Curse. These weapons, though appearing humanoid, lack flesh and blood, emotions, and physical contact. Vegapunk further enhanced the armor on the exterior of these weapons with Jaco's devil fruit ability, the Sea Stone. Without a heart, without blood, one cannot see the cursed ocean. Without flesh and blood, without emotions, yet perfectly capable of using Sea Prism Stone as weapons and armor of the highest caliber. This is practically the perfect tyrant Bartholomew. Kuma. Even in terms of fighting ability and combat skills, Bartholomew is completely outmatched by Kuma. Moreover, the number can keep increasing. It's truly something to look forward to. This battle is something everyone has been waiting for. One of the 5 elders, with his arms crossed over his chest, spoke with utmost composure, giving Whitebeard a 10 billion berries bounty. And with the Vinsmoke family leading the Germa Kingdom Alliance, along with the strongest living humanoid weapon we've ever sent out, I think countless people in this world will be interested in this battle. That's right. From the moment the 10 billion berries reward was offered, the 5 Elder Stars began making arrangements. Are not. To be precise, it all began when the Vinsmoke family, under the leadership of the Germa Kingdom, declared war on the Whitebeard pirates. The 5 Elder Stars then sought the best solution for everyone. These 5 old dogs, who have lived for countless years, are probably second to none in intelligence and strategy in this world. Then let the whole world know, Whitebeard is about to face battle. The cold-blooded first great demon cut down the 5 Elder Stars, saying so, this is meant to be a global declaration. The world government is taking action against Whitebeard. The Germa Kingdom, with its scientific and military tactics, will surely make the whole world feel the terrifying danger Whitebeard is about to face. But at that time, it is certain that countless powerful pirates, willing to risk everything for 10 billion berries, would secretly attack Whitebeard and take his head. This is a far cry from the invisible, adding another terrifying and insidious nuisance to Whitebeard's life. Birds kill their prey for food, humans lose their wealth for it. This is a matter of fundamental truth. Greed knows no bounds. At that time, there will definitely be countless pirates secretly observing, ready to strike at the first sign of trouble. Those calf pirate groups, who are 10 billion berries worth of crazy risk, will definitely secretly ambush Whitebeard. That's truly a devious trick. As expected of the 5 Elder Stars, who have lived for countless years, the highest echelons of government power in the world. I'm really looking forward to it. Let Whitebeard enjoy a bit of crazy baptism. Those who dared to oppose us have not survived to this day. Let's officially announce this to the whole world. Let this world go completely insane. This world is already in unbearable chaos, so let's take this opportunity to thoroughly cleanse it. The 5 Elder Stars spoke in a cold, cruel, and insistent tone. Although they didn't have great confidence in their ability to kill Whitebeard, after all, Whitebeard had survived numerous perils, each one almost impossible to overcome. Such a terrifying figure, the 5 elders wouldn't be naive enough to think Whitebeard could be easily killed. Maybe. The 5 Elder Stars were exceptionally delighted this time. Unusually comfortable. Because they basically never paid any price. Whitebeard immediately surrendered, putting himself in grave danger. Whether it's a 10 billion berries reward, a promise of benefits for the Germa Kingdom, or Vegapunk's invention of a living weapon that manipulates the human mind, none of these will cost any of the 5 elders anything. Kill Whitebeard. Everything was calculated. Failure, yet not a single loss. These are the 5 Elder Stars, 5 individuals with earth-shattering abilities. If the world were to learn of them, it would undoubtedly strike unparalleled fear. The key point is, this is a major event, a huge undertaking, and it certainly won't make things easy for Whitebeard. From the very beginning, it was destined that he would defeat Whitebeard. Failure. For the 5 elders, failure basically doesn't exist. This time, Whitebeard will 100% suffer unprecedentedly severe injuries in history. Even a life-or-death belt situation. Otherwise, how could we let down the 5 of them who had put so much effort into this arrangement? Yes, is that the user of the Thunderfruit ability. We also want him to know what kind of danger his enemy, Whitebeard, is facing. Ideally, we should make him our tool to fight Whitebeard in a life-or-death battle. Speaking of Enel, the 5 elders felt a slight unease and their emotions fluctuated. After all, Enel was extremely arrogant and completely disregarded the authority of the world government. However, if Enel could use this opportunity for their benefit, it would make the 5 elders feel incredibly satisfied. Spread the news. Let the whole world go crazy. Let this world descend into utter chaos again. Very fast. The news that the world government, in alliance with the Germa Kingdom, the North Sea overlord, intended to launch a surprise attack on the Whitebeard pirates spread rapidly across the globe, to every island. Right now, the whole world is in uproar. The world is in turmoil. The world government has finally declared war on Whitebeard. We declare war on the Whitebeard pirates. Previously, every action taken was controlled from behind the scenes, carried out secretly, and each attempt ended in failure. But this time, it caused a global uproar because the world government is once again joining forces with the North Sea's former overlord, known for his invincibility, never-ending victories, and the Germa Kingdom to confront Whitebeard. The whole world is in an uproar. Meanwhile, with the 5 elders plotting and scheming from below, the powerful Germa Kingdom's air force and enemy forces were brought to light. Following suit, and similarly with the 5 elders scheming and planning, this time the world government dispatched a terrifying force. A single-person destructive force capable of rivaling even the 7 warlords of the sea, including Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, was deployed. This scientific and military force, with its combined strength, would make even the most powerful pirates like the 4 emperors pale in comparison. The Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. This individual, a remarkably humble member of the 7 warlords of the sea, though not widely known, possesses formidable strength that many are aware of. Following that, another earth-shattering piece of news spread throughout the world. The user of the Thunderclap Fruit ability who had previously clashed with Whitebeard in a cataclysmic battle would also be attacking Whitebeard this time. All these forces combined, even if they were to create a world-changing miracle, shaking the world of Whitebeard, it would still be difficult for him to withstand. These things shook the whole world after the news broke. The entire world was in an uproar. Oh my God, I never thought the world government would finally have to take action against Whitebeard. If they don't act, that's fine, but when they do, it will be a world-shattering event. The location is the Calm Belt. Why would they choose that location? Could it be? This location also has ulterior motives. The world government's methods are too terrifying. The whole world was shaken simultaneously, and countless people felt the horror emanating from the world's governments. This time, the world government's ruthless tactics. I'm afraid they won't stop easily. Whitebeard, this time, I'm afraid I can't escape this predicament. Countless people were amazed. Even though everyone witnessed it firsthand, Whitebeard leading the Whitebeard pirates to crush the entire Marine headquarters this time, people were still worried, believing that Whitebeard was in big trouble. The Navy headquarters, even if it's a collection of all 4 naval forces, is still just one force conquering the world under its banner. Moreover, before the major incident involving the Marine headquarters, Whitebeard had already slaughtered a Marine headquarters admiral. The most powerful admirals of the Navy headquarters had all perished before the major event. Logia-type flash fruit ability, Borsalino. Fresh flower bridge. The Paramecia gravity system is truly a fake ability of Fujitora Eisho. The general's title is Ryokugyu. Even the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, then Commander-in-Chief Sengoku, the most powerful Marine hero, a vice admiral whose strength is in no way inferior to that of Admiral Garp. All of these powerful naval officers were either killed or beaten into retirement by Whitebeard. Even with Akanu's incredible tactics and his recruitment of numerous powerful individuals, the overall strength of the Marine headquarters is likely not what it used to be. Even if you were to step on the naval headquarters, it would still become impossible. In my eyes, the biggest trouble and greatest danger Whitebeard has faced since his reincarnation. Someone quietly observing exclaimed in admiration. From Vegapunk's hands, a soldier whose strength is in no way inferior to that of the tyrant Bartholomew. Kuma, a truly capable scientific course with devil fruit abilities. The North Sea, a dominant power for generations, possessed a formidable army and was known as a powerful military empire, the Kingdom of Germa. The champion of demon fruits is a true ability user, and the user of the thunder fruit is a true ability user. Countless people were filled with awe. These three powerful forces were simultaneously plotting to assassinate Whitebeard. Claiming to be the strongest force in history is not an exaggeration at all. Hurry to the comm belt, we are going to watch the battle. Someone whispered that to themselves. Right now, the pirate crew had set sail, heading to the comm belt. That's not right. These people, I'm afraid they're not just here to watch the battle. They are here because of Whitebeard's 10 billion berries bounty. Finally, someone realized that this concession would shake the world. At this moment, countless people are going crazy. People die for money, birds die for food. When someone said that going to the comm belt was a 10 billion berries gamble, a chance to confront Whitebeard, the entire world, every island in the world, was once again thrown into turmoil. If both sides suffer losses, we can at least fix the leaky roof. Right now, the whole world is shaken once again. 10 billion berries are up for grabs. That's right. Whitebeard's head is worth 10 billion berries. Countless riches, the ultimate riches. Even if you risk countless times across the entire ocean, you still wouldn't be able to attain a colossal fortune of 10 billion berries. But this time, there's an incredibly high chance of success. If Whitebeard is surrounded by three opposing forces and manages to escape severely wounded, we can wait in the shadows for the opportune moment and seize 10 billion berries. Right now, the entire world is filled with countless pirates who are insane. Pirates are pirates for what they are. It's very simple. Wealth, venture. There's no pirate who doesn't love wealth. Don't forget, this great pirate era was all thanks to Roger's words. You want my treasure? If so, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all my treasure there. Roger's single statement brought about a complete shift in the world's landscape, ushering in the age of great navigation. Countless pirates set sail, all for the sake of traversing the Grand Line and finding the legendary treasure, One Piece. Countless pirates set sail for the sole purpose of finding One Piece. Countless pirates, risking their lives, flocked to the open sea, all for the sake of that immense treasure, the One Piece. Treasure. This item could drive the entire pirate world crazy. Pirates all want these items. Wealth is something everyone loves. The ultimate treasure is unattainable. Throughout the great age of navigation, no one has ever managed to capture it. This same old thing can drive people crazy. Countless pirates disregarded their own lives, paying any price to find the great treasure that existed. But for now, there's a prize up for grabs. Whitebeard has a 10 billion berries bounty on his head. It's perfectly clear, right before our eyes. This, for pirates. These are all once-in-a-thousand-years opportunities, a godsend. A colossal reward of 10 billion berries has once again propelled Whitebeard towards the height of chaos. Whitebeard once again caused a global uproar, driving the entire world into a frenzy and attracting countless pirates. If only I could get 10 billion berries. I'd buy the next island, declare myself king, and enjoy the privileges of the world's nobility. There are people who are aiming for that. For a brief moment, countless people became drawn to it. 10 billion berries. 10 billion berries. Buying the next island is no exaggeration at all. If I can capture Whitebeard's head and get 10 billion berries, I'll definitely buy the Sabati archipelago. And buy a bunch of celestial dragons as slaves. Wahaha. I'll have the world's nobility serving me. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. This person is very insightful. In an instant, they've given everyone a G-spot. Each pirate couldn't help but reveal a hint of madness. Their eyes each flashed with golden light, and in each pair of eyes, a huge golden dollar. Buying the world below the nobility to be enslaved. Just thinking about it feels so good. If I get 10 billion berries, I'll buy several world-class noblewomen and make those high-ranking nobles lick my shoes every day. Wahahaha. Each of these pirates had extraordinary ideas. Just thinking about it makes me feel refreshed from head to toe. Back then, I wouldn't even dare to have such a thought, but things are different now. There was no shortage of pirates heading towards the calm belt, each of them shouting excitedly, 10 billion berries, it's within reach. Who knows how many frenzied pirates are heading towards the calm belt? They are all those 10 billion berries. They were all certain that this time Whitebeard could not possibly win, nor could he possibly escape. On this vast ocean, countless pirate ships, stirring up the waves, are heading towards the calm belt. The whole world has gone mad. The world was already in chaos because of a single decision by the world government, Decision 760, which completely spiraled out of control and led to a chaotic outbreak. Kill Whitebeard, then you can get 10 billion berries. This one saying has spread throughout the world. Previously, absolutely no one would dare to be so reckless and speak so carelessly. But now, different. Anything is possible. There is hope in everything. Whitebeard is about to face an unprecedentedly terrifying ambush by a frenzied pirate group. If they can decapitate Whitebeard in the final battle, they can obtain 10 billion berries. A heaven-sent opportunity. Coming from Impel Down prison, they were even more insane to the extreme. Their ideology was fundamentally incompatible with Whitebeard's. Under Whitebeard's banner, the island had to maintain absolute peace. No pirates could cause trouble. This point alone caused considerable dissatisfaction among prisoners released from Impel Down. Are you planning to plunder the Whitebeard pirates under the banner of this island? Previously, Whitebeard had overwhelmingly eliminated every pirate who dared to provoke him. Those restless and extremely wicked people didn't dare to do anything wrong. But now, different. Whitebeard is about to face the most terrifying mass murder ever. Whether or not they survive is still something to discuss. Those extremely vicious and cruel people are starting to stir again. They're truly a bunch of reckless fools who don't want to live. Boom, boom, boom. In the Grand Line, every island quickly erupted into battle. Those who dared to challenge Whitebeard's prestige and were extremely vicious and ruthless encountered the most horrific massacre in history. Originally, those who joined Whitebeard's pirate crew were all enraged, giving those who dared to provoke them and were extremely vicious a chance to react, and they proactively attacked. Don't even think about being my father's enemy. You still lack a lot of qualifications. Such words spread throughout the entire Grand Line, originating from the Whitebeard pirates under the pirate flag. Every single person who joined the Whitebeard pirates under their banner had witnessed Whitebeard's terrifying power firsthand. They held him in immense reverence, firmly believing that no matter the major event or danger, Father Whitebeard could create miracles and ruthlessly sweep away all obstacles. If there are no miracles, then let's shatter the miracles. Those who belonged to the Whitebeard pirates and served under their pirate flag were absolutely loyal to Whitebeard. They were willing to fight to the death. It's Whitebeard fighting. Boom, boom, boom. Throughout the world, the Whitebeard pirates, under their pirate flag, united and practically swept everything before them, annihilating every pirate who dared to invade their territory. Moreover, each of the Whitebeard pirates, under the pirate flag, would unite. If any nearby island were attacked, the remaining pirate crews would all rush to the scene and join forces to confront the invaders. No need for Whitebeard to intervene. Those loyal to the Whitebeard pirates then forcefully annihilated all the invaders and pirates who dared to challenge Whitebeard's prestige. Fisherman's Island. Someone is planning to cause trouble at this time. Fishman Island is the key island to entering the New World. Once we capture this island, it will be equivalent to strangling all pirates who come and go from the New World. Such earth-shattering news has spread throughout the Grand Line. Pirates, forever insane. Those reckless villains, oblivious to the consequences, rush towards Fishman Island. They plot to seize Fishman Island. Pop, pop, pop. Maybe. Their answer was the powerful Fishman Island's counterattack. Under Jimbai's leadership, the Fishman Island forcefully eliminated every invading pirate. HMPH, even the 7 warlords of the sea dare to think they can stop us. A powerful pirate, reeking of blood and radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity, charged headlong into Fishman Island with suicidal ferocity. Oh my god, a powerful expert from the 6th level of Impel Down. Then, this time, Fishman Island is probably in danger. At that moment, countless people started shouting. And there are even prisoners hiding in the vast ocean. From Impel Down's 6th floor, a dead prisoner. Each of them was once a notorious villain on this vast ocean, possessing immense power and ruthless methods. He was once a famous and notorious pirate. The Whitebeard pirates aren't just made up of Jimbai. At that moment, a man with a long sword strapped to his back arrived and, with a single blow, severed this man's sword. Whoosh! A white sword energy pierced the sky, scattering the stench of pirates, grotesque corpses, and crimson blood, a storm of blood in an instant. A vibrant heart dripping with fresh blood fell to the ground, making a thumping sound as it beat. The situation was horrific, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Who is he? At this moment, countless people were left speechless with astonishment. What exactly is this person who's arrived? One sword strike killed a powerful expert from the 6th level of Impel Down. Even the weakest 6th level expert isn't easy to deal with. This person, at the very least, he's a powerful expert at the level of a Whitebeard pirate's captain. The Whitebeard pirates, do they still have pirate captains left behind? Countless pirates were terrified. When everyone clearly saw who had arrived, the crowd erupted in excitement once again. The 7 warlords of the sea, Trafalgar Law. Saving the True Fruit, Anatomy True Fruit Ability, Death Surgery Biomedical, Trafalgar Law. No one would have thought that, at this moment, Trafalgar Law would intervene. In the name of Whitebeard. When did Trafalgar Law join Whitebeard's ranks? It's just like, back in Golden City, Trafalgar Law's Heart Pirates fought side by side with Whitebeard's pirates for good money. Trafalgar, the biomedical surgeon of death, Lawthan has grown up to be incredibly formidable. He's now on par with a squad leader. When Trafalgar Law takes action, countless people tremble with fear. Trafalgar Law, commanding the Heart Pirates, appeared on Fishman Island and, together with Jimbai, forcefully eliminated all invading pirates. Fisherman's Island. Now no one dares to trespass without permission. That's truly terrifying. The whole world was somewhat terrified. Whitebeard didn't even lift a finger. Those who trespassed on the island under Whitebeard's banner all paid the price. Trafalgar Law's actions shocked the world. No one expected that this supernova from 2 years ago would mature so quickly. The fruit dissection ability is incredibly bizarre. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's heart is gone, terrifying. Many were somewhat frightened, but even more were terrified because of why Trafalgar Law would step forward at this moment and join Whitebeard's ranks. This has earned the admiration of many people. Perhaps Trafalgar Law said something that once again shocked the world. I beg to join the Whitebeard pirates. What? Is he joining the chaotic 573 pirate crew? So, even now, the Heart Pirates still haven't brought the Whitebeard pirates under their banner. But in this chaotic era, would anyone dare to confront the Whitebeard pirates, their enemies? This guy, is he insane? At a time like this, the best course of action is to stay far away. Yet he dares to stand on the Whitebeard pirate side. Possibly, he feels that Whitebeard can definitely win this major event. Possibility, I'm afraid. The chances are slim. People were terrified and began discussing the matter amongst themselves. Maybe Trafalgar Law is an anomaly of unwavering determination. While Fishman Island captivated the world's attention, wars were breaking out on islands all over the globe, especially the Whitebeard pirates under the island's flag, where war was constant, with smoke and flames of conflict flying everywhere, filling the sky with the stench of blood. Even from far out at sea, looking towards the island, one could see the swirling flames and blood mist hovering above it. This move by the 5 Elder Stars is truly extraordinarily clever. One action can get you many things. Not only did it attract countless pirates, but they were also targeting Whitebeard, secretly preparing to ambush him and capture him for the 10 billion berries bounty. The more widespread the conflict became, especially on the Grand Line, the more brutal and bloody battles erupted on every island under the Whitebeard Pirates banner. Those pirates who had once been lying low have finally erupted. To them, this was their last and best chance. Capturing the Whitebeard pirates under their flag on the island would yield immeasurable wealth, because they felt that the world government would win this time. Even powerful forces from the underworld, including formidable pirate crews, surged to the surface, attacking every island under the Whitebeard Pirates banner. It's just that. Attacking the Whitebeard pirates under the banner of the pirate island is not an easy task. The Whitebeard pirates, under their terrifying banner, once again shook the entire world. Why, the Whitebeard pirates have clearly mobilized their entire crew. They've all gone to the Calm Belt. Why is there still such a powerful force guarding this island? In the New World, on an island, there was a pirate crew who plotted to take over the Whitebeard Pirates Island. However, they were directly killed by a powerful force. The pirate captain let out a sound of resentment. After a moment, this man attempted to challenge Whitebeard, the captain of the prestigious crew, and was immediately beheaded. Died a gruesome death. At the same time, the whole world is shaken once again. Oh my God, the Whitebeard pirates, under the banner of their power, have become this strong. How terrifying! How much power does the Whitebeard pirates actually possess under their banner? At the previous Summit War, the Whitebeard pirates, under their banner, numbered approximately 43 famous pirate crews in the New World, perhaps. At the subsequent Summit War, nearly half of them were hunted down and killed by Blackbeard and Edward Weevil. That's terrifying. After the domineering Whitebeard was reborn, countless pirate crews joined his pirate crew. Up until now. Only now do people realize just how terrifying the Whitebeard pirates truly were under their powerful banner. So powerful it makes your scalp tingle. An incredibly terrifying force. One after another, famous pirate crews stepped forward to fight alongside Whitebeard. Almost in an extremely short period of time, the storm of fighting that had originally been brewing was directly quelled. Without a doubt, at this very moment, the whole world is once again in an uproar. Those pirate groups who wanted to take advantage of Whitebeard's absence to challenge his prestige on the island were all doomed. The pirate crew who plotted to attack and seize Whitebeard's island, all 3 of them paid the price. All were annihilated. Despite their immense power and reputation in the New World, Tsuru's pirate crew, without exception, was completely annihilated by the Whitebeard pirates' forces, who used terrifying methods to forcefully destroy them. Right now, the world is completely open about it, even though Whitebeard never actually killed anyone. In this world, in this era, there is still no one who can challenge the majestic Whitebeard. This is the Whitebeard era. In this era, who dares to provoke Whitebeard? There's only one path, and that is death. The world was shaken, and everyone began to feel afraid, especially those pirate groups under Whitebeard's banner who harbored illusions about being pirates. The more extreme the fear becomes. No one thought that, even though the Whitebeard pirates had declared their allegiance before leaving, no one in this world could challenge Whitebeard's prestige. Simply by borrowing the name Whitebeard, he made every famous pirate in his name fight for him. The Whitebeard pirates' internal affairs were so deeply entrenched that they sent shivers down one's spine. Unbeatable strength. Even without ever having personally intervened, this world could not shake Whitebeard's position. This is the real king. Some people admire him for that. Countless people nodded in agreement. Whitebeard. This world truly belongs to the righteous king. This vast ocean is teeming with countless pirates, all fighting alongside Whitebeard. Risking his life, Whitebeard fought like a father. Whether in the New World or the first half of the Grand Line, there have been legendary pirates who fought alongside Whitebeard. They were absolutely loyal to Whitebeard. I held Whitebeard in the highest esteem. Whitebeard's guardian under the island's flag. Damn it, I never thought that after all the effort I put into secretly instigating the war, it would end so quickly. In the sacred land of Mariajoa, within the castle where the 5 elders resided, the figure wielding the first-generation demon-slaying weapon coldly spoke. Outraged. Very annoying. Originally, although it may have happened on a global scale, in such a short period of time, the combined attack on Whitebeard's island, orchestrated by the 5 elders, was orchestrated from behind the scenes. The world government secretly dispatched agents, instigating the remaining pirate crews to launch an attack on Whitebeard's island. The intention was to distract Whitebeard from the fight in the Calm Belt. It's just that. It is extremely regrettable. This action, once taken, left the 5 elders completely disappointed. Whitebeard didn't even utter a single word, yet he resolved every major problem. This is the inside story of Whitebeard. Under this banner, there is a force capable of shaking this world to its core. Luckily, this one worked this time. Another of the 5 elder stars said in a low, cold voice. That's correct. The 5 elders, this time secretly instigating a battle, also has another purpose. That's precisely why those who want to actively break free from the kingdom's government feel a sense of fear. Those who took the initiative to join Whitebeard's kingdom under his banner caused psychological turmoil. Although the latter did not fulfill their promise, those who joined Whitebeard's pirate crew under the kingdom's banner were determined to live and die with him, never thinking about regrets. They were completely sincere and extremely loyal to their pledges. As for the former, those who had just been born and escaped the world of the kingdom's government were truly shaken. I wouldn't dare enter the government world right now, because they themselves were swaying nonstop. This kind of kingdom, for the Whitebeard pirates, is something they wouldn't even want. Little did they know that by missing this opportunity, these kingdoms would never again have the chance to join Whitebeard's banner. This time, Whitebeard fears it won't be so easy to overcome this danger. He's been making such a fuss for so long, it's time for him to stop. One of the 5 elder stars said so. In their view, this time, although they couldn't say for sure, they could kill Whitebeard. But it can be said with certainty that, at the very least, it was possible to allow Whitebeard to be born safely. Is Vegapunk conducting isolated research again? The topic shifts to Vegapunk in human form. This mysterious and great scientist has once again been the subject of news. He's conducting independent research. This is truly the final piece of research related to demons. Those things that were gathered, were they all handed over to him? The bald-headed 5 elder stars asked this question. That's quite obvious. He didn't seem entirely at ease with Vegapunk and pressed him for details about what would happen next with the demon. That's right, we'll give him all the powerful devil fruits we collect. Hopefully, he won't waste our good intentions. What if he fails? Those devil fruits are right in the middle. There might be a few Logia-type devil fruits there. Even without Vegapunk's research, it would be enough for us to create a few more high-level Admiral-ranked powerhouses. If we fail, we might not even have any devil fruits. Really? The 5 elders all harbored doubts about this experiment. Anyway, regarding the demonic fruit, no one has ever opened it in the past few hundred years. Perhaps you've forgotten, weren't artificial devil fruits created by Vegapunk. He's already researched Zoan-type devil fruits. According to him, this time, there will be a huge breakthrough in the field of devil fruits. Finally, one of the 5 elders, wearing glasses, calmly said, "Don't forget, our admiral is fundamentally incapable of posing any threat to Whitebeard. Borsalino, Sakazuki, Fujitora Isho. Which one isn't an admiral? Yet he ultimately fell into Whitebeard's hands and still is completely no match for him. Get ready to welcome Vegapunk's victory." Once the research is successful, Whitebeard will only have one path left: dead, lost. Countless bad rumors about pirates spread far and wide, flooding the Calm Belt and reaching the Germa Kingdom. For a moment, the entire Germa Kingdom erupted in cheers. Originally, they approached this battle with the mindset of facing certain death, yet even so, they didn't have much chance of winning. But for now, they are not the same. Countless powerful pirates from the horizontal sea lurking in the shadows waited for Whitebeard to be injured so they could claim his head. The fight for that 10 billion berries prize is on the line. Along with the rest of the world, the government has sent humanoid weapons to the Kingdom of Germa. For a brief moment, the Germa Kingdom was filled with confidence. A battle against Whitebeard. A battle against the world's most powerful forces. This is so infuriating, it's inciting people. Just thinking about it makes me feel incredibly honored. If they could defeat Whitebeard and his pirate crew, then the entire Germa Kingdom would undoubtedly become world-renowned. Its prestige would shake the entire Grand Line. And they might even re-enter the history of the pirate world. Anyway, to defeat a world-class pirate power in a direct confrontation, this is absolutely a world-shaking event. All staff, get ready. Vinsmoke Judge's inner turmoil had vanished. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement, an overwhelming exhilaration at the prospect of engaging Whitebeard in a direct battle. Looking across the world, only rare and precious things exist. But they not only wanted to wage war against the Whitebeard pirates head-on. The more I want to do it, the more I want to defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Defeat Whitebeard. A dozen or so humanoid weapons, on par with the Tyrant Kuma, are enough to take down Whitebeard. Vinsmoke Judge was extremely excited. This success meant that their Germa Kingdom's dream, his ambition, could be realized in a very short time, claiming supremacy over the North Sea. Or not. If this succeeds even once, the entire Vinsmoke family, the entire Germa Kingdom, will become world famous because of this battle. The whole world is paying attention. If this works, it will kill Whitebeard. The whole world will fear their Germa Kingdom. Not only that, Vinsmoke Judge let his imaginations run wild, becoming more and more excited the more he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more determined he was to kill Whitebeard this time. If I kill Whitebeard, I'd better also get the 10 billion berries bounty. And at the same time, I'd have to get Dr. Vegapunk's humanoid weapon. Thinking about these things, Vinsmoke Judge felt incredibly excited. That's right. This is a chance for ultimate success and fame. This time, Vinsmoke Judge was the ultimate figure at the pinnacle of this world. Having created living humanoid weapons, Vinsmoke Judge, a world-class scientist, possesses absolute confidence that he can continuously replicate these living humanoid weapons. Just like that. Conquering the whole world is also within my reach. What Whitebeard pirates? What Whitebeard Island? None of it is worth worrying about. Vinsmoke Judge thought so. He heard the same thing in the New World, the Grand Line, on every island. Those pirate groups that attacked Whitebeard's flag were powerfully annihilated and swept away by Whitebeard's pirate crews. This also made Vinsmoke Judge truly realize how powerful Whitebeard really was internally. Even so, after this battle, the one standing at the pinnacle of this world will no longer be Whitebeard, but the Vinsmoke clan. If only we could replicate the latest version, this invincible land-sea, air-sea, living weapon could sweep across this world, it wouldn't be a pipe dream. Therefore, all of this is built upon winning this battle, a fight that the whole world is paying attention to. Defeat Whitebeard. This world, it is I, Vinsmoke Judge, who will rewrite history. At this moment, Vinsmoke Judge was absolutely determined. This battle, he had to win. And there's more. It has to be beautiful. I want to shake the world. Let's propel the Germa Kingdom towards world-class status. Dominate the entire Grand Line. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a deafening, terrifying, explosive sound erupted from midair. Boom, boom, boom. Like a terrifying thunderclap, the sound waves, following the rumbling sound, suddenly stirred up fierce gales throughout the windless calm belt. For a brief moment, the clouds in the sky reversed direction, and countless layers of clouds were dispersed. For a brief moment, the sea was raging with howling winds, thunder rumbling, and deafening explosions, shaking the surface of the ocean with a resounding buzz. Bang! Amidst the raging storm, the sea suddenly surged with countless gigantic waves. The waves surged backward, churning the surface of the sea, creating an earth-shattering sound. At this very moment, a good omen, the entire surface of the sea is shaking incessantly. Look at the sky right now. Throughout the entire kingdom of Germa, everyone, without exception, looked up towards the sky during the meeting. An enormous, terrifying spaceship, approaching from afar, accompanied by a horrific sonic boom, was rapidly approaching. It was as if this gigantic spaceship had torn through the sky, splitting the entire universe in two. An unparalleled shock. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. At this moment, the entire kingdom of Germo was shaken. The originally eerily tranquil calm belt was suddenly engulfed in raging storms, with waves surging like a roaring ocean, creating terrifying sonic waves that shook the very heavens and earth. A huge, shadowy figure descended from the sky above. It obscured the sky. Enveloping this world was a vast, terrifying, invisible shadow, radiating an overwhelming and unsettling aura of power. The air pressure increases rapidly with the magnitude of the sound. As the local area on the sea surface was pressed down, the seawater emitted a creaking sound. The sea surface even pressed down, causing the seawater to vibrate in all directions, separating the water and forming a huge sea vortex. This is a colossal object. It's Whitebeard's pirate ship, a magnificent and harmonious vessel. When the Whitebeard pirates set out on their expedition, not a blade of grass remained. Everything in heaven and earth lay prostrate on the ground. All things, harmony above. Father, we've arrived at the calm belt. Marco and his crew stood side by side with Whitebeard on the massive deck of the ship. Look down. Right ahead, the kingdom of Germa floated above the sea. The entire vast sea was powerful, with waves crashing and roaring. And the kingdom of Germa stood firmly and steadily on the turbulent sea. There are several brush parts. Even Shiki, the golden lion, couldn't help but nod in agreement. This Germa kingdom, using some unknown scientific and technological means, has tightly connected and secured numerous large pirate ships together, allowing them to stand firmly even on the choppy sea. I heard that the world government is sending out Vegapunk's latest scientific achievement, a living humanoid weapon, to confront us. I wonder how capable this so-called living humanoid weapon really is. Having been isolated for an extremely long time, Cao Chi Hong, who had finally emerged from his cultivation, seemed several years younger, his whole being brimming with explosive energy. Following Whitebeard, the Red Count, in various wars, obtained the fresh blood of countless powerful warriors. The Zoan-type mythical creature, the bat-like creature, is truly a vampire-like form, utterly bizarre. Not only has Count Hong's power increased significantly, but even his appearance has become much younger. Thinking about it, his strength must have increased significantly. Patrick Redfield, you old devil, you're so much younger now. Beardy World picked his nose, his face full of annoyance as he glared at the Red Count, muttering a couple of words, then flicked the snot from his hand. You old man, Patrick Redfield, you're making me very uncomfortable. Do you want a beating? Patrick. Redfield clearly gave you a good look. Ivoire. Who's afraid of whom? Do you feel like you're young and therefore reckless? Halp Ivor frowned, giving Patrick Redfield a provocative look. You two only fit me in, you idiots. Shiki, the Golden Lion, yelled at the two of them. They both wanted to fight, yet these two still had the nerve to argue. What a peaceful life. The world's governments are becoming increasingly arrogant. A pair of tight-fitting leather pants clung to the sandy ground. Crocodile, with a cigar dangling from his mouth, spoke casually. Everyone rolled their eyes. Are governments around the world becoming increasingly arrogant? Why do these words sound so natural? The world government has been targeting us Whitebeard pirates for a long time. This time, it's still them behind the scenes instigating this. Vista, the swordsman, frowned and said he has two swords strapped to his back, and an invisible, sharp aura emanates from him. His whole body seems like an incredibly sharp long sword, and even his voice carries a sharp edge. Fresh Flower Bridge. The world of government? They really targeted Whitebeard and his pirate crew a lot. I've always hated the world of governments, those old immortals who have lived for countless years and still haven't died. Shiki the Golden Lion was also incredibly annoying. The world government didn't let him live comfortably either. Back in the New World, Shiki the Golden Lion, who was a powerful figure, had received no shortage of protection from the world government. Once this troublesome issue is resolved, it will be the turn of the world government. You guys, don't be too hasty. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his tall, imposing figure resembling a god or demon, standing proudly, an invisibly powerful aura emanating from him. The weak didn't even dare to look Whitebeard straight in the eye. Even the most powerful pirates wouldn't dare speak carelessly in front of Whitebeard. Arrive! The squadron leader, who was piloting the spaceship, suddenly spoke up to give a reminder. Everyone was thrown into a state of shock and disarray. Preparations are complete to welcome the next major battle. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates knew that this time they were not only facing the power of the Germa Kingdom, but also the forces of the world government, as well as the pirates lurking in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. None of these people are easy to deal with. Of course, the more difficult the enemy is to deal with, the more excited and passionate everyone feels. Let's sweep across Germa and then trample the holy land of Mariadua. My enthusiasm has started to boil over. Then let's all be together, follow your father, and begin the fight. Calm Belt, in addition, is another place. Impel down, impel down, impel down. Unable to withstand the devastating defeat at the Great Prison, at this moment, a series of dangerous plumes of green smoke poured down, raining down on the massive stone structures, causing them to fall haphazardly to the ground. The original, towering seagull flag, now too, has been cut in half and is stuck upside down in the mud and ruins. Ruin. The ultimate ruins. Utter devastation, a ruin beyond repair. This place where unbearable chaos and fighting erupted. They destroyed a lot of buildings here. However, the implication is that the plan to destroy Impel Down, including the instigation and triggers, was entirely orchestrated by Magellan. It can be said, Magellan did this intentionally. The architecture on Impel Down Island has been almost completely destroyed. Perhaps deep within the ocean, the prison, surrounded by sea stone fortresses, is incredibly sturdy and has never been destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the vast, deep-sea prison of the 18th level, the elevator descends relentlessly, starting from the first floor and going down one level at a time. Warden, can we, this time, bring Whitebeard and his crew here? The original person, who had been promoted to chief jailer, now stood respectfully before everyone, speaking with utmost reverence. This person possesses unfathomable power, a truly disgusting paramecia-type poison user. Magellan. They will definitely come, Magellan said in a low voice. He harbored an intense, unconditional hatred for pirates. This time, he proactively contacted the highest echelons of the world government and participated in the entire operation to ambush Whitebeard. just received news that the Whitebeard pirates have completely reached the calm belt, and presumably they've already declared war on the German kingdom. The Han Dynasty's abbreviated summary of the news report. Excellent. Magellan had barely finished speaking when his eyes suddenly widened and his legs clamped together. Gurgle, gurgle. The man spat out the words, his face filled with fear and shock. Chief, this is in the elevator. Ah? The news of the Whitebeard pirates arriving in the calm belt spread incredibly quickly. Countless pirate groups hiding on each island in the calm belt were thrown into turmoil, their spirits shaken. Next! This is destined to be an earth-shattering battle. Finally, it's here. Whitebeard, what will be the outcome of this one time? Countless people are interested in this battle. Originally, very few people ever went to the calm belt. Logically, no pirate crews would ever come to this place because the calm belt is extremely dangerous. Hidden away are countless Sea King-type creatures. A moment of carelessness, and you'll be buried beneath the giant beak of a Sea King, becoming a Sea King's sacrificial offering. This one time, it was a shocking surprise. In the vicinity of the calm belt, countless pirates have appeared. These pirates are all quite powerful individuals. When you look across the Grand Line, they are extremely rare. Their purpose in coming here was to secretly hide and fix the leaky roof of Whitebeard's head in order to claim the 10 billion berries bounty. And they are extraordinarily intelligent. To prevent the Neptune-type pirates from causing trouble for them, there was no shortage of pirate crews, and before reaching the calm belt, they had already planned to destroy every naval base on the islands and plunder naval warships. The naval warships have sea prism-like structures at the bottom, allowing them to coexist peacefully with Sea Kings and avoid their attacks. This is also the key reason why the Navy can freely traverse the calm belt. It was also because of Impel Down that the meeting took place inside the calm belt. Whitebeard pirate ship land. At this moment, countless people became interested. And the world's governments are even more so sending staff, specifically in charge of this live broadcast. We want the whole world to witness this one-time massive ambush on Whitebeard. Thanks to that, we can shake the world. The world of governments must continue to empower themselves. Thus, the images spread from place to place around the world immediately stirred the emotions of countless people. That colossal spaceship, it will forever be the most awe-inspiring thing. That year, Kaido commanded the Beast Pirates, felling the world's largest treasure tree, Atom, and destroying an entire island. Unexpectedly, he was ultimately ambushed by the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard not only killed the Beast Pirates, but also took away an entire treasure tree, Atom. That's how he built that incredibly sturdy giant. Someone was quietly explaining. Many people are unaware of these things. This statement immediately shocked many people. No wonder Whitebeard's pirate ship was so sturdy. Originally, it was made from the best shipbuilding materials in the world. How many Atom's tree gamps would it take to build a pirate ship as massive as that? Looking up at the sky, where a harmonious spectacle was unfolding, many people were deeply moved. The Atom's tree, that too is a priceless treasure. It's something you can encounter, but not something you can ask for. Money can't buy it. Normally, it's basically impossible to buy. It's possible that Whitebeard used the adamantium tree to create such an extravagant, gigantic object. A masterpiece that shakes the world, truly worthy of Whitebeard. Quick, don't say anything more. Hurry, stare. The spaceship is falling into the sea. Fight, open up. In this world, attention is focused on what lies below, and all things harmonize, cascading down with a resounding roar. In an instant, it stirred up countless waves. The enormous waves, crushed by the colossal pirate ship, were tossed and rolled in all directions. For a brief moment, it was like a tsunami. The entire surface of the sea shook incessantly. Edward Newgate. Vinsmoke Judge stood proudly in the Germa Kingdom, his hands clasped behind his back. His voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated unusually, echoing across the vast ocean and reaching the ears of every pirate watching. At Vinsmoke, behind Judge, were 20 attendants whose faces showed no change. Their demeanors were cold, their heights were unusual, and their appearances were not entirely alike. These things, like puppets, like machines, exude a cold, indifferent aura. Maybe they are all living, breathing people. Because they couldn't sense any signs of life in those people, they became angry. Whitebeard, do you dare to fight me to the death? Vinsmoke. Ichiji, the eldest son of the Vinsmoke clan, was the first to step forward. His feet dangled in the air, making popping sounds. He wore a pair of technologically advanced boots that allowed him to perform moves similar to Geppu from the Marine 6 styles without any physical exertion. Vinsmoke. Ichiji is very dignified. As the first prince of the Germa kingdom, he was incredibly arrogant. And from his own perspective, he completely had the right to be so arrogant. He led his army participating in countless battles, and in each battle, he defeated overwhelming odds with minimal losses, mercilessly annihilating the armies of the enemy kings. With money, you can get Germa 6 army units to take action. They can't distinguish between good and evil. It's impossible to distinguish between right and wrong. If enough money is paid, Germa's 6th army will accept the application without hesitation and make their move. And D. Vinsmoke, Ichiji, is the one who leads Germa's 6th army, a group of arrogant and suffering people. His hands are stained with the fresh blood of countless people, and he has crushed countless lives. Moreover, even in the wild, vast, and powerful new world of pirates, Vinsmoke Ichiji, leading his army, has never been defeated. This side is his capital, modified from a young age. From birth, their physical constitution was different from that of ordinary people. Again, no one who is emotionally detached will be subject to any similar feelings of pity, gratitude, hatred, suffering, and so on. With immense strength and advanced high-tech equipment, Vinsmoke Ichiji had ample confidence in himself. Even against a formidable opponent like Whitebeard, he could emerge unscathed. Challenging Whitebeard, defeating Whitebeard, this is the dream of every man on this vast ocean. Just defeating Whitebeard would be a tremendous honor for the other side. Vinsmoke. Ichiji raised his head, a haughty expression on his face, watching Changvian's seemingly harmonious demeanor, and said, Whitebeard, come out, fight me, as expected of a fine man from our Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Judge said with a proud expression on his face, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is indeed a true man of honor. A kingly demeanor. For a brief moment, the Germa kingdom was not lacking in soldiers and high-ranking officials, all vying for Vinsmoke's attention. Ichiji felt incredibly proud and clapped his hands in admiration. Will Whitebeard accept the challenge? Not far away, a pirate, having captured a warship, stood on the deck, gazing at Whitebeard's magnificent and harmonious ship, and said this, I'll definitely go. I heard that the Vinsmoke family's technological equipment is quite powerful, and I even heard they can unleash lightning, flames, and other attack methods. Similar to the abilities of various Logia-type devil fruits, extremely terrifying. Before the man could finish speaking, he heard a series of heavy footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Whitebeard, with his imposing and towering figure, emerged from the ship's deck, his voice echoing through the air. Though not loud, his voice resonated deeply within countless people, causing the hearts of many pirates to race. Vinsmoke. Ichiji's eyes gleamed, and he unleashed a barrage of attacks, having made thorough preparations for the battle. He shouted, Excellent! For a weakling like you, I have no interest in even lifting a finger. Whitebeard's calm, indifferent voice echoed across the vast ocean, as if an elephant facing an ant's challenge, not even glancing at it, completely disregarding it. The Vinsmoke family is too weak. It's so noisy. Whitebeard's voice echoed in everyone's ears, and for a moment, the entire ocean was filled with a commotion. Everyone was astonished. Such a weakling. I have no interest in even attacking him. You're not qualified to challenge me. You're underestimating people too much. This shows absolutely no respect for anyone. This is the Vinsmoke clan's eldest prince, who has never been defeated even once in the New World. And yet, he's completely invisible to Whitebeard. For a moment, everyone was a little frightened. As for Vinsmoke Ichiji himself, his eyes narrowed and a flush appeared on his face. That's disgusting. How dare you ignore me, the prince? In the original Vinsmoke, Ichiji, brimming with confidence, stepped forward to challenge Whitebeard. Little did he know, Whitebeard didn't take him seriously at all, not even glancing at him. You're underestimating people too much. Loud and noisy. Her long golden hair fluttered in the wind, blowing even without any breeze. Shiki, the golden lion, suddenly attacked, causing the island's geological strata to shake violently in an instant, with countless rocks and earth emitting a deafening roar. Bring out something, or else you'll disappoint me too much. Boom, boom, boom. According to Shiki the lion, the sound faded away. The entire island suddenly shook violently from within, and huge pillars of mud and earth rose up into the air. Roar, roar, roar. Each massive pillar of earth and stone eventually transformed into a terrifying, gigantic lion's head, radiating a ferocious aura. Each of these enormous lions opened its enormous mouth, baring its fangs, and let out earth-shattering roars. Simultaneously turn and attack the enemy. This is an incredibly powerful force, so terrifying that even the strongest physical body would be instantly torn apart. Right now, countless people were slightly frightened. I didn't think of that. Submitting to Whitebeard under the golden lion banner of Shiki, as terrifying as ever. When the veteran takes action, it's truly a case of a sharp blade never aging. His power is boundless. This person spoke without uttering a single word, facing the enormous, towering lion's head and its massive, gaping maw. This person's expression remained unchanged, as if paralyzed, showing not the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Kill. It seemed as if a syllable was being transmitted. Follow me. This person suddenly fired two incredibly bright, blinding laser beams from both hands. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked and terrified. With one move, it's a laser weapon. And there's more. Essentially, it wasn't a laser weapon in hand, but rather those two hands with lasers shooting out from their palms. The dazzling laser light captivated everyone's attention. Amidst the shocked shouts of the crowd, two terrifying laser beams instantly sliced the colossal, towering lion's head in two. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous lion's head shattered in an instant. It turned into countless rocks and debris, scattering and falling everywhere. For a brief moment, rocks and debris flew everywhere, filling the sky and earth with dust and dirt. The entire island was filled with countless densely packed rocks and debris, along with large chunks of earth and rocks, all of which were falling towards the ground. Dong, dong, dong. In the blink of an eye, the ground was riddled with countless deep craters from the impact of rocks and debris. Obnoxious. Shiki the golden lion let out a loud roar, suddenly shouting, his body like a raging lion, his long golden hair violently flying backward, emitting a series of clanging sounds like metal clashing, swords clashing. Kill, kill, kill. Shiki, the golden lion, knew his opponent was incredibly powerful and held nothing back. But beneath their feet, two renowned swords instantly launched a deadly attack. Kogarashi. Out too. Perhaps you don't need to fear a laser sword. Not inferior in the slightest to the supreme 12-bladed great sword of fame. Chochu. To legendary swords wielded by Shiki the golden lion in his berserk state, unleashed their terrifying floating fruit abilities to kill. It pierced through the air in an instant. In the air, two terrifying white trails of terror were left behind. Ding ding. The clash of swords and blades, accompanied by the piercing, ear-shattering sound of sharp, explosive blows through the air, shot rapidly towards the enemy. The two renowned swords, like lightning, moved with unbelievable speed, piercing through the air, leaving behind two identical trajectories of wasted practice. A sharp, explosive whistling sound erupted in an instant, and it was already beside the enemy. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little frightened and flustered. Shiki the Golden Lion's power is truly terrifying beyond measure. Fresh Flower Bridge. Fresh Flower Bridge. This level of attack was terrifyingly powerful, and with two world-class swords at its core, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. No one could possibly withstand a 100% attack from Shiki the Golden Lion. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. Could that living humanoid weapon be pierced through the body? Right now, everyone harbored the same doubts. Chou-chou. It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. A flash of white silk appeared, and the two renowned swords, Kogarashi O2, had already pierced the enemy before them. A stick is being thrust towards the head. A spearhead aimed at the heart. It's inevitable that they'll expose weak points, a fatal blow to the crucial local area. Kami, Fu, at this terrifyingly crucial moment, this living humanoid weapon suddenly transformed into an incredibly thin sheet of paper. A picture of a person on a piece of paper. It's so thin it's infuriating. With the wind at their backs, they can soar to the horizon with the same effortless grace. The figure made of paper, facing inwards towards a group, directly dodged the two assassins wielding famous swords. Ultimate Marine 6 styles Kami, right now. Seeing this, everyone was stunned and speechless. In this world, is there really someone who has cultivated the 6 styles Kami of the Navy to this level? Unbelievable, perhaps. In the blink of an eye, he could transform his physical body into a thin sheet of paper, a sight so infuriating it would drive anyone mad. And while simultaneously changing his form to that paper-like state, he could dodge to lightning fast, air-piercing blades that were about to strike. What incredible power this is! Many people were therefore stunned. Many people were a little frightened. No one would have imagined that this being, known as a humanoid weapon-wielding creature, could cultivate the 6 styles of the Navy to such a level. That's too exaggerated. I fear that even if you searched the entire Navy, you wouldn't find a master of the 6 styles more formidable than him. In any case, every member of the Navy has a basic understanding of the 6 styles, and training them to this level requires immense willpower and determination, which may delay their training in other areas. It's just that. People don't know that this physical form, resembling a weapon, is fundamentally not something one can cultivate oneself. They all got out through scientific tricks and cheating. 877 is like the German kingdom manufacturing 20-year-old mature soldiers. It only takes 5 or 6 years to achieve the same result. Science is cheating. Humph. You avoided it once, but how could you avoid it a second time? Shiki the Lion King snorted coldly. His twin swords automatically turned corners, just as expected. Kogarashi O2, wielding two renowned swords, after his assassination attempt failed, instantly circled around as he headed outside. Chou-chou. From behind the enemy, two streaks of light transformed, rapidly circling and launching a surprise attack. We're about to break through from behind, right in this instant, painting. The sound of steel being delivered suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a pitch-black, armor-like substance appeared behind this person. Ding-dong, stab, the terrifying sound of metal clashing echoed across the land, incredibly jarring to the ears. That makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. Again. Once again, they've stopped Shiki the Golden Lion's two famous swords. This is in no way inferior to the supreme 12 great swords of Kogarashi and O2. It's even more surprising that a legendary pirate like Shiki, the Golden Lion, is involved, even if it's a roundabout, close-range training session. That force is terrifying. No ordinary person can stop it. Vibrate, terrifying, terrible. I never would have thought of this kind of trivial matter, involving human-sized weapons, yet possessing such formidable defensive capabilities. Armament hockey. Someone said that out of fear. It's not armament hockey. Armament hockey is a kind of wave-like substance that exists within the human body itself. Only humans can cultivate, develop, and activate it. Those who have been transformed into non-humans, with their human-like forms and weapons, no longer have the conditions to cultivate the three colors of hockey. There's a great pirate explaining things from the shadows. That's correct, it's not armament hockey. The black, reinforced energy enveloping his body wasn't armament hockey, but rather, it's still Tekai. The 6 styles of the Navy in Tekai. Take Tekai training to its absolute limit. The defensive power can be exaggerated to the extreme. When someone mentioned the 6 styles of the Marine, Tekai, everyone gasped in shock once again. The 6 styles of the Navy. Is it the 6 styles Navy again? Oh my God! No one would have thought that this type of technique, which is common among naval personnel and involves the 6 powers, could be cultivated to such a level, reaching such a terrifyingly powerful and formidable stage. Absolutely unbelievable, Chochu is retired. Without giving anyone much time to be terrified, this humanoid weapon-like creature took the initiative to attack. Lasers from its 2 hands suddenly shot rapidly towards Shiki the Golden Lion. Obnoxious! Shiki the Golden Lion was sent flying backward. Avoid 2 laser beams striking close together, boom, boom, boom. Laser said that wherever there was land and rocks and trees, it was impossible to distinguish whether they were solid or not. The whole thing was like a block of tofu, easily cut apart, pop, pop, pop. When an object is cut by a laser, the cut area is instantly buried, emitting 3 sounds, and then disappears into thin air, TSK. Seeing such a terrifying scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. This level of laser power is incredibly formidable, I fear. Not many people could stop it, consider it an obstruction. The consequences were also extraordinarily terrible. While incredibly powerful, laser weapons, they're terrifying. Many people were shocked by this. That's really dangerous. Shiki, the Golden Lion, narrowly avoided being shot down by the laser, but then suddenly both his eyes exploded, shooting out a circle of light that completely wiped him out. I only see the person opposite. The one who was originally far away from the enemy, now using Geppu, a type of kicking technique, is charging forward. By now, everyone is in the open. This ability, which allows the warrior to walk on air, is called Geppu. It's simply a matter of cultivating to the extremely high level of Geppu. Stepping out of the Geppu with such speed and a graceful curve of the footwork, it was so ostentatious that no one could discern its 4.7 with the naked eye. It's just like having the same visual perspective as flying. What a terrifying character! He's pushed the Marine 6 styles to its limits and even possesses lasers. Does he have even more tricks up his sleeve? At this moment, many people felt their scalps tingle. Once the world government dispatches these petty, weapon-wielding humanoid figures to deal with the world of pirates, I'm afraid not many will be able to withstand them. Danger. Just as the enemy was closing in, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly felt a sense of danger he had never experienced before. This kind of danger feels like something I only experienced when I was fighting. Whitebeard in the beginning, pink. Shiki the lion once again leapt into the air, a pair of famous swords instantly flying back, and he lifted his leg and brought it down, boom, boom, boom. The laser whizzed past Leo, just a few millimeters away from where it was wreaking havoc. The power was terrifying, capable of making Shiki, the Golden Lion, feel an intensely burning sensation. Fortunately, Shiki the lion used his observation hockey to forcibly dodge this sudden laser attack. Damn it, I almost fell for it. This person not only has lasers in both hands, but also in his mouth. This laser just now started shooting out from his mouth. His mouth directly spewed out a laser beam. This almost caught Shiki off guard. nearly causing him to be hit. The fleeting sense of impending death caused Shiki, the golden lion, to widen his eyes in shock. How hateful! Stay close to people. Seeing the enemy charging towards him in a flash, Shiki the Lion King instantly dodged, brandishing a pair of legendary swords with 17 blades, and in a split second unleashed countless dense streams of sword energy. Slash Lion Heavenly Iron Valley. In an instant, countless golden flashes erupted from within Kogarashi and Otu. Chaochu is retired. Like a blossoming sword flower, it instantly enveloped the enemy's position, above, below, left, and right. Nothing could escape its grasp. There's no way to dodge this slash, especially at such a close distance. Even the most powerful opponent couldn't possibly survive such a terrifying slash from such a short distance without sustaining any injuries. Die! Shiki the Golden Lion snorted coldly, his long, golden hair fluttering in the wind as his legs unleashed terrifying slashes. The slash instantly tore through the air. Countless dense, intertwined vines, like a net, instantly enveloped the enemy, assassinating them as they passed through. Mr. Six Forms, Kami, Six Styles, Tekai, all they saw was this person's body being transformed into a sheet of paper, so thin and fragile that it was only the thickness of a strand of hair. Ultimate Marine Six Styles Kami, Mr. That pitch-black color, like ink, was terrifyingly dark, instantly enveloping the figure on the piece of paper completely. Kami combined with Tekai, this is the ultimate Six Styles Marine. Tekai, incredible defensive capabilities. Ding ding ding, following closely behind, countless dense, intertwined slashes, with about 10% of them striking the advancing Kami figure. Each sound was like the clang of iron being cut. Extremely jarring, extremely difficult to listen to. Stab the flags, flames flew. Everywhere slashes flew wildly, and terrifying screams echoed across the entire sea. What? Suddenly, in the middle of it all, Shiki, the Golden Lion, glared with wide, angry eyes, let out a terrified cry, and quickly retreated backward. Damn it, this person, again, not injured at all. This thing is so special, it's a monster. Shiki, the Golden Lion, felt a tingling sensation all over his scalp. This was impossible. Even the most powerful Marine Six Styles Tekai couldn't possibly defend against his slashing attack, especially that dense. Countless slashes, even with only a 10% chance of hitting the enemy, it's enough to kill them. You should know, how terrifying is Shiki's Golden Lion slash? Having once dominated countless seas in, the Grand Line striking fear into the hearts of countless pirates, this terrifying figure relied not only on the power of his floating fruit, but also on his swordsmanship, which commanded immense respect. Especially a pair of famous swords, Kogarashi Otu, are no joke. Even with Kami and Tekai working together, they absolutely cannot stop Shiki's Golden Lion slash. Don't even talk about 10% of a slash. Even a single slash is something no ordinary person can stop. Maybe this person standing before me. Again, not injured at all. Not injured at all. What is this concept? That's not right. Shiki, the Golden Lion, retreated rapidly, not only having to guard against the enemy's light slash attack, but also against a sudden surprise attack. Suddenly, Shiki realized something was wrong. He saw the enemy, standing before him, unusually flat. The entire chest is abnormally flat. A normal person's chest would definitely rise and fall, with muscles and chest muscles of all kinds. Could this person, 190? He has armor in front of him. Shiki the Lion King thought of only one possibility. Isn't this person a living humanoid weapon? Thus, preventing its own slashing attack was not only the work of Kami and Tekai, but also the soft armor it was equipped with. So his weakness lies behind him. Shiki, the Golden Lion, then revealed himself, immediately leaping into the air. Using his floating fruit ability, He flew up into the air, intending to find an opportunity to ambush his opponent from behind. Boom, 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 the living humanoid weapon-wielding creature chases and kills, its feet treading the extreme limits of Geppo. Pursuing the golden lion Shiki and attacking with lasers, the two men were half fair. Barely able to stand, their feet firmly planted on the ground. Slashes and lasers wreak havoc across the heavens and earth. On the ground, countless trees had been chopped down. The ground was being cleaved into terrifying, fragmented pieces. Countless rocks and debris were scattered everywhere. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, the fighting extremely fierce and perilous. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. What kind of monster is this? And it can fight the golden lion Shiki to a draw. Fast and powerful attack. Incredible defensive capabilities. That's outrageous. There are about 20 of them. If 20 of them join forces, could anyone possibly withstand them? Right now, I wonder how many people were shocked by this. This kind of trivial matter, involving human-sized weapons, is undeniably a bit excessively powerful. Is this the world of manipulative governments? Similarly, countless people were shocked. The images of the battle, broadcast live and transmitted to every island in the world, shocked countless people. The world's governments, it seems, rarely display their manipulative tactics. Although people feared the world government, they rarely saw the world government take action. In the past, it was basically the Navy headquarters that acted, dominating the high seas and capturing pirates. People also thought that the world's governments had a powerful navy. I used to think that in the world of governments under their flag, only the Navy was the most fearsome and powerful force. By now, countless people have openly admitted that the inner workings of the world's governments are likely to surpass everyone's imagination. Just a living humanoid weapon is enough to quell countless pirate crews in this world. The world government stands tall at the pinnacle of power, controlling the entire world's top echelons of authority. With countless years of history, it naturally possesses immense underlying strength. The world government, originally, I thought that this time, the world government might be overthrown. Who knew? Who knows? The world's government forces. This is the level they've just reached. No one admires living humanoid weapons because this is a world of government forces. Countless people are terrified of a post-world world with a powerful government. At this moment, everyone finally understood that the true inner workings of the world government had never been shaken. And all of these effects are exactly what the five elders were hoping for. The sacred site of Muriajua, the most luxurious part of the castle. The five elder stars, 5 in number, received feedback from each island in the world. Indeed, humanity is beginning to fear the powerful inner workings of future governments. Even those who had once wanted to escape the kingdom's government began to tremble uncontrollably, not daring to utter another word. But as for those who joined the Whitebeard pirates under the kingdom's banner, conversely, not a single sound was heard. It seems so. Those who joined the Whitebeard pirates under the kingdom's banner were determined to be enemies of the world government. Run away from these things no matter what. Within the world's sphere of influence, countless pirates have risen in fear. The world government is powerful, far beyond the reach of ordinary pirate crews. Excellent, the desired effect has been achieved. The 5 elder stars exchanged uneasy glances. They both saw the ease in each other's eyes. What they wanted was this news to threaten the whole world and intimidate those arrogant pirates. Especially the Whitebeard pirates. Let's see their reaction. Haha, I wonder if they're scared right now. One of the 5 elder stars, a small fellow, said with a laugh, "The Whitebeard pirates are the worst kind of pirates. I'm afraid that unless we completely wipe them out, they won't stop." The enveloping great demon, who had cut through the 5 elder stars, said coldly, "It seems so." In his eyes, killing was the best solution. Then let's make the entire Whitebeard pirates pay for their crimes. Let's slaughter them all, and naturally no one will dare to stand up and resist us. Simply put, it's easy to say. these 5 elders seemed to be becoming even more confident because they were truly amazed to see Vegapunk's incredible research achievements. You should know, Vegapunk was still in the same spot, researching a different kind of weapon, a weapon several times more powerful than the humanoid living creatures used in battle. Once that weapon is successfully developed, this world will be turned upside down. Therefore, this is what gave the 5 Elder Stars such immense confidence. Besides, they also have other methods, but using them requires a relatively terrifying amount of energy, which is the key reason they haven't used them in the near future. National treasure. Doflamingo once said that a national treasure, similarly, is a kind of weapon capable of sweeping away any powerful force. Calm Belt. A terrible battle, extremely perilous, was underway. Shiki the Golden Lion and a humanoid weapon-wielding creature soared through the air, both unleashing terrifying techniques capable of instantly killing their opponents. The shock was unparalleled. Slashing attacks and lasers unleashed their full power. It sent shivers down the spines of countless people. 2 figures, constantly soaring through the air, exchanged blows, relentlessly attacking their opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, Shiki the Golden Lion seized the opportunity, his hands resting safely on the ground. Countless earthen pillars and stone columns shot upwards. Lion, Heaven, and Earth Prison. Shiki the Golden Lion let out a long, terrifying roar, and in an instant, immense power surged down to the ground. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Dong, dong, dong. One by one, enormous pillars of earth and stone shot up from all directions, instantly engulfing the living humanoid weapon within them. Boom, boom, boom. Those countless dense, intertwined pillars of earth and rock, moving at extreme speed, repeatedly blocked the escape attempts of the humanoid creatures and weapons, preventing them from ever making a move. A hellish prison has been created. He uses laser energy, so he has to consume light. During one battle, Shiki the Golden Lion retained his keen eye. Kill. At the same time, Shiki the Golden Lion also made it clear that this level of earth and stone pillar-shaped lion head could only trap the enemy for a short time. He absolutely had to kill the enemy with his sword in this brief moment. No, God only knows if there are other tricks up their sleeve. Shiki, the Golden Lion, moved with incredible speed, flipping and flying outwards, transforming into a streak of light, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Pink. A terrifying battle erupted with 373 waves of energy. Trapped inside the humanoid weapon-like prison, it instantly erupted with dazzling light. The barriers beside it, each pillar of earth and stone, were instantly destroyed and buried upon contact with the light. Go to hell! Shiki the Lion King launched a surprise attack on the humanoid weapon-wielding creature behind him. This is the only weakness that Shiki, the Golden Lion, currently possesses. The back. The acetylene gas glows in the middle. Whoosh! Without exception, both famous swords pierced the humanoid creature's back. No fresh blood was flowing out. It's just sparks and an electric arc. Back off, back off, back off, back off. Shiki the Golden Lion was sent flying out in a frenzy. He held two famous swords in his hands and stabbed them into the enemy's back. Unexpectedly, the enemy's back emitted a strong electric current, nearly electrocuting him unconscious. We can only ignore the fact that the famous sword flew out. Shiki, the Lion King, finally landed on a massive pillar of earth and rock. This time we've encountered an enemy, and it's a bit difficult to deal with. We must warn Whitebeard. These guys aren't just jealous. Shiki, the Lion King, was seething with anger. He had never imagined that a living humanoid weapon could possess such immense power. What on earth is this thing? Hissing sounds. The weapon, impaled through the back of the humanoid creature, was continuously emitting electrical currents. Streaks of sky blue electric arcs flickered and pulsed. Incredibly dazzling and terrifying. Creak, creak. The man mechanically turned around, looked towards Whitebeard in the distance, and uttered in a robotic voice, "You deserve to die." Own. Shiki the Lion King seized the opportunity and struck again. Close quarters combat. Given the power of the floating fruit, it seems impossible to kill it. Surpassing the speed of sound with a screeching sound, a thunderous explosion erupted near Shiki the Golden Lion's ear, his body like a streak of light, instantly closing in on the living humanoid weapon. Own. A great battle erupted. A close-quarters fight ensued. Shiki, the Golden Lion, with his wild, flowing blonde hair, resembled a raging lion. Hong, hong, hong. Unexpectedly, this person, armed with 2 swords on their back, was actually capable of fighting. Each move and technique executed with such skill and artistry that they fought to a draw against Shiki the Golden Lion. We must attack their weaknesses. Shiki, the Lion King, felt a sudden clarity in his heart. He understood that this person had also begun to be wary of him, wary of his weak points being attacked. Final. Shiki the Lion King seized a slight opening, his 2 fists carrying devastating force, bombarding the enemy's back. Bang! Crackling sounds. The terrifying destructive force instantly shattered this person's back. Each tree emitted a blue electrical arc, exploding violently, scattering sparks everywhere, and creating chaotic electrical currents. The living humanoid creature's weapon flew out. Maybe. In this place, the lights of the lamp shine brightly. A dark streak of light shot out from this person's body. In an instant, Shiki, unleashing his full power, unleashed 2 fists of Golden Lion energy that he couldn't retract in time. It's a big hammock. Let's directly surround Shiki the Golden Lion. Hissing sounds. The electric blue arc, a terrifying electric current, exploded in an instant, flowing through the black net, the current directly entering the body of Golden Lion Shiki. Ahar! Shiki the Golden Lion let out a long, agonizing scream. The whole person curled up in a ball. It was locked up by a large black mesh screen. This is crafted from sea prism stone. As the electric current passed through, Shiki the Golden Lion's entire body was engulfed in smoke. His long, golden hair turned charred black, and he became completely limp, losing all his fighting ability. Large sea stone net. Once finished, any fake demonic ability will be destroyed. Having lost his Paramecia-type Golden Lion fruit, Shiki, the Flying Lion, is trapped in a massive net, unable to escape. Boom! At this moment, the weapon-shaped living thing that had been knocked away also fell to the ground, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Following that, a sound like a thunderous explosion echoed across the land. This person, a powerful explosion, smashed by Shiki the Lion King. TSK. A sharp, cold breath echoes through the comm belt. It was an incredibly moving scene, causing a stir among countless people. With Whitebeard under his banner, there are no weaklings. Maybe, but right now. Another humanoid weapon-wielding creature darted onto the island, and with a loud bang, a deafening explosion echoed in an instant. This being was already beside Golden Lion Shiki, its 2 hands flashing with lasers, aimed directly at Golden Lion Shiki. With Whitebeard under his banner, there are no weaklings. Just as everyone cried out in unison, another humanoid weapon-like creature attacked again. A terrifyingly loud explosion rang out. In an incredibly short time, 2 laser beams, aimed directly at Shiki the Golden Lion, appeared beside him. Surrounded by sea prism rocks, the ability users were fundamentally incapable of withstanding the laser weapon bombardment. With those 2 terrifying laser beams descending, Shiki, the Golden Lion, would undoubtedly have his body pierced in an instant. Even if he were immortal, he would still be severely injured, losing his fighting ability and suffering a devastating blow. Everyone was utterly astonished. The situation is extremely perilous. Retirement. Right there in the middle of the streetlights, a stream of blue flames in an instant blasted through, and in a near miss, the blue flames engulfed the humanoid weapon that had just unexpectedly attacked. With a whoosh, Marco, enveloped in blue light, used the technique of floating light and shadow to take away the Golden Lion Shiki. Boom! As Marco carried the golden lion during his flight, a humanoid weapon-like creature on the ground erupted with blue flames, its hands raised, and a burst of light flashed. A laser instantly pierced the air, aiming directly at Marco. Marco suddenly had an idea, but it hasn't been completely avoided either. Anyway, he brought along Shiki the golden lion. Whoosh! Two laser beams from Marco, a pair of blue flames in his wings, pierced right through. The pale blue flame pierced through and carried away. Fragments of blue flame drifted down through the air, like sky blue petals. However, this didn't inflict any damage on Marco either. The Zoan-type mythical creature, the immortal bird, truly grants Marco the ability to revive, meaning that even if pierced by a laser, he will not die, let alone if it's only a wing pierced. Petal. Marco, accompanied by Shiki the golden lion, returns to the harmonious realm and advances. This is a sea prism stone. Standing in the dark corner of the golden lion's net, Shiki said with extreme frustration. He was facing an enemy explosion, unleashing all his strength, leaving him no time to dodge. Otherwise, with his golden lion Shiki abilities, he absolutely wouldn't have been so exhausted. That was incredibly dangerous just now. It made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Mess, if Marco hadn't intervened in time. I'm afraid that this guy, Shiki the lion, is doomed. We naturally know this is Sea Prism Stone. This is a world where the government consistently uses underhanded tactics. Marco chuckled. He didn't bring the golden lion back with his bare hands, but rather used a rubber hook to carry it. This is similar to wearing gloves made of a special material. The principle is that they can use Sea Prism Stone as a weapon, but rubber can ignore the energy of Sea Prism Stone. How did you know I would be captured? Shiki, the Lion King, was utterly astonished. Logically, Marco shouldn't have been able to reach the battle location in such a short time. Of course, it was Father's order, Marco said, pointing at Whitebeard and laughing. You're still so careless. Shiki, the golden lion, was therefore astonished, not expecting Whitebeard to have anticipated the outcome. Regarding Marco's mockery, Shiki couldn't help but respond, offering no rebuttal, but instead stating firmly, I really wanted to kill that guy back then. That's correct. Shiki the Lion King was angered by that guy. It's very difficult to deal with the enemy. Therefore, after painstakingly identifying weaknesses and seizing opportunities, one naturally wants to eliminate the target. Are you sure you can find out that guy's weaknesses? Whitebeard revealed a smile, looking towards Shiki the golden lion. Letting this person take the lead naturally means exploring what are considered the opponent's weaknesses. Fresh Flower Bridge. Vegapunk. This was the only concession Whitebeard made. He sensed a threat from this guy, and since he had connections in the East and West, it was still better to take him seriously. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to pounce on a rabbit. Knowing yourself and your enemy leads to victory in every battle. Getting to know an enemy's background is generally a good thing. Their backs, Shiki, the golden lion, said. He knew every detail of combat clearly. After all, he was a veteran of the battlefield, a legendary pirate who had once been on par with Roger. Even if his strength wasn't top-notch, he was still a seasoned veteran. Their backs are their only weak point. The front of their bodies has flattened soft armor, perhaps also made of Sea Prism Stone. They have lasers in both hands, and they even have them in their mouths. This one point is very nauseating. The golden lion was almost in trouble at that moment. That guy has a laser sight, needless to say. He's incredibly dangerous. Is there anything left? Marco frowned. He had a feeling that those guys possessed far more than just their meager abilities. The level of mastery was so high that it sent shivers down the spines of the Marine 6 styles. Kami, Tekai, Gappu, Rankyaku. The 6 types of naval martial arts have all cultivated to an extremely terrifying level, possessing boundless power. There must be other abilities, excluding this one fighter. Perhaps he's just the weakest among them. Shiki the lion possesses an excellent ability to judge his enemies. He could sense that the guy who had just arrived on the battlefield was far more powerful than the one he had defeated. Upon hearing this, even the Whitebeard pirates, which boasted many powerful individuals, couldn't help but be astonished. Even the weakest guy can fight Golden Lion Shiki to a draw. What is this concept? Those guys, at least they're monster-level squad leaders. Father. Everyone looked anxiously towards Whitebeard. Each of their squad leaders could fight one of them. That wasn't a problem. With 20 humanoid weapon-like creatures, they could distribute them all equally. Just that. The Germa Kingdom isn't just here to watch the show either. Just using living humanoid weapons to stop the entire Whitebeard Pirates captain, what nonsense. The advantage completely favors the Germa Kingdom. Maybe. If the leader of the 440 group hadn't gone to deal with those monsters, how should we deal with them? This time, the Whitebeard pirates are in trouble. That's quite interesting. Whitebeard laughed. As usual, he was calm and composed, extremely relaxed. There wasn't a hint of worrying. Don't joke around. I'm Whitebeard, you guys. Do you really think you can do anything to me with this little bit of ability? First, have Shiki open the Sea Tower Stone network. Sea Stone isn't an impenetrable prison. As long as you're not a fake, you won't be restrained. And Sea Stone barriers are even easier to break since they're not prisons. But right now, the Calm Belt, a place that countless pirates found somewhat terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying monster with such combat power. It's truly a bit too strong. He could fight alongside Shiki the Golden Lion for dozens of rounds without falling into a disadvantage. Although it was eventually shattered by Shiki the Golden Lion, at the very last moment, it used a large sea prism stone net to capture Shiki the Golden Lion. Miss, to let the Whitebeard pirates lose a powerful warrior. What terrifying humanoid weapons! These people are incredibly powerful, far beyond compare. Monsters exist. A guy who has cultivated the 6 styles of the Navy to their absolute limit. This world simply can't tolerate such a person. If this group consists of approximately 20 living, weapon-wielding warriors, and they all possess that kind of strength, I'm afraid even Whitebeard would have a hard time resisting them. These people seem impervious to weapons. They can even easily block the Golden Lion Shiki's slashing attack. It's important to know that Shiki's Golden Lion slash isn't just an ordinary slash. It's the powerful swordsmanship of the Golden Lion combined with the renowned swords Kogarashi and O2. Nevertheless, as usual, I was blocked by this person. This is a little terrifying. On the other side of Vinsmoke, Judge's eyes were shining. He did it intentionally. Whitebeard. Vinsmoke Judge, addressing the harmonious and powerful figure of Xinqing, said, this time without any arrogance or conceit, but with a knowing air, Whitebeard, do you dare to accept our challenge? A challenge? But it wasn't war. This is a dialogue. This made quite a few people suspicious of Vinsmoke Judge. What was this man up to? What kind of game was he playing? Whitebeard heard this and chuckled. Little fellow, what kind of game do you want to play? That couldn't be better. Vinsmoke Judge thought of a brilliant idea. Without losing any of their men, he could eliminate the threat posed by the Whitebeard pirates. He exclaimed, Whitebeard, do you want to test the true strength of these humanoid weapons? If you're interested, I can send one of them to fight. Of course, you can too, but it has to be you, Whitebeard, and no one else. That means Whitebeard is unable to play. Upon hearing Vinsmoke Judge's words, everyone was filled with doubt and confusion. What kind of trick are you playing? This news very quickly was relayed to the 5 elders via a similar method using a mobile phone, instantly causing the 5 elders to become furious. Bastard! An angry 5 elder star exclaimed, Vinsmoke Judge, what exactly does this man want? We lent him the humanoid weapon to ambush and kill Whitebeard. Initially, the agreement between the 5 elders and Vinsmoke Judge was very simple. Vinsmoke, Judge of the Germa Kingdom, in charge of elevating the Whitebeard pirates to the rank of captain. Whitebeard himself was dealt with by 20 humanoid weapon-like creatures sent by the 5 elders. These 20 humanoid weapon-wielding creatures have an absolute winning ratio. They could slaughter Whitebeard. This person dared to act on his own initiative. Contact him for me. Embracing the great demon and cutting through the 5 elder stars, the Whitebeard demon twisted his hair and opened his mouth to curse. Unable to contact him, he disconnected all the duplicate phone numbers. News quickly spread that Vinsmoke Judge was secretly using underhanded tactics, making him completely unreachable. 2.4. This guy really has a death wish. Once the Whitebeard Pirates incident is over, this guy can go die. That's stupid. The 5 Elder Stars were furious. Once again, someone disobeyed their orders. They're trying to break free from their control. For the 5 Elders, who wield absolute power and control the entire world, this was a blatant provocation, making them extremely uncomfortable. They're all a bunch of despicable people. Let Vegapunk activate a different form of control. Calm Belt. Vinsmoke Judge said, causing many to frown, unable to guess what this person ultimately intended to do. This person, with his insightful thoughts, could guess who he was and feared that the 5 elders were among them. Immediately afterward, Vinsmoke Judge became furious. Whitebeard, how about that? Are you too scared? Vinsmoke Judge looked towards Whitebeard. He had made full preparations for war, but for the time being, he had thought of a rather unusual solution. Oh! Whitebeard unexpectedly glanced at Vinsmoke. Judge Whitebeard's crescent-shaped face slightly raised, grinned, and said, "Your idea sounds pretty good. However, I still prefer the feeling of crushing you all. So you won't cooperate. Don't you have the courage?" Vinsmoke Judge raised his head, using this as a provocation, deliberately speaking loudly so everyone could hear. Cluck, cluck, ha, ha, ha. Whitebeard roared, fearless and with unparalleled spirit. Like a god or demon, do you really think that with these insignificant soldiers and generals, you can stand against me? For 147, you are truly arrogant and ignorant. You! Vinsmoke Judge's eyes narrowed. Without waiting for him to continue his nonsense, suddenly, boom, 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 a terrifying, violent explosion, like a thunderclap, rang out. Hearing loss is a serious problem. It's the Whitebeard Pirates. Everything is in perfect harmony. You little brats, let me take them. Kill them all. Completely burned. Take it all. Don't even dream of challenging us to a duel. Don't forget, we are pirates. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying barrage of artillery fire, like a torrential downpour, rained down on the kingdom of Jerma. The resounding noise was incredibly powerful and impactful. Countless cannonballs, moving at incredibly terrifying speeds, bombarded the kingdom of Jerma. This is clearly the improved Codbeard has passed through, possessing superhuman range and power that is several times greater than that of a cannonball. Countless dense, intertwined artillery shells rained down, covering the entire kingdom of Jerma. Just like thunderstorm. The situation is absolutely horrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Each cannonball, without the slightest warning, advanced through the kingdom of Jerma. For the time being, fireworks soaring into the sky. A series of powerful explosions. Countless explosions erupted inside. The coarse smoke billowed up, forming layers of smoke in the air that resembled thunderclouds. Endless terror in a sea of fire. The entire Jerma kingdom's pirate ships were being relentlessly destroyed. Human flesh shields. Vinsmoke Judge yelled loudly. At the very front of the pirate ship, exceptionally skilled warriors, capable of taking on 3 opponents at once on the battlefield, leapt into the air, disregarding the risk of death, using their bodies to withstand the cannon fire. Just that. After a moment, Vinsmoke Judge was utterly astonished. Everyone was utterly astonished. The entire Jerma kingdom was terrified, utterly astonished. From Whitebeard's harmonious and powerful attack raining down to the cannonballs, it was basically unstoppable. Each soldier who leapt high into the air, their bodies resisting the cannon fire, ended up being blown away by the cannonballs, taking their comrades with them as they were bombarded, causing chaos and destruction throughout the German kingdom, filling the sky with fire and turning everything into ruins. What kind of cannonball is this? Even Vinsmoke Judge, a scientist by profession, was stunned by this terrifying cannonball. Is this the cannonball that Whitebeard supposedly personally improved and used in the attack on the Marine headquarters? Absolutely astonished. Whitebeard was able to develop this incredibly powerful cannonball. They kept blocking the artillery fire. In the world of pirates, cannonballs are designed in an unusually simple and brutal way. Even a pirate with a little bit of strength could kick away a cannonball. A highly skilled swordsman, yet able to easily cut through cannonballs with his sword. Maybe, right now, the elite warriors of the German kingdom, whose strength was even comparable to that of New World pirates, couldn't even withstand a single cannonball. Use your swordsmanship. Flash. Chochu is retired. According to Vinsmoke, Judge gave the order, and each elite warrior, wielding a long sword, charged into the outer perimeter. Swords can cut through cannonballs. This is a very common blocking method. Maybe. Next up, Vinsmoke conceded the role. Judge was stunned. Each warrior in the game, wielding a long sword, intercepted the cannonball, slicing it into in an instant. Possessing a weapon that had been shattered by a cannonball, it exploded violently in an instant. The explosion was incredibly powerful right in front of the soldier. The powerful flames instantly engulfed these soldiers. It exploded. A moment later, those German kingdom warriors who charged forward without regard for their lives were all blown away. Some were even more unlucky, being hit by multiple cannonballs and instantly blown into muggles. TSK. Right now, everyone gasped in unison at the sudden drop of cold air. What a terrible artillery shell. Let's disagree about cannonballs with others. This is it. Whitebeard himself improved the incredibly powerful cannonball. That's terrifying. At this moment, the entire German kingdom was in panic. They never imagined that Whitebeard would be so ruthless and decisive, bringing them a lavish feast and leaving them unable to fend for themselves. Everyone was terrified by Whitebeard's sudden cannonball attack. Absolutely astonished. Terrified. They absolutely never expected this. Whitebeard will decide this same thing again. Like simply eating and drinking together a crude, over-the-top, and brutal way to directly convey the bombardment order. There's absolutely no one here. The sky was filled with artillery fire. The sky was filled with shattered wooden boats, buildings, debris, ruins. Everything was blown apart. It happened almost instantly. The outermost ships of the German kingdom were all blown up and destroyed. Above the structure, the soldiers were also blown away. Not dead, but half dead. However, the cannon fire didn't seem to completely destroy the ships, leaving behind a severely damaged hull, a bumpy deck, and pieces of debris scattered here and there, still smoking. Maybe. The more it was destroyed, the more unsightly it looked, even though it wasn't completely blown to pieces, making the people of the German kingdom feel even more disgusted. They deployed no shortage of elite suicide squads and warriors. The final result: completely useless. Basically, there's no way to stop Whitebeard's cannonballs. That night, numerous pirate ships were blown up into muggle-like shapes, utterly devastated, their tattered hulls still intact, as if mocking the German kingdom. This suddenly turned into a fight. It left everyone utterly astonished. Anyone who watches pirate battles, regardless of their mindset, can't help but be terrified and shocked. What kind of situation is this? One wrong word, and cannonballs are about to fall. Could this really be Whitebeard style? Incorrect. Everyone present was stunned. Everyone stared in astonishment at the countless, densely packed cannonballs raining down on the kingdom of Germa. The Germa kingdom was extremely unlucky. There was basically no way to stop these incredibly powerful cannonballs. Conversely, that doesn't mean the Kingdom of Germa was unprepared. They are preparing for war at every moment. The elite suicide squad of warriors charged forward all at once. That's right, not in use. Basically, there are no chicken feathers to use. Whitebeard personally guided his subordinates in improving the cannonballs, resulting in projectiles that were several times better than ordinary cannonballs in terms of firing speed, power, range, and flight speed. Even the most elite warriors of the Germa Kingdom, using their physical bodies to withstand the onslaught and their swordsmanship to cut through the enemy's defenses, could not endure this torrential rain of cannonballs. Damn it! Having been hit by artillery fire, Vinsmoke Judge was covered in dust and ashes. He coughed incessantly and cursed loudly, never imagining that Whitebeard would play such an unconventional game. Whitebeard, your hostages are still in our hands. If you use such tactics again, we will definitely kill the hostages first. Vinsmoke Judge yelled. The whistling sound shook the heavens and the earth. Don't kill us. The artillery shells were raining down from inside, and the sounds of women crying could be heard. Okay, then it won't explode. Whitebeard, facing the Germa Kingdom, let out a hearty laugh, waved his hand to stop the artillery barrage, and halted the bombardment. It seems like they're giving us a lot of face. This caused the people watching the fight to be a little surprised. Just like that, it stopped. How strange. Everyone was shocked, stunned, and on the verge of breaking down. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths dropped open. The air was thick with smoke from cannon fire, and pirate ships kept appearing incessantly in the Germa Kingdom. The entire kingdom was permeated with the smell of gunpowder. The kingdom's ships, now nothing but dilapidated wreckage, resembled tattered hulls, a jarring sight, as if mocking the Germa Kingdom. We'll leave you with just a hull. How pathetic you are. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. Cough, cough, cough. Vinsmoke Judge coughed incessantly, choking on the smoke from the cannon fire. He was filled with resentment and anger, especially since Whitebeard was completely unconventional, attacking and stopping at will, which made Vinsmoke Judge feel extremely humiliated. Vinsmoke Judge, standing at the heart of the devastated kingdom, roared at Whitebeard, Whitebeard, what do you mean by this? Your hostages are all in our hands. I'm going to slaughter them all right now. Oh. Don't kill us. According to Vinsmoke Judge, as his voice faded, one hostage at a time was pushed out. These are the girls from the Amazon Lily Kingdom who are fighting. The women were all bound tightly, their hands shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs. Shall we have a good talk? Whitebeard smiled, a smile of nonchalance and serenity. Whitebeard grinned, his gaze falling upon Vinsmoke Judge, a look of utter blatant mockery and blatant ridicule. Yay. The old man was furious. Vinsmoke Judge's inner thoughts were practically roaring. He looked towards Whitebeard and threatened, Whitebeard, you sank over a dozen of our large pirate ships. We'll settle this matter fairly. Whitebeard's smile deepened, becoming even more nonchalant and fearless. Little rascal, you certainly know how to talk. Don't forget who you're talking to. Who are you negotiating with? Don't forget I'm the great pirate, Whitebeard. What right do you have? That old man is none other than Whitebeard. This statement was incredibly audacious, reaching everyone's ears and spreading across the entire sea. The entire pirate crew was therefore shaken. Whitebeard. 3 words. What kind of representative are you? Everyone knows that perfectly well. Awesome. No one can compare to this level of awesomeness. Absolutely no talk of right or wrong, just domineering. I'll beat you, I'll bomb you, so what? You don't even think about negotiating with me. Don't be so foolish as to try to reason with me. That old man, that is Whitebeard. These words shocked countless people, deeply moving them. A single sentence praised Whitebeard's strength and confidence, his fearlessness in the face of any threat. Powerful, arrogant, aggressive, and domineering. It's about oppressing you, it's about bombarding you, and you still don't submit? So keep fighting. Beat them until they submit. Should we arrest people who exploit weaknesses to blackmail others? Without any ulterior motive, I have never allowed myself to be manipulated. The people hiding in Calm Belt were overwhelmed by a strange, unprecedented feeling of fear. They felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious tiger. That feeling was like a man-eating tiger, baring its fangs, its sharp eyes staring down from above. If I even slightly move, that tiger will instantly take me down in one bite. At the other end, the one who commanded the respect and fear of the Tiger King was none other than Whitebeard. Whitebeard is awesome. This is the real Whitebeard style. At this moment, listening to the live broadcast of each pirate group on their respective islands through the projected images on their phones, they were all filled with admiration. Joyful, who told Vinsmoke Judge, relying on the world government's backing, to do whatever he wanted. He dared to speak so disrespectfully in front of Whitebeard. He should have thought about the consequences now. Whitebeard, how could those people from the North Sea dare to provoke him? Look how passionate and fervent this is. Damn those underworld forces daring to provoke Whitebeard. This is a great fight. We're going to forcefully annihilate them and show them what we're made of. Seeing this situation, countless people felt overjoyed. Pirates must be threatened by someone. Being exploited or threatened by someone who takes advantage of your weaknesses. Look at my fist. There are some words written on it. I'll beat you to a pulp. And the entire kingdom of Germa was gripped by terror. Unbelievably terrifying. This Whitebeard is. How hateful! Almost a third of the massive pirate ships that formed the structure of the Germa kingdom were destroyed. The front half was left with countless wrecked pirate ships, a desolate wasteland, a scene that seemed to mock the Germa kingdom at a particular moment. Your Majesty, let's advance and wipe out the entire Whitebeard pirate crew. There are plenty of high-ranking officials who say the same thing. They were all angry, scared, and furious at the same time. Whitebeard is being completely disrespectful. Father, let us go into battle. Bring the soldiers, bring the humanoid weapons, and advance together. Let's slaughter the entire Whitebeard pirates. Having previously been intimidated by Ichizu's aura, he now spoke with extreme anger. He initiated the fight once again. Vinsmoke Judge remained silent. He knew that the 5 elders had bestowed upon him the authority to command the humanoid weapons of war in order to hunt down Whitebeard. My thought was to violate the rules in the same way as the 5 elders. I want to use a living humanoid weapon to confront Whitebeard under the banner of a pirate captain. Take Whitebeard's men and slaughter them all. With only Whitebeard left as the sole commander, it's much easier to deal with the situation. Therefore, we will introduce a method similar to a duel to the death in an arena. The result was a barrage of artillery fire from Whitebeard. Absolutely no discussion of the right or wrong of artillery fire. For a moment, Vinsmoke Judge was utterly bewildered. By this point, he also understood clearly that using the Amazon Lily people to threaten Whitebeard seemed like a completely pointless attempt. Whitebeard, being a top-tier expert, simply wouldn't care about the ordinary women of Amazon Lily. Vinsmoke Judge thought to himself, if only I had left Luffy and Boa Hancock behind back then, things would have been so much easier. Little devils, I'll give you a chance. Don't say that the Whitebeard pirates, won't give you a chance to resist. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, then, ignoring Sue when and Vinsmoke Judge's earlier suggestion, said, little brats, I'll give you a method for a decisive battle, a chance to survive. Of course, whether you survive or not depends on how strong you are. Vinsmoke Judge was stunned. You agree? It's simply giving you all one chance to live. Whitebeard said nonchalantly, his tone calm and composed, as if he were standing at the pinnacle, seated on a royal throne, surveying the heavens and the earth and all living beings. That's what you said, Vinsmoke Judge said. Although he felt humiliated, it was a win-win situation, so he could take the risk. You go into battle. Vinsmoke Jedge was standing behind a living, humanoid weapon. This person was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. Their height was roughly the same as Doflamingo's, and they were unarmed, with no weapon strapped to their back. Stab! This person directly used both hands to propel themselves forward, following the clouds in the sky, and with a whoosh, flew towards the side of the island. The fruit line! At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Unbelievable! Terrifying! Everyone was utterly astonished. Paramecia System Fruit System Ability. Fake ability? This? Not Don Quixote. Is that Doflamingo's ability? How did he end up here? Each pirate's eyes widened in disbelief, their gazes filled with utter astonishment. After Doflamingo's death, the line fruit reappeared. And it was obtained by the world government? And it's being used on a humanoid weapon. Countless people found it unbelievable, not only that the line fruit had reappeared, but that the world government had used a powerful devil fruit on a humanoid weapon to advance. Could it be that the world's governments really trust its power? After the initial shock wore off, everyone calmed down, their gazes fixed on the battlefield. Kia Island. When Shiki, the golden lion, killed a living, 0.80-sized humanoid weapon, he overturned countless trees and rocks, leaving deep craters everywhere. The situation was unusually shocking. Father, I'll go take care of him. The first flower sword Vista stepped forward. Swordsmanship and slashing techniques, when compared with the line fruit, can give one a certain inherent advantage. Too late. Whitebeard waved his hand, smiling as he looked towards Vinsmoke Jedge of the Germa Kingdom, one-on-one. How long do you want to fight? I may not have time to play games with you. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Vinsmoke Jedge's eyes lit up, his mind racing as he chimed in. Excellent. Then let's choose a few more. Afterward, Vinsmoke Jedge sent a man behind him into battle. This person entered the field in a simple manner, using the Geppu technique, and arrived at the island as easily as usual. There is someone who has cultivated the 6 styles of the Navy to an extremely high level. At this moment, many people frowned. What kind of advanced technology did the government world possess? And how could they possibly produce individuals who had cultivated the 6 styles of the Navy to such an extremely high level? In reality, these people were just human-like warriors, not real people. While they were alive, they only learned the 6 styles of the Navy, and they didn't display such exaggerated and abnormal abilities as you see them now. But to give them this kind of abnormal ability, this abnormal realm, the prerequisite is to exhaust their lifespan. These 20 humanoid weapons are currently the successful experimental products selected from 100 elite CP members. In other words, the success rate is only 20%. Under this premise, increasing their abilities would require sacrificing 50 years of their lifespan. They themselves are between 20 and 30 years old. These people know, to be precise, these living humanoid weapons, even if they don't participate in combat, they can only live for a maximum of 10 years or less. This is Vegapunk's scientific and technological research into the human body. This is a field of science and technology that likely took several decades to gradually develop and reach its current advanced level. Is that enough? Vinsmoke Jedge looked towards Whitebeard, a smile appearing on his face. This time, he wasn't in a hurry. It seemed he had a great deal of confidence deep down. I don't know where this person got all this confidence from. BGCB, how can 2 people be enough? Whitebeard's face broke into a smile. His imposing figure moved slightly, compressing even the air, producing a creaking sound. His entire being exuded an overwhelming aura, like a towering mountain. Even those far away could feel that terrifying presence. Vinsmoke Jedge's expression changed slightly, then let's bring another one back. Afterward, Vinsmoke Jedge, behind another living humanoid weapon, is about to enter the battle. Similarly, the Geppu kick involves using the foot to compress the air, creating a counterforce that propels the user forward. These things are unusually varied. Some are short, some are fat, some are thin, and conversely, they have nothing in common. Father, I'm going to fight that fat guy. The second George Diamond stepped forward, choosing an opponent who was slightly overweight. It's quite large in size. His diamond-like abilities are perfectly suited to him. Father, leave the other one to me. To everyone's surprise, Gecko Moria stepped forward and continued, we don't need the zombie Kadu for now. I think I should use my own abilities to take care of him. After joining the Whitebeard pirates, Gecko Moria constantly trained and honed his skills. Even in the presence of Nagato's crew and Alexander, he pushed himself to improve. His strength increased rapidly. Now is also a good time to show your own side. He chose an opponent, one who retained the long, sheep-like beard of the Trong as Sun Mountains. The opponent wasn't very old, yet he gave off a sense of melancholy and weariness. Whitebeard nodded, go tear them all apart. But remember one thing, don't get hit by the laser. Laser. Unless the Logia-type demon is a true ability user, otherwise, they will all be very difficult to deal with. Don't worry, Dad. George Diamond, Vista Flower Sword, and Gecko Moria spoke in unison. Follow me. The three men leapt into the air, soaring high into the sky with a resounding crash before landing on the island below. Roar! The three newcomers had barely landed when they each chose their opponents and began fighting. The fighting erupted in an instant. Roar! But at this moment, the humanoid weapon that George was battling with the diamond suddenly roared in anger, transforming into an enormous, ferocious elephant with long, sharp fangs. Incredibly violent, bloodthirsty red eyes, and overwhelming ferocity. Zoan type, ancient kind, mighty elephant fruit ability. Right now. Many people were in an uproar. The original beast pirates, one of the three great calamities, Jack the Drought, the demon, truly possessed immense power. Once again, it's appeared. The fruit line's power. Mighty elephant is truly capable. Two types of true power-enhancing devil fruits appeared in quick succession, both possessing the abilities Whitebeard used to kill enemies. Both appeared simultaneously in this place, and simultaneously manifested on the living, humanoid weapon the person wielding it. It's impossible not to feel terrified, a feeling of utter panic. The world government, could it be that they possess the method to truly revive demons? And to be able to obtain two types of powerful demon fruits. This is unbelievable. What on earth is going on? Why does the world government have the abilities of the line fruit and the elephant fruit? Right now, almost the entire world was shaken by this. Countless pirates trembled. This entity, shrouded in mystery beneath the government's veil, has finally emerged, bringing with it a series of shocking events that have shaken the entire world. The world of government has finally surfaced. Maybe. Isn't this going too far in terms of making people emotionally moved? This battle, which countless people are watching, has caused a global sensation as the appearance of the Tuyen fruit and the Tongue fruit has caused a stir. I admire the powerful government forces of the post-world era. Its power is immense, comparable to a humanoid weapon of the rank of squad leader. These two newly reborn, powerful demons possess incredible abilities. What exactly is this? What are the world governments planning to do? Above the harmonious expanse of the universe, the Whitebeard pirates, under their banner, were equally terrified. As expected, just as Shiki the Golden Lion had said, the guy he had previously sparred with was indeed the weakest. It's just that. Even Whitebeard didn't expect that this level of power would be equivalent to the devil fruit, the mid-level devil fruit, and the elephant fruit. It's getting more and more interesting. Whitebeard grinned widely. At this moment, he understood everything. The world government wants to use this major event to sound the alarm for the whole world, letting everyone know that the world government's inner workings and power are irresistible and irreversible. I might not let you have your way. What a joke, thinking you can capture me and threaten this world. Whitebeard has a pure and transparent inner self. He saw things far beyond others, The appearance of the line fruit and the mighty elephant fruit this time was absolutely no coincidence. Don't be surprised yet. Wait a little longer. There might be even more surprising things. Whitebeard waved his hand, indicating that the children should be quiet for a while. Is there anything even more surprising? Father, what do you mean? The pirates were somewhat taken aback. It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. While the world was shaken, fighting had already erupted on the island, incredibly fierce battles, rocks flying everywhere, and terrifying cracks appearing in the ground. Around the island, the sea was raging with the roar of tsunami waves. On that island, fighting erupted with terrifying, deafening explosions. Deco Moria seized the opportunity, instantly sending the enemy flying, striking it in the back. That's a disadvantage. Almost in the blink of an eye, that guy was sent flying thousands of meters, knocking down countless towering trees along the way and kicking up a cloud of dust. Hong! Suddenly, a streak of golden light suddenly flew back from inside the living humanoid creature, and the weapon on its body flashed. An incredibly dazzling golden light. Boom, boom, boom. This person's body is constantly growing bigger. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous golden Buddha. Oh my God! Right now, I don't know how many people let out screams of utter terror. Countless people gasped in shock. Zoan-type mythical beast Karma Energy Fruition, Great Buddha form. Martial Sengoku is truly capable. The whole school is buzzing with excitement. The whole world is buzzing with excitement. If the first appearance of the line fruit caused widespread fear, then the subsequent elephant fruit, and now the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit human form ability, have completely terrified the world. These three great abilities are truly terrifying. All things harmonize above. The Whitebeard pirates, each pirate trembling with rage, followed suit, turning their heads to look at Whitebeard. Father, how did you know that beforehand? As expected, Father, you were right. 3 types of powerful demons have indeed appeared. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, each in astonishment, stared at Whitebeard, their eyes filled with terror. Why? Father, that's so obvious. How could a 3rd type of demon with such powerful abilities actually appear? Terrifying. How could I not be terrified? Originally, the world government dispatched living humanoid weapons, and the continuous appearance of demons with true abilities had already terrified people. But Whitebeard's father, it was as if he knew this beforehand. Father, what exactly is going on? Each pirate, filled with curiosity, gazed at Whitebeard, waiting for his answer. Terrified. Extreme terror. Almost everyone who witnessed this scene was terrified, staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the battle on the distant island. A single Tuyen fruit, perhaps it could be said, was obtained through a fortunate coincidence. The second one, the mighty elephant ability user, could also be said to be a powerful energy user forcibly acquired by the world government. That's right. As the great Buddhist form appeared before them, everyone was utterly terrified at that moment. What is this? The 3 death pills, whose abilities had only recently manifested, have once again appeared on the humanoid weapon of the world government? Right now, everyone publicly stated, including the world government, that they must use this group of people, the Year 27 warriors with human-like physics and weapons, to surround and kill Whitebeard. These words are absolutely not just empty promises. Absolutely no exaggeration. The living humanoid weapon possesses formidable abilities that everyone witnessed firsthand. The unfathomable 6 styles of the Navy, fearless of death, impervious to pain. Equipped with lasers, a truly terrifying display of power. Moreover, the demon truly possesses great power. The demon's abilities are incredibly powerful. Once upon a time on this vast ocean, the infamous demon possessed truly formidable abilities. Doflamingo, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea and head of the Don Quixote family, is truly a man of immense power and influence. The former mighty elephant, a true powerhouse, the beast pirates, one of the 3 calamities of the New World, Jack the Drought, a battle maniac, possess terrifying strength. The Great Buddha in the form of a diamond, the former Marine Headquarters Marshal, the Navy's first advisor, possesses terrifying power and even captured Roger, a top-tier Marine. These three, in the past, were all top-tier figures in this world, on this vast ocean, legendary characters whose fame resounded throughout the entire Grand Line. Simultaneously, they also have one thing in common. That's it. They all died at the hands of Whitebeard. That's what I think. The world of government has ulterior motives, and it's vividly portrayed. The world government must use the fake abilities of someone who died at Whitebeard's hands to kill Whitebeard. This is a naked mockery of Whitebeard. The world government is absolutely certain of defeating this one time by surrounding and killing them. At this moment, it's not just the Whitebeard pirates who understand this point. The whole world knows it. The world government is completely siding with Whitebeard. They were completely focused on assassinating Whitebeard and had devised all these schemes. Moreover, deliberately using three individuals who had previously died at Whitebeard's hands. These were truly powerful abilities to confront Whitebeard. This was an attempt to humiliate Whitebeard, a deliberate desire to make him suffer humiliation in front of the entire world. Because taking photos with duplicate phone numbers is also something the government arranged. Originally, the world's governments had already arranged everything from the very beginning. Heaven knows how the world government ultimately acquired the abilities of three incredibly powerful devil fruits. This suspicion has sparked immense curiosity worldwide. But Whitebeard's image was one of perfect harmony and magnificence. Each of the pirates turned their heads to look at Whitebeard. Father, what exactly happened? Even Marco, Shiki the Lion, and the Crimson Count were all becoming increasingly curious. The Celestial King Uranus. Whitebeard could only deduce this one point. He didn't dare to say for sure either. Anyway, even the original text has never revealed what the three ancient weapons of the Heavenly King Uranus actually are. That's also acceptable for Whitebeard today, the most formidable being in existence, the supreme ancient weapon of the Heavenly King Uranus. Mysteries exist. World government national treasure. Initially in Punk Hazard, after killing Doflamingo, Whitebeard had questioned Doflamingo about what exactly the so-called national treasure was. Result: at that moment, Doflamingo was extremely smug, deliberately making vague guesses, rambling on, essentially not intending to say anything out loud. This could be considered Dofla's final moment of glory. At that time, Whitebeard also managed to obtain as much information as possible related to the Heavenly King. However, at that time, Dofla's words caused Whitebeard to frown. The world government's national treasure, the celestial dragons, is a demonic weapon. Ultimately, it will definitely become the weapon that kills you. Even demons could kill Whitebeard. These weren't the same descriptive words either. Ultimately, these words became Dofla's last will and testament. Of course, this is all in the past now. This is just my speculation. There is no evidence to prove this point. Whitebeard couldn't say much either. He knew that the world government had a method to gather devil fruits, especially devil fruits that could regenerate devil fruits after the user died. Originally, the text stated that Dofla obtained the blazing fire fruit. Inside the Golden City, an ambush at the Virgo naval base resulted in the capture and burning of 5.9 of the targets. From that moment, Whitebeard began to speculate whether the demon had indeed been reborn, with a specific path and location. Up until now, Whitebeard has completely confirmed this one point. If you were to say that this is a world where the government has gathered the devil fruits, I'm afraid no one would believe it, the Golden Lion said. The only possibility is that they have detailed information about the devil fruit's resurrection. They have a shortcut. Marco's whole body trembled. He looked anxiously at Whitebeard, muttering, if that's the case, then what about those remaining Logia-type devil fruits? Go ahead and attack. Whitebeard opened his mouth. His voice was deep and steady, like a towering mountain. Beside him, King of Darkness Rayleigh, the escaped Golden Lion Shiki, and Crocodile, the Crimson Queen, Beardy World, Marco, and the other squad leaders all followed Whitebeard into action. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying figures, each over 10 meters tall and encompassing a magnificent, harmonious array of forms, leapt forth, launching a surprise attack on the Germa Kingdom. It's truly terrifying. A full-scale war has completely broken out. Neither side showed any respect for the pre-arranged duel in the arena. They attacked almost simultaneously. Each terrifying figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, invisible to the naked eye, emitting sharp, piercing screams that cut through the wind. The terrifying battle erupted almost instantly. With Whitebeard as the leader of the entire Whitebeard pirates, they were the first to storm the island and advance. Let's shake this old man's resolve. First, Whitebeard used both hands to control the air, and an incredibly powerful shockwave of energy instantly erupted from his hands. A blink of an eye feels like eternity. It was almost in his breathing. The terrifying shockwave shattered the air in front of Whitebeard, the air breaking into pieces like shattered glass. Next, the air rift, like an unparalleled, terrifying storm, swept towards the island. At the same time, the heavens and earth tremble. The furious onslaught of the raging storm, concealing a terrifying wave of shockwaves, instantly tore apart the entire island. Ken ket ket. Terrifying, bottomless trenches appeared one after another, crisscrossing with dense fissures, causing the entire island to crack and split in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The island was as if it had experienced a prehistoric earthquake. The tremors were incredibly violent, tearing apart the entire geological strata of the island. Enormous chunks of earth and rock were churned up from the upper strata. The earthquake was terrifying, shaking the entire island, sending rocks and debris flying high into the air as if they had exploded. Trees are falling. A chaotic mess. The sea, surrounded on all sides, stirred up colossal waves. Endless horror. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sky, moreover, showed a crack, as if the entire sky had fractured. Seeing that scene, the pirates, lying in ambush in the calm belt, plotting to capture Whitebeard's head, were all terrified, trembling, and turning pale with fear. That's terrible. A major disaster. The sky is falling and the earth is collapsing. At this moment, countless people were filled with awe, each gasping in disbelief. They watched with wide eyes and gaping mouths, wondering just how terrifying and awe-inspiring this level of power truly was, and what immense destructive force it possessed. This is Whitebeard's power, a terrifying figure far beyond our reach. Everyone was thinking back to the time when the user of the Lightning Fruit ability competed against Whitebeard. Space shattered. The field has emerged. That's like a god of battle. Whitebeard, you can't mess with him. Don't mess with them. Don't mess with them. Run away quickly. At this moment, those pirates who had originally hoped for good fortune and planned to fix the leaky roof were so terrified that they wet their pants, scrambling and rolling around frantically as they fled. I didn't dare stop in the calm belt. In the worst case scenario, if by any chance Whitebeard were to recapture the Germa Kingdom and turn against them, that would undoubtedly be an irreversible and terrifying catastrophe for them. It wasn't just the pirates in the calm belt who were terrified. Every single one of them was utterly terrified. Throughout the world, every single large island is constantly fluctuating and shaking. Once again witnessing Whitebeard's power, that terrifying tremor of the shockwave force, that terrifying destructive power comparable to a cataclysmic level catastrophe. This is a natural disaster. It's simply not something we ordinary mortals can resist. Seeing that scene, countless people were filled with fear and had similar thoughts. Start an earthquake. This was a catastrophic accident of an extremely horrific and destructive nature. No ordinary person could do that. What will this battle ultimately be like? What will the outcome be? 980. Those powerful pirates still maintain their beliefs. They remained in the calm belt because they were confident in their own strength. The German kingdom, after all, is a dominant power in the North Sea. Many great pirates on the Grand Line originate from the North Sea. Surely no one doesn't know that? Just look at the supernovas. Nearly half of them are from the North Sea. To be able to dominate a region in the North Sea and achieve great things, how powerful is that? The German kingdom won't be that weak. Besides, they also have the world government pumping in their forces. This is a battle that must be fought to the heavens and the earth, a terrifying, earth-shattering event, a great battle. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Whitebeard. Everyone knows this great battle is about to begin. With Whitebeard taking the initiative, the attack erupted completely. Like a volcano erupting completely, there's absolutely no way to stop until the world is turned upside down, until one side is utterly annihilated. The vast azure sea, with its terrifying waves, relentlessly surges and attacks. The tide reverses, its momentum overwhelming, boundless, and terrifying. The original calm belt, which was devoid of any trace of wind and silver, was now engulfed in raging storms. The storm, like a long line, swept across the entire calm belt from afar, stirring up the sky and water, creating terrifying waves that then surged and reversed, rushing forward with a roaring sound. Countless sea king creatures were shocked and terrified, fleeing into the deep sea in panic, not daring to stick their heads out. A terrible, epic battle has completely erupted. Since both sides were pirates, it was impossible for them to adhere to the so-called arena rules. Before both sides agreed, they almost certainly had different objectives, and almost certainly both achieved their objectives. Whitebeard led the entire Whitebeard pirates, using the harmonious harmony formation as a conduit, descending from above, using the island as a springboard, and heading towards the Germa kingdom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The kingdom of Germa was also waiting for this moment. Everything was planned well in advance. If Whitebeard is a god, Vinsmoke Judge said, not launching a frontal attack, but rather having the humanoid weapon-like beings behind him take the brunt of the assault. Vinsmoke Judge's eyes flashed as he looked towards the battlefield. If Whitebeard is a god, then we will slay that god. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound waves, spreading in all directions like thunder, reverberated across the sea. Just for a moment, everyone was terrified. A declaration of wanting the Germa kingdom's god. Right now. Completely out of control. From the very beginning, when Prince Ichiju was yelled at by Whitebeard to the subsequent, unrestrained bombing of their kingdom's front lines, they were constantly subjected to Whitebeard's oppression and domination. Having endured all kinds of humiliation, they had never been treated like this before. No one had ever dared to humiliate them in this way. Utterly humiliating. Up to this point. According to Vinsmoke, Judge gave the order. In control of the Germa kingdom, the warriors and soldiers are completely rampaging. Kill, kill, kill. On the battlefield, dust flew everywhere, blood mist-billowed, and the stench of blood instantly spread from the Germa kingdom, engulfing the entire calm belt. That horrific, pungent, bloody smell terrified countless people, sent shivers down their spines, and left them utterly bewildered and panicked. This is terrifying. This is prehistoric great horror. Only God knows why the Germa kingdom is so fearless. What kind of power do they possess? What makes them so brave as to challenge the Whitebeard pirates? Seeing that the Germa kingdom showed no sign of retreating and was advancing relentlessly, many people became agitated. It's not entirely clear. Why is the Germa kingdom acting so recklessly? Was that aimed at Whitebeard? Are you out of your mind? Am I crazy? Only now do they have the courage to confront a powerful pirate crew that just flattened a Navy headquarters. It's good enough if you stay here in Beihai. If you come looking for trouble with me, you'd better be prepared to be annihilated. Whitebeard's voice, like the voice of a god descending from heaven, was unfathomable, irreversible, like the wrath of an angel, shaking the earth and forcing mortals to their knees. Whitebeard's voice, imbued with the power of the shockwave, unleashed terrifying sound waves that instantly spread, shaking the entire 8 deserts. Even the air seemed to be boiling with unease and turmoil. As Whitebeard just said, the air vibrated, creating a violent, powerful gust of wind that swept across the heavens and earth, striking straight ahead with boundless terror. In the blink of an eye, the calm belt transforms into a raging whirlwind. The storm is raging. Whitebeard. Words spoken are followed by law. Utterly terrifying. Talking is useless. Kill without mercy. Only a fight to the death awaits. I will stain my hands with my own blood. The 3 great princes of the Germa kingdom, all possessing formidable strength and advanced technology, led their armies straight into the battlefield. Their presence was awe-inspiring, their power immense. Eldest son, Ichiji, second son, Niji, fourth son, Yanji. Vinsmoke Judge is the strongest in the main army. It's also Vinsmoke. Judge used his own child as a sacrifice to create the strongest warrior, heartless, meaningless, emotionless, without pain, devoid of all human emotions, desires, and passions, completely severed. This is the most successful research project in the Germa kingdom. Reformer. The 3 princes are the strongest warriors. They didn't struggle for life or death. They didn't know pain or suffering. On the battlefield, the good direction is chaotic, not guaranteed to win. Whitebeard, don't get your hopes up too high. Vinsmoke Judge let out a long roar, still seated high on his throne, his whole being radiating an imposing aura. Whitebeard unleashed 2 powerful punches, shattering the air and creating 2 more tornadoes. A raging storm instantly engulfed countless soldiers of the Germa kingdom. Fuck. Those soldiers caught in the violent air-shattering storm were almost instantly reduced to minced flesh, a terrifying sight. What are you so proud of? With this little strength, you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Whitebeard's voice, the overwhelming power of the calm belt, shook the heavens and the earth. All of you, stop every single captain of the squadrons surrounding Whitebeard. Vinsmoke. Judge frowned and shouted loudly. Just for a moment. Behind the Germa kingdom appeared a series of fierce and menacing pirates, their auras radiating malice. Impelled down, prisoners are dead. Indeed, the Germa kingdom has no fear. Seeing that scene, countless people were shocked. As expected, Vinsmoke Judge still had a backup plan. His audacity in confronting the Whitebeard pirates meant he had carefully considered everything. 0. The North Sea was once the dominant power. How could it be so foolish as to make the Whitebeard pirates as powerful as the midday sun, its enemy? All of these things. It's all Vinsmoke's fault. Judge was part of the plan. A man of great ambition. Very powerful. Giving way so much has become admirable. Father, leave these people to us. 063. Marco was the leader of a group, frantically initiating the fight. Ready to confront those suicidal impelled-down prisoners charging forward, prisoners from the 6th level, possessing immense power, radiating a murderous aura, and wielding terrifying fighting abilities. Cluck, cluck, ha, ha, ha. Don't worry. Whitebeard's laughter shook the heavens and earth like a thunderous storm, its power reverberating for thousands of miles, terrifying beyond measure. With his sword in hand, he leapt forward with unparalleled dominance, unleashing a terrifying divine flame that instantly engulfed and incinerated the dozen or so temporary guards of the Germa kingdom, leaving not a single trace of their remains. Living humanoid weapons, impelled-down prisoners, are dead. Whitebeard laughed arrogantly, his aura surging, overwhelming. Your opponent is me, a single man. Marco and the others stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. Days. What does Dad mean by this? You want one person to deal with all the enemies. Cad, you fools, I am Whitebeard. Just slaughter all those locusts down there. As for these humanoid weapons, boom, boom, boom. Whitebeard's voice shook the entire combat, a thunderous roar as if coming from the heavens. I alone am enough to slaughter them all. Spanning over 10 meters in length, this sword strike was incredibly powerful. A terrifying slashing attack, swirling with a crimson, surging divine flame. In the blink of an eye, he slashed horizontally outwards, a slashing attack spanning several hundred meters. The flames swirled around with incredibly high temperatures. The terrifying divine flame slash unleashed, illuminating the heavens and earth, distorting and warping the air with an incredibly sharp, ear-piercing, and blinding divine flame. It was as if even the air itself was being cleaved apart, even space itself being burned. The divine flame slash spanned hundreds of meters in distance. In the blink of an eye, he sliced through the kingdom of Jirma. More than 10 incredibly powerful prisoners died, taking the lead in the attack. Pop, pop, pop! Each one resembled a watermelon with a large, skull-like head, and in an instant, they were thrown aside, countless streams of fresh blood raining down like a torrential downpour. What a huge skull! Besides the Jirma Kingdom warriors, unfortunately, there were also similarly deformed corpses. With just one slash, more than half of the prisoners were killed. Behold the sky filled with countless fragments of fire. Behold the sky teeming with a gigantic head. Behold the sky pouring down blood like a torrential rain. Everyone was utterly astonished. Whitebeard, a slashing attack. The crisis is escalating. Countless people were stirred up. Countless others felt a chill run down their spines. This is it. Each of them possessed immense power, hailing from the 6th level of Impel Down, and were once mighty pirates who dominated the New World and the Grand Line. What were the results? Beheaded by Whitebeard, one slash. With one stroke of the sword, more than 10 pirates paid the price. That's not all. The warriors of the Jirma Kingdom, numbering over 100, were all lying on the ground, their heads bobbing, blood flowing profusely, their bodies mutilated. Vibrate. An unparalleled shock. There had never been any excitement before. Everyone, whether it's pirates still in the Calm Belt, or those who have left the Calm Belt, or pirates from every island in the world, the whole thing looks stupid. What is this concept? With a single slash, the attack extended several hundred meters, unleashing terrifying divine flames, a raging inferno, swirling as the slash advanced. The slashing attack passed through. Countless skulls, dripping with fresh blood, shot high into the air. Suddenly, the head rolled down, fresh blood poured down like a torrential rain, and finally, the head was burned completely, the fresh blood turning brown. Oh my God! That's terrible. This truly is a miracle. Threatened to fail, the whole world is threatened with failure. Whitebeard was truly enraged, his swordsmanship sweeping across 10 million meters, flames blazing fiercely into the sky. With a single blow, the enemy's body was disfigured, their heads nearly burned to ashes. They were utterly astonished. Even the entire Whitebeard pirates were dumbfounded. Father, they all cried out in extreme emotion. In this instant, the Whitebeard pirates, covered in fresh blood, were all incinerated, burning passion, surging enthusiasm. Resounding fighting spirit, Marco and the others were also terrified by Whitebeard's powerful slash. My swordsmanship has reached its peak. Once again, it has achieved ultimate sublimation. While engaging in a weapon-wielding duel with a humanoid living being, Huajian Vista spoke with unparalleled shock. His achievements in swordsmanship were quite profound, but he never imagined that his swordsmanship, in that respect, was completely incomparable to his father's. This kind of swordsmanship is incredibly powerful. Even a second Mihawk with hawk-like eyes would be intimidated and pale in comparison. Some call Mihawk, the hawk-eyed one, the strongest of the 7 warlords of the sea. The world's greatest swordsman. Who should know that this title has clearly changed hands in the great battle of the Golden City, the bearded man? At this moment, the world truly couldn't find anyone to rival Whitebeard. So they could only bring out Mihawk, the hawk-eyed one, once again. And what followed was even more shocking. Because even Mihawk's hawk-like eyes can't compare the fight. Broadcasts live and seen by the public, caused a series of shocks, Courgiana Island. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, was currently watching the live broadcast seriously with Zoro, seeing that slash. Hundreds of meters long, the blazing flame burning heaven, a lightning-fast strike, Mihawk's hawk-like eyes trembled, his body instantly stiffened. This kind of slash, compared to the original Golden City, it's several times more powerful. What? Zoro's eyes shot out a circle of light, completely obliterating everything. He was already shaken by Whitebeard's slash, but then Mihawk's hawk-like words made Zoro tremble with rage once again. Whitebeard's swordsmanship. Could it be? Always striving to be better. You must understand that when a person stands at the very top, when a skill reaches the pinnacle, even a small improvement becomes extremely difficult. Especially swordsmanship, to stay at the very top. One must make even the slightest progress. It's all extremely awkward, maybe. Did Hawkeye Mihawk just assess Whitebeard? How many times stronger is it? Is everything you said true? Even Zoro, who usually spoke little, couldn't help but express his doubts. No way to believe it. It's hard to accept. Whitebeard's swordsmanship has improved, and what's more? How many times more? Such terrorism. Mihawk, with his keen eyes, nodded. That's right. He looked up at the sky, muttering to himself in awe. Whitebeard, clearly over 70 years old, is like a young man, his abilities improving every single moment. It's unbelievable. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes trembled. Zoro was even more moved. Right now, the goal was to defeat Whitebeard. The world's greatest swordsman, Whitebeard, I will defeat you sooner or later. Zoro made his vow. This was the first time Mihawk's reluctant expression was revealed. It wasn't that he was mocking Zoro, but rather, Whitebeard is too strong. Come belt, fight as before. Even though Whitebeard killed countless warriors and more than 10 prisoners with a single blow, he still couldn't scare those artificial humans. German warrior, they are all artificial humans. Artificial humans are fearless. The 7 emotions and 6 desires cease to exist. This is the truly terrifying aspect of the Germa kingdom. Kill, kill, kill. Obey the king's command. Exterminate all the squad leaders. These artificial warriors, with unwavering loyalty and determination, charged forward fearlessly. Let's go fight alongside Whitebeard. Kill Whitebeard. Long live the Germa kingdom. The 3 powerful princes of the Vinsmo clan, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, led various troops in a desperate charge against Whitebeard. Each one was brimming with energy. Each one fears. Nothing, like Deadpool, a war maniac. That's right, quite impressive. Cough, cough, ha, ha, ha. Take a good look. See how useless your so-called science and technology are in front of me. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, leaping high into the air, his sword in hand like a giant wheel, its movements constantly shifting in an instant. The flames burned fiercely. Like a long line, in an instant, it devastated the sky below. The cloud layer splits apart, swirls backward, and boils. The air was torn apart, creating a raging, fiery storm. The storm came like a long line of people. The fire was terrifyingly intense, capable of burning everything to ashes. Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji's eyes instantly bulged out, and they all shouted in unison, "Human shield! Ba ba ba!" One by one, the figures of warriors appeared without hesitation in front of Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, forming a thick human shield. Boom, boom, boom. The raging flames consumed each soldier. The slashing blows killed each one. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and human flesh was torn apart, hissing sounds. The raging fire burned these soldiers' bodies to ashes. Each warrior was constantly replenishing their ranks, their movements unclear as they were cut down. Finally, with countless lives and human shields, they managed to stop Whitebeard's devastating attack. "Whitebeard, you're dead. We will surely kill you." It's not over until death. Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, treading on air, swiftly glided forward. Electric arcs danced in their hands, sparks flashing, and concentrated laser beams flickered. Oh, not bad. Quite impressive. But to fight me, it's nothing special. Whitebeard lunged forward like lightning, effortlessly throwing out 2 punches.